Right, so I'm just going to double check the Twitch to make sure this is all coming up gravy, but it should be fine. I haven't
Mm.
changed anything since yesterday, so I can't imagine it's doing anything weird. God, why am I such a boomer? I can't work my own phone. Right, right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Right. Yeah, it all seems to be working. You're on the screen. I'm
You
on the
got me good
screen.
on voice. Mic's coming through clear.
Yeah. No, you're coming through nice and clear, I think. I'm looking at the levels here. That's all looking good. So yeah, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. I'm the Base Centrist, and today I'm here with Mr. Raiden himself. So, for those that don't know, I got embroiled in a little bit of Twitter drama the other day, good few days ago now, between Hunter Avalone and BXBullet, and they've been going back and forth for a while. And I was kind of unaware of this, and I'm not going to harp on this too long, but just to give where I'm at. Oh, we got KRS1 in the Twitch. Thanks for tuning in. But basically, I fell into it because I watched BXBullet's video on Hunter Avalone, and I'm going to hold my hands up high and just say that I fell for the manipulation. And I thought that she kind of caught him out, and I already had a bit of a preconceived bias with him as well, where I just don't like some of his political opinions and stuff like that, and I kind of let that color how I came into that video, and I think I then hopped onto Twitter after watching that video. And lo and behold, Hunter Avalone and BXBullet were actually arguing and talking about having a debate and stuff on Twitter. Literally, must have been about 10 minutes after I watched that video. So then I jumped in and I gave my half-baked opinion. I said some silly stuff. I think I called Hunter a narcissist or something. Which, to be honest with you, I totally take that back. I think that was pretty out of pocket to come in hot like that. I think it was more the sense that I was believing that he was kind of having her on and trying to cover his tracks and stuff like that, which was getting me to say that. But that's my responsibility. That's me not doing my due diligence. That's on me. But then Hunter Avalone linked me to his stream where he thoroughly debunked these claims against him. And, he went through his DMs on stream with Mr. Raiden here. And they were, to be honest, they were kind of milquetoast. Obviously, Raiden, you've got your own beef with BXBullet, which I'm sure we're going to cover right now. But you obviously knew that Hunter had a bit of an issue with her as well, and you were kind of trying to collaborate on that. But Hunter didn't really know exactly the full extent of this or what was really going on. And in the end, he actually ended up declining it and didn't go through with it because he just didn't feel there was enough there for him. And he also felt a little bit like there was something shady going on. It just kind of got cold feet, I guess, as time went on with it. And to be honest with you, I think that vindicates Hunter, personally. That's just where I'm standing on it. I think Hunter is basically a victim of BXBullet in the sense that she is in full attack mode. And she thinks that anyone that has anything to do with you is essentially like a co-conspirator in some way, and she feels like they're just as culpable as anything else. But we are actually going to get into the claims against you by BXBullet, and we're going to get into what is true, what is not true. And I just want you to give your side of the story. It seems like you haven't been able to say your side to Hunter. You obviously haven't been able to say your side thoroughly to BXBullet either. So I thought, you know what, at the very least, I'll hear you out. You approached me. And I will say, just for clarity's sake as well, he did not offer me money. This is not a paid situation. This is me honestly just wanting to hear what Raiden has to say for himself. And I am probably going to challenge you a little bit, but at the same time, I am going to try and just take this as a genuine conversation as well. So I don't want you to think that I'm coming in here hostile or anything like that, but I am going to be honest that there's obviously been some pretty strong claims made against you. So I am still kind of wary about that. So
Sure.
anyway, let's kick things off. How did you get involved with BXBullet in the first place? How did this all first come about? Because like you said to me that this has been going on for about 2 years, which is a pretty lengthy time to
It's
be
2 years with
embroiled.
no gaps.
Yeah,
It's every week, every day. There's something.
yeah,
Um, and so I used to run an esports organization for a while called Inception Esports, and that's kind of where it started.
right,
I sponsored teams. Did like streaming stuff. We had a stream team, a couple partnered streamers on there as well,
right.
and I decided to take it into the next level. It was like, no teams are picking up just chatting streamers. Let me see if I can jump into that category and pick up some streamers. And
Okay,
unfortunately, what I found out is that everybody's friends in that category, so it kind of got out of hand. And then we were bringing on like, it was supposed to bring on like 5 people, and 45 people joined.
wow,
So it got overwhelming, and then all these people came up, and BXBullet was one of them. She was
right.
a smaller channel then, and really we didn't really talk that much, and she was just one of the friends, and whatever. And then once I guess she was in the Discord, she was looking at stuff, and the private investigator came out, and here we are today.
Right, so just so I understand a little bit more of what's going on here, so the streaming that you were doing at the time, was this like to do with, because you do like card game stuff, right?
Yeah,
Was it
that's separate.
oh, that's separate. Okay, so
Yeah.
what was the nature of the streaming for this stuff?
We had like Call of Duty teams, Brawlhalla teams, League of
Right, I
Legends teams.
see.
It was like an like a
Esport,
a
right.
poor optic, you
And
know.
she was involved in doing that as well, right? She was a gamer then, I suppose.
Yeah, she was like with the just chatting group. My vision wasn't really clear, to be honest with you. I mean,
You were
it's
just
been a
kind of
long time
trying
now.
some shit and
I
see
was
what
trying
happens, yeah.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which is fair enough. We're all doing that. I'm doing the exact same thing. So
yeah.
that's what we're all doing. But okay. So when you say the private investigator thing came out, what I'm trying to figure out is what was the spark point to, or the flash point, you could say, to kick off this kind of drama, because it seems like you say, you didn't really speak that much, but you were aware of her. I'm guessing there was some level of friendly chat between you guys, but it was kind of low level. Um,
Yeah, so she
so
came in with a bunch of friends. Like I said, sorry to cut you off.
mm,
She came in with a couple of
yeah,
friends, and it was just feeling her out. That stage of Inception, I did stuff the wrong way. I have admitted to this already that I was just trying to get stuff, boosted. So I was buying people things to help that like get them in as bigger channels,
right,
similar to what a sponsorship would do. Only I'm not sponsored. I was using my own money to like send
right,
this person a headset or send this person G Fuel or whatever to
right,
get them to be part of the brand. And
right,
that's kind of where I fell apart because I was using affiliate codes as a so-called sponsorship. So like, we had Rain energy drink and you use Inception, get 15% off. I was calling it a sponsorship. It's not really a sponsorship, it's more of an affiliate code. And she kind of lashed on to that and said, there's red flags here.
right. I
And,
see what you're
at
saying.
that
Right,
point, I agree with that. I understand I was in the wrong there. And that's,
right. Okay,
I'm,
so
I'm over that. I'm on that.
yeah,
Yeah,
so that's fair enough. So because I'm not really in this stuff, so just so I'm making sure that I'm clear with what's happening here. So you were trying to invest in your brand, and by doing that, you were trying to send people like a gift, or like you say, like an affiliate code, which I'm assuming it gives them something. I don't know what, but like gives them some kind of discount or
yeah,
something like that. And you were claiming that this is a sponsorship by your brand.
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but when in reality you'd purchased these or attain these some other way, and they weren't necessarily attached to your brand. Is that
Well,
right? Or
yeah. So the affiliate code was attached to the brand. I
hmm.
was just using my money to pay for it and then
Oh, so
send
they
it to
hadn't
them.
actually gifted it you. You were just right. I see what you mean. Right. So
Right.
that's where like the kind of disconnect comes in. Right. I
Correct.
see. Which, to be honest with you, I don't know if I see that as that, but I understand that you could have been more honest and just to be honest with you, it might have even helped you to say, "Hey, I've invested in this, and I'm going to give it away, and this is my brand thing." But I see why maybe you wanted to see like it's a sponsorship because you kind of want to make it look like the brand's moving up or getting in league
Right.
with like certain things, and that does seem like more like an honest mistake. Like you misjudged you misjudged how that was going to be taken, I suppose.
Yeah, because the brand was
Yeah.
growing. Like we had a verified Discord, we had a stream team without being partnershiped on Twitch, and it was going really well. And then all of a sudden, this mistake of the just chatting thing happened, and small mistakes like this, it just went downhill, and
So
and
she
then it
latched
got more
onto that.
serious. Yeah,
So she latched
yeah.
on to. She figured this out, or you admitted it. I don't know how it came about, how she found this out.
I might have said something.
Yeah,
It
right,
it
right.
does happen.
Yeah, you're talking for a long time on streams or something like that. Like you end up saying something,
Sure.
um, or maybe in Discord or something. I don't know. But like, okay. So then she's figured this out, and then or you've said something, and she's latched onto it, and basically come. Did she come to you privately, or did she come to you like publicly, or how did that happen?
No, so she did it. Well, she didn't really do it. She contacted every single person, basically that she knows, and that just chatting.
Hmm.
They all jumped in a voice call at once, and then
Right.
all hell broke loose. Yeah,
With you on
with
stream.
me. Yeah,
Right. They all jumped in to kind of dogpile you and confront you about why are you pretending that you have a sponsor when you don't, kind of a thing.
yeah.
Right.
And
Okay.
they didn't even. I mean, it was kind of like an assault on one guy. I mean, it's me
Yeah.
versus 45 people, and back then I had a hot head,
Mm.
and I just exploded, and it just didn't go down. I think if I was in the better mindset I am now, I'd probably be a different conversation.
Yeah.
I wasn't then. I exploded, so I got mad about it, basically banned everybody, and then
Right.
there we are.
Which
But
is fair enough.
that's
I appreciate
yeah,
that you're being honest about that. I appreciate that
yeah,
you're taking some responsibility there because, it's easy to do that. It's easy to lose your head especially in a high pressure situation where everyone's attacking you, especially for something that, to be honest with you, although yes, you could say it's a little bit of a problem, but I'm not seeing a huge problem with that personally. But like, it's more like one of those things where it's like, oh, come on, mate, did you have to say that? Like, fuck it. But like, I don't know if it warranted a dog pile of that nature. That sounds a little bit overboard to me.
yeah. I think the me back then was, and I understand my brain, how my brain works back then. It was just like, hey, they're getting the shit anyway. So
Yeah,
why does it matter where it comes from? They wanted legitimacy, which I totally get, and I do
yeah,
understand that. I did it the wrong way. I should have been more upfront. But hey, listen, if you join Inception, I'll get you this.
yeah,
It's coming from me, but you'll get this.
yeah.
I think maybe that would have been better. It would
Oh
have
yeah,
been like a
100%.
personal.
I
It
think
could have
on.
been a personal sponsor that way. Like
Mm,
it's me doing the sponsorship instead of the org and then tying the name to it.
yeah. No, I think
Yeah.
definitely it's always just better to be as honest as possible in any given situation. And to be honest with you, I don't think it would have hurt your brand to say that it was coming from you anyway. But I understand why you may have taken that road because obviously when you get into the world of streaming and everyone's talking about their sponsorships and blah blah blah, and it makes them seem legitimate and all that kind of stuff, I can see why you would want to do that. So I do appreciate that that is the case, and I appreciate that you're honest about that because I did wonder where these claims were coming from that you were like defrauding people and all this kind of stuff. Is that the origin of that, like, or is this a separate thing?
Yeah. So then the word scam comes up, and I wanted to touch on this a lot. It's going to come up,
Mm,
later on too. They refer to this process as a scam. I don't agree with that. I think it's not representing what I was doing correctly.
mm,
But it's not like they paid to get into something and then didn't get it. I paid for it,
yeah,
used the code,
yeah,
they got the stuff. Like even the people that screwed me over the worst got the stuff
yeah.
and then said, "Hey, you're scamming people." It's more like I didn't tell. I fibbed a little bit and said, "Hey, it was coming from here. It's really coming from me."
Mm.
There, that's just how it went.
That's
But it's not a scam. I
Yeah,
know
that
what a
I
scam is.
wouldn't call it a scam either, because obviously, like you say, if it was a scam, you'd be gaining off them. Like they should be sending you something, like some money or whatever.
Yeah,
Um, but it was more like you say, it wasn't really a scam. It was just a poorly thought out marketing strategy.
right.
Marketing strategy. That's literally the long and short of it from what you're telling me.
Yeah,
Um,
but like the other stuff is all like 100% legit. I mean I still have it to this day. It was
hmm.
sorry.
Oh no,
It
no,
still
that
have
was
to this
my
day
phone. I think that was my phone.
okay. A verified Discord. I have that still. It has like 48,000 members in it. I got
Wow.
you know the Twitch stream team is still legitimate. I mean, this Twitch the I have one for my own channel, this channel, and I'm not partnered. So it was just
Right.
like the nice perks of that, getting that um kind of getting that going and like doing events for the stream team. That's all it was. I had it for a long time. It's 4 years.
Mm,
Um and I had to fail a lot to get it, right. And then
sure.
eventually, an esports team is a lot of work. I don't recommend doing it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff. But
Yeah, I'm sure.
I was a hothead and I just exploded after, there was a little bit of tension because
Mm,
it was like going into a room with 40 people. You're the speaker and then everybody's asking you a question at once.
yeah.
If you think of it
And
that
the
way.
question's not really a question; it's an accusation
Correct.
masked as a question. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been in situations like, or maybe not with that many people, but I have been in situations like that. And it is very
Yeah.
it's psychologically taxing, and I trust me, man. I totally get it. Like I probably would have lost my cool in that situation as well.
Mhm.
So I totally have sympathy for you there.
Yeah, so that it could have been, it definitely could have been handled better.
Mm,
Um, like I said, the Inception thing is on me.
mm,
It fell because I exploded and handled that wrong.
right.
And, but let's get into the more serious stuff is with
Yes.
the
So
accusations.
after this happened, right? Oh, sorry, I'm gonna have to just say something really quick because someone's just jumped in the chat here.
I see it.
Little country Luxembourg asks me, so how was the Batman? I watched the Batman the other day. He wanted to know what I thought of it. I'm gonna just say this really quickly to get it out of the way. Really enjoyed it. Really liked the new direction of making it a bit more detective-like, just like the comics. Detective comics. Um, I actually quite liked Robert Pattinson as Batman. I was really unsure about Robert Pattinson as Batman, but he actually did quite a good job. A very emo Batman, but yeah, all it was fun. It was pretty good. I appreciated that he was generally just Batman as well. There wasn't much Bruce Wayne. I liked that there was a blend of kind of comic booky elements, but also the kind of Christopher Nolan elements as well. Like it felt still a bit like kind of Dark Knight-ish, kind of like that dark atmosphere, but it wasn't quite as they weren't trying to go quite so hard on like the realistic element either. Um, and I thought the acting was generally good. I thought most of it was pretty decent. The action sequences were pretty good. The only thing that I thought was a little lacking was that they were clearly trying to go for like a Seven aspect to it. Like with the detective side of it. Like you must have all seen Seven, right? Seven's like a classic, amazing movie. They were trying to kind of hint at that kind of stuff, like going in that direction, but it didn't have the same kind of payoff. Like it wasn't as quite as cleverly done. But to be honest with you, it's a Batman film. Is it really going to be as intricate as something like that? Probably not. So I just appreciated that they were trying something different with it, made it a bit more fresh. They were trying to like kind of move away from just the Christopher Nolan side of things, or just like the super campy version of Batman. They were trying to strike like a decent balance. So I'm looking forward to what they do with it in the future. And so I thought it was pretty good. I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10, I think. I think I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10. Could have been a little bit better, I think, in certain respects. Could have been an 8 out of 10 if they really solidified down that detective side of it. But other than that, I think it was pretty damn good. Yeah, it was better than what I expected it to be. Oh, and yes, you could have just jumped in and said that, by the way. You didn't have
Oh,
to put that in
okay.
the chat.
I didn't want to interrupt you. You're on
No,
a
no,
call.
no, it's all good, man. If you've seen it,
I
yeah.
agree. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, no, it was a really good movie, and the soundtrack was very good. The soundtrack was very, very good. I really appreciated the Nirvana track,
Hmm.
that tune as well.
Something in the way. It's a great
Yeah,
song.
yeah, it's a great
Yeah.
tune, but it's one I haven't heard for a very, very long time. It's not like an obvious Nirvana track, and when it first came on, it was so well produced and put into the. They must have done something to it to like enhance it or something because.
They slowed it down.
Oh right, okay, because it sounded so clear and crisp. I was like, this is like a modern tune.
Yeah,
I was
it's
like,
0.75 speed.
right, because I was like, I honestly thought it was a new tune. I was like, oh, because it gave me certain like Nirvana vibes to it, but I was like, oh, this must be a new person because the production value on it was like so crisp. Because when I think of Nirvana, obviously they've got good production value, but it's got that kind of grimy feel to the sound that comes from the '90s. You know what I mean? So like I was expecting to hear that, but it was so clear and crisp that it confused me. I honestly thought it was like a new tune, or like maybe a remake of the song. But yeah, it was cool. It was just really good. I was very pleasantly surprised because let's
Yeah,
face it, Hollywood are not doing a good job a lot of the times these days. So yeah, it was good.
it was nice to see a Batman that like he's not using all these tools to beat the shit out of people. He's just
Mm.
crushing people.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
I did like that the fighting style was still very similar to the fighting style in the Christopher Nolan movies. It was Hey BX. Is BX in the chat right now?
Yeah, she's watching. Of course she is.
Really? Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah, of
Well,
course, of
welcome
course.
BX. Welcome. Um, so okay. Well, let's get back to it anyway. We had a little bit of what's the word for it? Excursion,
Hey, we might have needed
diversion.
that. I'll take that.
Yeah, we had a bit of a diversion there.
A long check coming here.
But
So
yeah, I just thought I'd get that out of the way because I don't have many people in my chat often, so I always like to try and make sure I'm interacting with the chat as much as possible.
right on.
But anyway, so let's get to the more serious claims. So these that's okay, Luxembourg. Thank you very much. But yeah, so this initial drama happened.
Mhm.
BXBullet has said, "I've sent you a cease and desist warning." Where? On Twitch or Twitter or what?
Oh,
I don't know if
let's.
you can tell me to cease and desist having a conversation. I'm not breaking any kind of TOS rules or anything like that. So
We're just talking.
yeah, we are just talking. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that personally. Not that I think you can do that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there was this initial drama.
Oh,
I,
sorry. I have to tone it down a little bit. I'm sorry. Just sometimes you're reading stuff, but like I said,
No, 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 no. It's
we'll
it's
we're
it's all
going.
good. It's all good. It's all good. So there was the initial drama that happened, and did things kind of go dark with that for a little while, or like,
Yeah. So from a previous before Inception, I ran something called Com Gamers. It was actually just a retweet account I used on Twitter.
right?
Kind of ran into I tried to make it into an esports organization for a game called Brawlhalla. It's
Mm,
like Super Smash Brothers but free, and it's like 2D fighting game or whatever. So anyway,
mm,
um, there's younger kids that play this game. I mean, Optic has pros that are 14. You know,
right.
do you ever play Warzone?
I have played it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how many 12-year-olds do you get telling you to go after yourself on Warzone?
Screeching down the microphone. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So everybody's playing these rated M games and stuff, and
Yeah.
there's younger players, and younger players are sometimes better than
Mm.
um some of the older players,
Yeah,
you
they
know?
can be quite good, the bastards.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I had recruited some of them, I did reach out to some of these players, see if they were interested in joining the team, um, and you know, had some younger players on the team. Uh, And then we also had players where I didn't know the ages of the people, and I can't ask every single person what the ages are. People talk about anything in the Discord chat. If you have random names, if you join a Warzone server, like I'm in
Yeah.
the actual Warzone server, and you just check like the general chat, people are talking about all kinds of crap. And
Yeah, no,
what
100%,
are you
yeah.
going to go through every single person's age? Be like, oh, he can't talk about that, or he can't talk about that. So there was these kids, and they were talking about stuff, and you know, I was just we were there, and we were and it was weird, but some of it was graphic, and I was like, I don't even want to talk about that. I even said there's a
When you say graphic, I'm assuming you mean sexually
yeah,
graphic, right?
yeah, like they were throwing in like
And these are teenage boys, I'm assuming.
most of them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So and then like there was one of them that like wrote this weird um can I hold on? Can I just message you on Discord? I don't know if I could say this on Twitter. It's been a while since I streamed. Can I say that?
To be honest with you, like as long as you can put it in like not super explicit language, I don't think it matters too much.
Yeah, I
Um,
sent you the. I don't know if it's the three letter word that starts with G.
oh shit, what gay?
Yeah, can you say that?
You
I don't
must be
know.
able to say gay on Twitch, surely.
I mean, it's happy too, right? So yeah, let's say so he made like this gay uh, book about him and a different player, and it
Right,
was supposed to be a joke, like
right.
a joke between them.
So it's just taking the piss out of each other, like yeah,
Yeah, yeah, but they were, 16 at the time, and they wrote this book, and it's it was gross, but yeah, we I went into the channel not knowing what the hell I was gonna read, and I saw it,
you're right.
and then the guy's like, "Oh, I want to make another chapter," but there was never the conversation of me saying, "Oh, I want to read more."
Yeah,
No, I just joined that channel, and it was there. And then they would talk about, oh, we're gonna make another chapter. They never did, but they made this joke that they made this like
right.
4 paragraph
Okay.
story.
And by the way, this server, did you have control over this, or is this
No, no, it was their server that I had joined
right?
because he was a player of mine.
Right. I see. I see.
And sometimes we would join the voice call to play the game.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
But
So you don't really have control over what's going on in their server, really.
not that one, no.
And I'm assuming what did you come on stream and this was visible on stream, or was
No.
this is just a private thing that just happened?
Yeah, this is something that BX did on her own. She reached out to this miner and took a statement from them, and supposedly we don't know. We didn't see the statement.
Right.
There's no
Okay.
statement visible. She's saying she did, but I think they just said, "Hey, we have this server. There's a story in here, and he was in here."
Right.
And then you take texts in Discord, and you're taking snippets with no context, and you're saying, "Oh, he's trying to groom these kids." No,
Right.
that's not what's going on. We're just playing a game. I don't know how old they are. I'm not asking every single person how old they are. And this is kind of where it starts to amp up a little bit because
Mm.
um, of what happens next. So,
Right, okay. So sorry, just before we jump into that, I just wanted to say, hey, Alf. Also, I just wanted to quickly say to BX, if you're still watching,
mhm.
that once me and Raiden are done talking, if you want to come in and actually have a conversation, then we will. Alf's saying that he's coming in to hear the other side of the story because he's only heard one side of the story. So I'm assuming that Alf is a BX fan, but the or maybe a Hunter fan. I'm not sure, but basically, I'm thinking with BX, if she is still watching, if she wants to come in after we've had this discussion, if you're willing to speak with her, then we can do that. Because at the end of the day, I just think this needs to get cleared up and done and dusted for both of your sakes. Because this is obviously a very poisonous and contentious point in both of your lives. And I don't think there's any need for this to carry on as the way it is. I think this has all been blown out of proportion on both sides. And I think it just needs to be. It needs to have a cap put on it. It just needs to have a cap put on it. And hopefully, maybe today I can be the peacemaker and maybe we can actually get somewhere with it. But it just depends whether or not people are willing to come to the table with that.
Yeah.
Alf's saying,
The,
no, I'm not a BX fan. I'm a fan of neither. I have only heard the story from the BX side. I have found her story shady, and I believe Matt should have his side heard, and I believe Hunter did nothing immoral in giving Matt a platform to have his side heard. Well, actually, Matt didn't actually get a platform in the end. Is my
We didn't get to that part yet. I
yeah, is
mean,
my
there's so
understanding, yeah.
much.
But generally what you're saying, Alf, is correct. Or at least I understand that to be your point of view. And I felt the same way. So BX is saying, I do not wish to engage with you at all. I've asked you to cease platforming a person who is defaming me. He's not defaming you, though. I mean, like, he's saying his side of the story. I mean, otherwise, you know, every claim that you make against anybody is also defamation, right? I mean,
I don't think I actually said anything that attacked her at all yet.
no, you have no idea what you're talking about right now. Well, to be honest with you, we haven't got to the meat and potatoes of it just yet. He's just saying his side of version of events. And to be honest with you, like, if there's anything that I find to be fishy, I will push back on it personally. I think I'm asking pretty reasonable questions, and I don't think I'm being massively biased. If anything, BX, I was actually trying to stick up for you at various times when it came to the Hunter situation on Twitter as well. I think, you know, maybe it's worth giving some credit. I don't know what the word is, like some leniency here. Like, you know, I just feel like you're in attack mode, and I understand why that might be the case, but we are going to get to this clipping situation. I do want to know exactly what's going on with that, but we need to get there first. I'm trying to go through the timeline of events as Raiden's trying to tell me. And at the minute, I'm not going to lie to you, Raiden's been quite forthcoming, so I'm not... I think he's being all right with me so far.
Yeah, I just wanna just throw out here too. This is a long story, so I'm trying to go through every single part because if you skip something, this is when the questions come in.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. And to be like I say, if there anything comes up that I think I need to really ask about, then I'm going to hold your feet to the flames where I think it needs be, but I'm not doing it in bad faith. I'm doing it because these are the questions that need to be answered. As far as it goes, from like all these kind of videos that have been out and these streams and stuff, I just think that there is a lot of unanswered questions that just need to. There's screenshots. There's all these things floating around, but there's no real. I've not seen anywhere your actual real side of the story. So, anyway, let's get back to it. So,
Thank you.
So, what was the where were we up to? So
The kids in the
there was
Discord.
the kids in the Discord. You were interacting with them. They was saying, as teenage boys are wont to do. I remember being 16 and being in chat rooms and saying wild shit and being crazy. I know exactly what that's like. So I know what young lads are like. They do stupid shit and they say stupid shit all the time. And you know, so you kind of came into this. This is now being used against you as if you were kind of party to this or encouraging them to do it or something like that. And then now the claim is against you that you're kind of grooming them, even though you basically just walked into a teenage boy's chatting bullshit about being gay and writing ridiculous shit to take the piss out of each other. And so BXBullet has followed you into this Discord server essentially to find this.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. Well, she's gone through the Discord now. She's gone through every single channel. She's searching like the word sex and gay and stuff in my chats and see where it pops up.
Right.
And then just taking snippets of stuff and saying, "Oh, he's being inappropriate." There's no context. Like you have to show the whole conversation. Maybe put in the video because you can't just take snippets and say, "Oh, it's like saying, let's say in a DM on Twitter, I put go fuck yourself. Like you don't know if I'm joking, you don't know if I'm serious. There's no context. And that's kind of where I got screwed up because it's just she was taking these snippets and it just looked really bad because then she was telling a story with it, but there is no story. There's a few words and it's mishmash and nobody knows what's going on. I gotta tell you, to be honest with you, and this is 100%, there's some snippets I look at and I don't even know what the hell's going on because it was just weird conversations.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like sometimes you get embroiled in stuff in chat rooms or on Discord chats or whatever, where you walk into the middle of something and you're just like, "What the fuck is going on?" And you start trying to joke around with them as well or whatever, Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had situations like that as well. I've had situations. I tend to try and steer away from them, especially if I know they're younger. Or I'll try to quell the conversation to be like, all right, calm it down, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
But I also understand that it's not always as clear cut as that,
yeah.
and
The other problem
it's just
too
not
is
easy.
again another problem too is that the screenshot she took. Now this is in 2020. We're having this problem,
Mm,
right? It's been 2 years.
right,
Are from 2017. She's taking screenshots from, so she can't even get anything
right.
on me recent. She's looking all the way back, and who knows what the hell I'm saying in 2017. But it
Yeah,
wasn't. It's not. Um, I wasn't doing something to be sexual to kids or even like manipulative. It was just people talking in a Discord, and we were like just rambling about stuff. I mean,
right.
I've seen a lot worse online, and
Yeah,
there's people on YouTube saying stuff that I can't even imagine. So
yeah.
it's like the stuff that was clipped there was to make a story out of it,
To weave a
and
narrative. Yeah.
yeah, it was, and that's just the way it is. I mean, you can even check it. I mean, it says like you know the people were like one of the clips that she has is someone saying how old is everybody,
Mm.
and you could even see one of the answers is like the guy says I'm 12.75. Like no one's fucking serious, you know.
Right.
And it's like you don't know if that's right. Someone says
Yeah.
there are 100.
Yeah.
You're taking that seriously.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's really rough online chats, and like I
Yeah.
remember that
Yeah. Go
you
on.
just
Sorry. Sorry.
don't know who you're talking to or what ages it is. And she made this whole narrative like, oh, he's going after kids. Like that's not how it is.
So this is where this is initially where the kind of paedophile claim comes from.
It's the
Because I was
start.
I was I was wondering about that because the one thing that I was getting confused about was that there was this claim being made, and we'll get to this properly. I want to make sure we're going through this through the timeline properly. I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but there was something that confused me about, and I think I even said this on stream, but there was a whole point about you clipping this thing of her daughter and trying to use that against her, and I did find that to be, if that is all true, I'm not saying it is or not, but I'm just saying if it was hypothetically true, then that would be like extortionate and blackmail, but I don't know if that would make you a paedophile. You know what I mean? So then I was getting confused about where this claim of you being a paedophile was coming from, because then I was just like, well, what's that about? It's a bit strange.
Yeah,
So I'm guessing then that is the origin of that claim. Then is that you were in these chats with people that you were playing COD with and stuff like that, and doing esports with. Some of them are young, and they're chatting a load of bullshit as teenage boys do, and she's trying to use that as a means to paint you in a bad light.
right.
So go on.
But then the second phase comes, and this is when
Right.
she gets really involved. And I really want to get into this because nobody knows this until recently in her video. She finally admitted to it. Hallelujah.
Mm,
But she does this. Sometimes she slips up, like today. She posted something and then deleted immediately, but I screenshot everything.
mm.
So, and she finally admitted to this, and I was like, wow, maybe she's turning a new leaf. It's getting worse. But anyway, uh, she had one of the streamers that had joined with the Just Chatting streamers. Her name was Kari Kitsune, I think it was her name.
Right.
Is a good friend with BX.
Right.
Kari pretended to be friends with me, therefore giving information to BX.
I see.
Recommended that I make a role to distinguish who is a minor in the Discord. We named the thing Padawan because I'm a Star Wars fan. So we were
Yeah.
like, okay, let's put Padawan in there. We'll go through, see who's a minor or not, and go from there.
Mm.
And so she was working for BX as an admin for me, and we were going through the whole Discord, making everybody with the age, I think 18 or less, put them at the Patamon role. It ended up being like, there's a big Discord, by the way. It's like at that time, 40,000 people in there. Let's say
Wow.
3,200 showed up as Padawans. That's what we got to because it was so large.
Right.
Um, and then she said, "Hey, he's even got a role for these, so he does know how old these kids are. He's grooming them. But no, the role was just made recently to try and avoid this for the future, because I was thinking about keeping Inception or starting over
Yeah.
or rebuilding.
I will say that obviously hindsight's 2020, but I would say that it's probably a bad idea because it's probably just better to keep it ambiguous because
Yeah, I know that.
yeah, obviously you've lived and learned. Like, so,
Yeah,
don't get me wrong, I'm sure you know that now, but like,
yeah,
I can see when you're having these accusations thrown at you, you want to do anything you can to try and stave it off.
yeah,
And obviously, you thought this was a good idea, but they were obviously setting you up, which is a bit of a it's a very shitty thing to do. In all honesty, it's an extremely shitty thing to do. Um, so yeah, yeah. Sorry to cut you off, but it's just it's one of them where obviously in future, like just it's better that people you just don't know their ages because then how can you even really say what is what?
yeah, yeah. So that's kind of where now the more serious stuff comes into play. And actually ended. I took months off to kind of figure out, where's my head at, went on vacation, whatever.
Right,
And that was it. I deleted all my stuff. Thought that was done. Nope, not done. So then it gets serious, and I'm gonna say this. I'll dumb it down so it's not killing anybody, but it gets serious now.
right,
Now we get into the police stuff and the threatening. Now threatening's serious, and it's on both sides, right? Not saying I'm innocent, because I'm not.
mm,
We both attacked each other pretty hard,
right,
but this is before the clip of anything. She went after my family with her ex-husband, calling my parents at 3 o'clock in the morning. This guy was Jordan, whatever his name is, whatever her last name is.
mm,
Thompson is. Let's just put that out there, because she says my name all the time. Calling my parents, because they went on white pages and found my parents' address. Thought I lived there. At 3 in the morning, say, "Hey, I'm gonna go kill your son," because or whatever. And then he ended up. I ended up getting the phone number from my dad, and I called him. He's like, "Hey, leave my ex-wife alone or whatever." And or I'll come to Connecticut and ice you or whatever. This is pretty much what he said. So, and then back and forth. So now she's calling the police, I'm calling the police, and then the cybercrime state of Connecticut shows up to my house. I
right.
have proof of this, by the way. I have a
Yeah,
Google
if you
Drive.
can show some proof of that, I'll try and get it
Yeah,
on the
of
stream here
course.
so we can actually show it.
Uh,
Um,
some of it, yeah. I'll show you. You might have to edit the number out or something. Um,
I can crop things, I think, but
you can. All right,
y-
cool. Let
um,
me. Where did I put that? 1 second. I have like 17 folders. Just 1 second. But as I'm talking about it, uh so the state the cybercrime of Connecticut came, and they said, "Hey, you've been accused of having child pornography on your computer." This is when right about when the clip happened or whatever, and I'll talk
right.
about the clip in a second.
Yeah.
But
I do want to get into that because that
yeah, we
does
definitely
seem
definitely got to do that.
right.
I'm just looking for the drive. I forgot which email it's on.
Yeah, that's okay. I might make a quick cigarette while we're doing that. Um, so
Where is this thing?
by the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're lurking in the chat, by the way, everyone who's interacting in the chat, thank you very much, KRS1. I do appreciate the name, by the way. I'm an old school hip hop fan, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate everyone getting involved in the chat. If you have any thoughts and opinions, please, yeah, whoop whoop. Yeah, please get into the chat. Please let your thoughts be known. We'll try to get to the chat as much as possible. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation too much. Just because obviously, we want to get to the bottom of things here. You know what I mean? So I don't want to break it up too much, but I will try to get to the chat as much as I can. And also, please give a follow. Really helps the channel out. Also, I have a YouTube as well. You can get all that stuff in the About section on my Twitch. You can have a look at all that. So you can subscribe on YouTube as well. I'll be uploading all of these onto YouTube. So Alf's saying that he's been following this for a few months now. This drama, I expect, yeah. So it is a very... The one thing that I'm starting to pick up on is that there seems to be a bit of a pattern of behaviour, because when she latches on to like a negative... Oh, thank you a lot, Alf. Appreciate that. When she latches on to a negative trait on somebody, she really hammers that home. It's really indicative of like a black and white thinking situation. And I'm just starting to... Because I'm still a little wary. I'm still in this situation. I am going to have to be honest with you. Like, I'm in this situation where I know that I'm getting... When I heard BX's side of things, I'm getting one side of a story. When I heard Hunter's, I'm getting one side of a story until he showed the DMs. And now I'm listening to you and I'm getting another side of the story. So I'm trying to piece it all together.
He didn't show you all the DMs. We're going to get to that too.
But no, I saw that stream with all the DMs between you and Hunter. So to be honest with you, you don't need to go over that, because I think it vindicates you and him in that situation.
I think the only thing going into that I just want to say that maybe a little bit of fib is that he said he wasn't going to take money before looking into it, but he did.
Right. See, yeah,
he did.
Yeah. No, I think that is one thing that came out of those DMs actually. Yeah, because oh, did I say that on stream or not? I can't remember.
The donation, the donation of $250 was a donation I gave to him because he made a video that had nothing to do with me about BX. And I ended up seeing it. That's totally different.
But
that's okay.
You gave that as like a tip, right? That was like
correct. Correct. That's separate. But when I asked him to make the video and be involved, it was 500, dropped it down to 400. But he said, "Hey, give me 200 up front before we even get into this," and I did. So he did take 200 up front.
I see. He did refund it you in the end, but yeah, like you say before.
But he did take it, even though he said he doesn't want to take it.
I know what you mean. He is kind of fudging the truth a little bit there, but
a little bit there, yeah. But that's about it. Yeah. Then he said, he can't get into it because allegedly, everybody's a piece of shit. So it just, it just comes down
I think
to...
he's one of those. I think he's in a situation where he probably just doesn't have enough time to really go over this thoroughly. And I don't think he really, values BXBullet in any particular way. And for him, I think he just wants to put it behind him. And he's kind of probably a bit sick of being involved in her bullshit. So I think that now... I think it's a bit annoying, because I think he should at least show some respect to you. Because since you did give money to him and donate to him, that maybe you should have spent a bit of time to at least go over your side of things, just for a bit of basic respect. But I also understand that for him, he probably is just trying to move on and just do his own thing. Yeah, and that's probably what it is.
That's what it came down to be.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Sorry, I'm just going to make a quick cigarette. Where's my...
That's fine. Oh, here it is. Got it. Okay.
Oh, God. Where are my filters? There we go. That'll do. Sorry, I may go off camera to smoke the cigarette, but I will be still on the call. So worries. Alf's saying, in the end, though, even though he backed out, Hunter wouldn't have done anything immoral, giving an accused a platform to defend himself from his accuser. No, not at all. I think Hunter was also wary of just some of these claims being made against Matt here, and I think he just didn't want to touch it because he just didn't know what was what, and I think that's kind of fair enough in a way. I'm not saying it's exactly fair. He probably could have spent a little bit of time to figure out what was going on, but at the end of the day, I can kind of see where he's going. When you're someone who's in a position like Hunter, who does have quite a lot of followers and a lot of viewers and stuff like that, do you really want to touch the side of things where this person who's being accused of X, Y, Z that are very serious things? Do you really want to bring them on or not and be associated with that? It's like, is it more hassle than it's worth, especially for BXBullet, who he doesn't really care about? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I can kind of see where he's coming from. I wish he did do it, by the way. It's a bit of a shame that he didn't do it, but I kind of get why. You know what I mean?
Where do you want me to send some screenshots here? There's some things that I just want to
Send them through to Twitter for me.
Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll
These
try
are
to get them.
this is big stuff. No one's seen this yet. You're the first one.
Oh, okay. We're getting an
Yeah,
exclusive
because
here, boys and
yeah, this
girls.
is exclusive because like I said, I haven't had a platform yet. I have a few platforms this week,
Mm.
but this is that, and I'm just gonna prove that too. So just one second.
No, that's all good. So these screenshots are in relation to these
This is
per-
me speaking with the
the cyber.
detective, the cybercrime
Yeah.
detective. Is a real thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will be getting to that, boys and girls. We're having a little bit of a cigarette break while we're getting this together, and he's sending this over. Um, but I'm assuming that everybody in the chat here is kind of on the fence or just learning new things about this drama.
Oh,
So
can I add something real quick?
yeah, go for it. Yeah,
Yeah, just some humor for if I can here
yeah.
about
Yeah,
the whole
go on.
situation.
Go on. Go on. Go on.
So, Alf Benny,
Yeah.
KYSS1. I didn't know these people prior to a couple of weeks ago. BXBullet thinks that those two accounts are me.
Oh, right. Okay.
So as I'm talking and also typing to you from the chat from three different accounts, I'm this all those people are me. Now
Yeah.
KYS is a girl, so I have to explain that one. But yeah, they all think that that's me on other accounts. I
KRS-One is
must
a
have,
girl.
yeah,
There's no girls on the internet.
I must have 3,000 computers and a lot of money because
Yeah, and you must be able to type at like 1,000
it's
keystrokes
crazy.
a second.
It's crazy. So I just wanted to point that out too.
Okay, so we have thoroughly debunked the the conspiracy theory. We've thoroughly debunked it. No, I think that's a good thing to point out. To be fair, I think that's a good thing to point out because at the end of the day, you do have alt accounts. So let's just make that known.
Oh yeah, yeah, of
You do
course.
have
I mean, she does too. How does she get my tweets? We're both blocked. You know.
either that or she has people sending them to her. But
No, 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 no. This is all her.
yeah, no, I'm I'm
I
willing to
can't, I
believe that.
can't,
I'm just giving the
I
caveat
can't
to say
prove
that.
that, but I would bet my bank account that was her.
No, I can appreciate that, and in all likelihood, it
There it
could
is.
be. But she does have her followers. She does have her simps, so it could be other people as well. So I don't want to lay at the feet things against her that we don't necessarily have proof of. But I
Yeah,
also
I just
understand why you would think that 100%.
sure. I was just gonna send myself the picture from my phone because I lost it on my computer. Sorry.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good, man.
Is unfortunately I have my 4,400 photos on my phone. About 3,900 of them are of this fucking event. So there's a
No,
lot of
yeah, no. We will get there. We'll get the stuff up on here. We'll show what proof you've got. You know.
sure thing.
Also, by the way, guys who are lurking in the chat and whatnot, after this conversation, I will be going over the Nick Fuentes drama if anybody's interested in that. It's always nice to see a far right wing person melt down. So that's always a good thing to get involved with. And also, if I have enough time, I'm not exactly sure if I'm going to have enough time or not, but I was hoping to get into the Sean Last and Fanatiq debate about racial issues. I don't know exactly what. I think it's more to do with like policing stuff. But we'll get into that as well, and that should be an interesting debate as well. Sean Last, I think, is something of a far right guy. I'm not 100% on him actually, and Fanatiq's a bit more of like a liberal slash type. He's not super woke, but he is somewhat woke. Um, so that should be an interesting discussion to see where they really go with that debate. I was actually kind of interested to see that he was debating Sean Last because I've seen a few Sean Last debates before, and he's I don't know he's a bit of a weird character, Sean Last, but it should be interesting to see how that one goes down. But
almost
if we can't get into that one today, we'll do Sean Last and Fanatiq tomorrow, I think.
almost done.
Oh, that's good. I'm nearly done with my cigarette too. So,
Like I said, there was a couple things I never brought up before, and this is something I should have did back then, but I had a different look on stuff than I do now.
I mean, time is like that, you know.
Yeah,
Like it's like I
I
said
tell you what,
earlier.
I wish I had my mind that I have now back then. It probably would be over by now, but I didn't.
Yeah,
So
how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I just turned 30 on the 6th, a couple days
Oh,
ago.
right, we're about the same age, and I'm a 31.
Yeah, I figured 30 I should probably cut the childish shit and just try and be as mature and honest as possible.
No, 100%. Yeah, yeah. I think everyone goes through that journey, you know. It's pretty
Otherwise
sad.
my fiance would kill me. So
Oh, so you are engaged?
yeah, yeah, we're getting married next week, next year. Yeah,
I'm
in
assuming
10
this
years.
is a woman, or
Yes.
yes, okay. So you, because this is another thing, right? These claims about you grooming these 16-year-old boys and stuff. I mean, you're not homosexual or anything, so
No.
so
Nothing wrong with that, but no, I'm not.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's just I think that's probably just a little detail that's probably worth getting in there. There.
Mhm.
The Alf is saying the Fuentes stuff is hilarious. Yeah, it is pretty hilarious.
Yeah. Also,
Like,
I do want to just do a future apology here to you.
yeah,
She's probably going to release a video about you, but I do apologize ahead of time.
I honestly could not give a shit.
I'm just
Honestly, could not give a shit.
I'm
Like,
just, it just, I know, like I said, I'm waiting for, the more serious stuff to pop
yeah.
up here, but we'll talk about the screenshots I just sent you on Twitter.
Okay,
This
sweet.
is,
So let me get this up here, and we'll try and get this on the. Well, we won't try. We will get this on the stream here. So if you just bear with me.
just, there's phone
Um,
numbers and address there. I don't know if you want to blank some of that out.
yes, I will do what I can with that. It depends because yes, there is actual proper information on that. I don't know if I can do that on the fly. I don't know if I can blank that out on the fly here. But
Okay,
yeah,
you can take a screenshot in Paint, right, and just scribble.
I can, but it's just going to take up a bit of time on here, and I don't really want the dead air of me just going through doing that. What I will
Well,
say,
those two that I just sent you, the card and the contact, that's for you to just so you could see that that's actually who that is.
I'm going to say, and what I'll do, I think what you should do is if you can take these screenshots and blank out what you need to blank out, but to show this proof for yourself on your own Twitter, I think you absolutely should show some of this stuff. So,
Yeah, I know.
so this detective here, Detective McCord. Um, I'm assuming that's public knowledge. She's a public official, so you
She
can say
is.
her name.
Yep.
Um, so, Detective McCord, Samantha McCord, you do have phone logs with her.
Yep.
It does have her address and stuff like that, or maybe that's
So
your
BX had reached out to where I work and
right.
sent them a video
Uh,
that she had upper echelon make
right.
about me.
So
So
we,
I,
we we do have a card. We have a phone number. It looks like I'm happy to say that you were definitely contacted by these people, and you had an interaction with them. So unfortunately, I can't show that. I was hoping that maybe I could maybe crop it in some way or another, but I can't. I don't think I can do that. It's going to take me like 10 minutes to like fucking get the programs up and start doing all the shit, and then re-upload it and bring it all on. So I can't really do that on stream right now, unfortunately.
yeah. The only
But
reason why I wouldn't bring it up because she's gonna do something with it. So I just want to
mm,
make sure before because I'm working with this person currently.
right, okay. So I'll say that for your own benefit, what you've sent me, it's probably worth getting together just a very condensed bunch of things that can back up your claims. This being a couple of them here. Obviously, blank out what you need to blank out, but just to show proof that you have interacted with this person, I think it's worth doing that just to say that this was the thing that happened.
Right. So
So,
what I want to explain with this is that when BX called the police, they sent the cybercrime unit over. This is
yeah,
the person who showed up,
yeah.
Samantha's McCord,
Mm-hmm.
and she took she came to my house when I wasn't home. I was at work. My fiance answered the door. She said, hey, he's not in trouble yet, but we have to check his machines. They took my computer. I lost it for 3 days.
Mm.
And they took my phone. They found nothing. She
Right.
came back to me. A couple days later, I get called into my manager at work's office. They're playing the video. She reached out to them, or one of her followers did. I don't know, but someone spread it. Like, she knew where I was working because I had it on my LinkedIn,
Mm.
and she had added me on LinkedIn.
Mm.
So she knew I was there. I don't update that thing anymore. Lesson learned. But
Mm.
yeah, she knew I was there. She sent it over to them. I was suspended for 2 weeks because they were looking into this, and then finally I got reinstated after the detective cleared me, which is what they show you in that text.
Right. So let me
Um,
just take a quick look at that text. Then,
sure,
did you send that through? Did you?
I
Or
did. It's the first one.
so. Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't see that. So. Do you mind me reading it? Because I can't
Go
show it
for
on
it.
stream, but I'll read it. The blue is you. Is that correct, or is the green? No, no, that's
The blue and green is me. Everything.
the blue and green
the,
is you.
the green, I just ran out of Wi-Fi or whatever, and it just went through as a text message.
I see. Right. So,
Yeah,
would you mind giving me a call back to see where I stand after talking to them? And then Sarah, is it Sarah Samantha? Sorry, uh,
Samantha.
says nothing to report. She referred me elsewhere, and no call from them yet. What is she meaning there? No call from them. No call from who?
Oh, let me go back here. Sorry.
Because
Let me
you're saying that you spoke to them. I don't know who them
Yeah,
are.
them is HR. It's supposed to be
Oh,
HR.
so this is
Let
to do
me
with your work, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
this is the top of that. There's really nothing there.
Okay, and then you respond back to that a little bit after, saying, "Hello, Detective McCord. Was there any update today from Doug? From I won't say what that is because I'm assuming
Yep.
that's to do with your work." And she put, "Spoke with them yesterday, so you should be hearing from them next. Legal department can move slowly. If I were you, I'd reach out to the local PD where that person is from and talk about local harassment charges for that state." So she's actually suggesting to you that you're actually being harassed by, I'm
Correct.
assuming, BX in this situation.
Yes.
Um, and she's put, not sure what the threshold is for other states, but it's worth a conversation with a detective. So she's saying that obviously this is America, so different states have different, thresholds, like she says, for what they constitute as being harassment.
Yep.
And she doesn't quite know in what state, that's if that's going to actually fly or not. Um, and then you say, okay, did HR understand? And she said, yes, they did. So
Yep. And I got reinstated the next day.
yes, okay. So and then you sent me another text
That's just the top
exchange.
of it. That's just the top of it.
Oh, so
When
this
you're
is to go
saying,
back a bit further.
yeah,
Um,
that's just I was giving her HR to contact.
yes, okay, right. So yeah, okay. No, yeah, that's all. That all checks out. That all checks out quite nicely. Um, Again,
Yeah. So
these are probably the
the
things that you need to put. Obviously, redact what you need to redact, but I think these would really go in your favor to put these
yeah
out there
this
publicly if
this
you could.
probably would have changed things ahead of time because people would have saw.
Mm.
You know, I mean, in her words, she thinks the police are corrupt, but the police are saying here, hey, there's something to go after here. Now it's a year later since, or a year or so later, whatever it is, 2 years later. I'm actually still working with the detective now, and we are pursuing something.
Right. Okay. Well, that's fair enough. Obviously, we don't want to get too much into that because we don't want to
No,
get into any kind of legal proceedings or jeopardize
absolutely.
anything that you're doing. But okay, but I appreciate that
But
that's still the
I
case.
just wanted to show you that they were involved. Like,
Yeah.
it's
No.
not just
No.
me saying, hey,
No.
I
100%. Yeah.
called. Yeah.
No. I take it. No. What I've seen there is seems pretty legit. So yeah. Okay. So this interaction happened with the cybercrime unit. Got in touch with you. They didn't find anything, like you say, and now they're actually saying that maybe there's a counterclaim, and that now you're actually pursuing that. So,
Correct. So really, what happened was she called these people.
mm,
Right? They came to my house, and then they're like, "Oh no, you have something against her."
mm. because this is out of line. Like to make fraudulent claims,
Right.
to especially very serious claims, and they're wasting police time essentially. Um,
Yeah.
this is
Now
gonna.
I do wanna say too that this is post clip,
This is after the clip situation.
which is important.
So,
Yeah.
Alf's saying, how long ago did this all start? I think, roughly speaking, this started about 2 years ago. But this interaction here that we're talking about, oh yeah, no, it was about 2 years ago. So this is October of 2020.
Is that what the date says? Yeah, I
Well,
don't know.
October 1st.
Attack them first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, so roughly about 2 years, maybe just under. So yeah. So okay. So let's get onto the, if this is post clip, let's
Yeah.
get into the clip situation because I want to
Sure.
know what this is about, because there is a
Yeah.
couple of people involved with this, because I know there was other screen names in some of
They
these.
were.
I have seen a couple of little things here and there. I haven't had a good chance to go over a lot of stuff, but I have seen a couple of screenshots here and there of messages between people, either between you or other people, talking about this happening.
Yeah.
So there was a couple of people involved. So, do you want to run me through like how this all came about then?
Sure. So, like I said, there's a war going on. We're all trying to get each other banned on every platform. Really, BX is more. She's more excited about getting me banned on Twitch than putting me away for whatever I've done.
Hmm.
So I don't understand the priority there. But
Just
the
trying to silence you, I would imagine.
yeah, but we all can make other accounts. People got VPNs stuff, whatever.
It's
Yeah.
one of them though, where it's like when people know you for this thing, it's gonna harm you. If you have to move to a new account, it's gonna make it a more of an uphill battle, and it probably demoralize you. So I can see
Yeah,
I can see
but
from a tactical aspect why she would go down that road, especially if she doesn't necessarily have that much concrete evidence of you doing anything.
yeah,
That's
but
probably
the
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 better
problem.
road for her to go.
No, I understand that. I just like I have the Discord, and I
Mm.
always make like I got plenty of accounts as backups or whatever if anything was to happen to me or whatever. And there's other people that I trust that have done absolutely nothing wrong that have admin rights to those servers. So we're covered. But my Discord is still huge today. I mean, if I went on YouTube or FarmersOnly.com and started a channel, I would be at the same stage I am today, get 20 to 50 viewers and be, fine. But I don't stream for money.
Mm.
I don't because I don't make shit. I have
Yeah.
like 4 subs and I haven't streamed in 6 months. Or
Right.
or whenever the last time I said every time BX talks about me, I'll go live for like 20 minutes.
Right. So
Just
this is
to,
more like a hobby
it
aspect.
was.
Right.
It was. I have yeah, I don't really stream that much anymore. I don't have time. I work too much.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um
I'm in the same boat. I don't make any money from this at all or anything like that. So
yeah.
this for me is just I've just always, for me it's political venting. I struggle to find people in my life who I can talk to about politics and stuff like that in a deep way, or like internet politics and weird shit. And not a lot of people are into it, which is fair enough. To be honest with you, I don't begrudge them not being into it because it can be a fucking minefield.
Right.
But it's just a way for me to get into it and find like-minded people. So, but anyway, that's besides the point. But
So anyway,
yeah,
we're all trying to get people banned. She's got
right,
her kind of group of people like that are against me. I have my own. At the time of the clip, we were watching a stream and trying to do something like clip anything. Could have been anything to get her ban report or whatever.
right.
And
So if she
so,
says like a slur, or if she
correct.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
right.
But before I get to the next part, I have to ask you, as a streamer, do you have a stream deck or anything?
A stream deck.
Yeah, like the button you push and it goes to BRB, like be
Oh,
right back,
oh,
like a C.
oh, like yeah, yeah. You mean like a? I know what you mean. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't actually know.
Okay,
I could do it.
but
I know how to do it, but I just can't be asked.
but do you have like a scene that you can hit like and you say I'll be right back or something like that? You know what I'm
No, I
talking
don't.
about?
No, I don't. I do. Like I say, I know how to do it. I just haven't
Right.
made. I just haven't made one because I can't be bothered.
But you know that some of these larger streamers they have these stream decks,
Yes.
and I
Yeah.
know she has one.
Right.
And you click a button, it goes to BRB. It takes about a second, maybe
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So here's where it comes interesting. So the kid runs through the door. She's not completely naked. She's got underwear on or whatever.
Mm.
We know, hey, that's against TOS. Clip report. No one saved anything.
Right.
But here's the problem. BX, hit the fucking button. BRB. Nobody sees anything. You left it open and you had time.
Mm.
The kid was like, you heard the door open and then she came on in. As soon as the door opened, BRB, gotta handle my shit. Your approach, listen, I know it's a hard thing to kind of process. Maybe not everybody thinks that way. You gotta, I mean, if your house is burning down, you're not gonna say BRB, but it's like you could have avoided it. Also, she deleted the clip immediately. I'm saying immediately. She saw that somebody else, not myself, I didn't actually take the clip. Somebody else in my group took
But you were together trying to make these clips.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not predatory. There's nothing in that clip that sexualizes the kid until she did.
Right.
She said, "Oh, she was naked." Well, if she had clothes on, we probably still would have did and be like, "Hey, she's not taking care of her kid.
Right.
She's screaming. The kid needs help."
Right.
But it's that no one's having sex with the kid.
No. No. This isn't a claim being made, but I do think all right, okay. This is what I'm seeing right here, and I'm actually gonna have to hold you accountable here because I think it was wrong to do that. I honestly do think it was wrong to do that. I understand that you were trying to go after her because she's going after you, and she's made very strong claims against you, and I do understand why you had that animosity to even want to do that in the first place. But I do think you made an error in judgment in thinking that it was okay to use her child in this situation, because that was an accident. That was not something she planned or made to happen. Like, her kid ran through and you tried to use that against her. And I think any parent would be pretty fucking pissed off about that. And any disagreement between you and her is one thing. And then to try and use her kid against her for something that she wasn't in full control of, her kid just running through like that. KRS-One's saying she's using a lot of his mistakes against him as well. I do appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. To be honest with you, I'm actually more or less on your side here in the sense of that I do think she has latched onto you from this original thing where she thought you were a scammer and all this. She's made this black and white opinion of you, and now anything that she can create a problem with you about, she's trying to do that, and then that's obviously caused you to become very angry, rightly so, by the way.
Right.
Like, very rightly so. You've been very angry about this situation, but then when the opportunity came up to use this against her, you took it. But I honestly think it was the wrong thing to do. I think it should have been something that she actually did, and she
did do something. She went after my parents first.
No, and use that, and you are doing it now. You're taking legal routes against her, and you're trying to file criminal charges. And to be honest with you, all the power to you for that. But clipping her child in that way, I'm going to tell you right now, I think that was really wrong to do that. And I can see why now that's exacerbated the issue, because she already hated you anyway, for whatever irrational reason she has. But now she feels like she's got a full legitimate reason to go after you. And any claim she makes against you, whether it's true or not, she feels is legitimate to make, because you've gone after her child, really, and used that against her. And I'm not going to lie, like, I think any parent would be incensed by that.
Of course. No, I get it. Like I said, I think if I had my mindset now that I did a few years ago, it would have been different. I was infuriated that she went after my parents. I mean, you're kind of on the same boat. I'm their child.
Yeah, no, sure. But this isn't you are technically their child, but you're also a grown adult, and this is an actual child. Like, she's like what?
But she went after my sister too, and she was a minor back then.
Right. No, look. I get it, right? She's fucking well out of order. Like, don't get me wrong here. But what I'm saying is two wrongs don't make a right, is what I'm trying to get to. And if you want to have the moral high ground on this situation, I think doing to her what she's trying to do to you, as tempting as it is, and obviously it was very tempting because you, not you literally, but you and your friends or people you were dealing with at the time went for it. And I can see why you went for it to a certain extent in terms of just on an emotional level. I see why you did it. But I still think morally, I think it was wrong. And I think if everything that you're saying is true, you aren't even asking for proof of anything. I've had proof of certain things, but can you ask him to prove any of these false defamatory statements? I'm not gonna lie, BX. I'm trying to tell him right now that what I think he did here with this clip thing, I think is all really wrong. What happened? And I don't think there's anything defamatory, really. Yeah, I don't think there's anything defamatory. And if anything, he's admitting to the fact that him and his friends did this, right? So, you know,
I'm admitting we did it, but it wasn't predatory. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, it wasn't from a lens. It wasn't from a lens of trying to use.
That's really my problem.
Yeah.
My problem is that she's saying, "Oh, he's a." First of all, she wants proof. I'll get to it in 10 seconds. But would you agree that from what you've said, what we've seen with her, would you agree that she has called me a pedophile before?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
that was said on her
I have a DM directly from her saying, "Oh, you called the police. When did I ever call you a pedophile?"
No, but she was saying that about you in the video I watched. The video that I watched originally that got me involved in the Twitter dispute was where she was calling you a paedophile, and she was by extension she was saying about Hunter that he was a paedophile enabler, essentially.
Right. So I have a DM from her saying that she never called me a pedophile.
But I swear to God, maybe I'm just remembering it wrong.
No, she has.
I swear to God, she said it in that video.
She calls me that all the time, but she sent me a DM saying she never called me because she got nervous because I called the police and I said, "Hey, this person has this."
Wait, BX is saying he's lying again. That was a long time before the kid thing happened with the paedophile thing. We covered that earlier. We actually covered that the original claims about him being a paedophile was to do with Discord groups he was involved with young lads in it. We did actually cover that, BX. We actually did go over that. We're going through the timeline as things are going on.
Yeah, I'm doing it step by step because it's important.
She's right. No, it is. It is very important. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, so let's and she's saying that you filed false police reports on her. Is there any merit to that? Have you, because the only police situation that we've touched on is that you've made a counter claim against her in a criminal claim against her for harassment via the cyber cybercrime unit. So if that's a false claim, it's not even fully done yet, so I don't know if that's really a false claim or not.
Yeah, it's open. I mean, you can.
That doesn't make it false.
It's not false. She wants it to be false, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but it ain't false. Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
and that's
but
why
there's no other police charges that you made against her other than that.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. But yeah. Okay. So, BX is saying she just got off the phone with the police.
First of all, she's doing it the wrong way. Did you know that if you call someone in another state saying, "Hey, she lives in Texas, right? So if I call wherever she is in Texas, they're saying, "Oh, you have to file the report with your own PD," and then they call the other person's PD. You can't just call. This is why she did this like 9 times. So she had called in the way beginning when it got dark. She had called the police and say, "Hey, this guy's gonna kill himself." So they showed up and said, "Hey, you're gonna kill each other." And I'm like, "No, I'm going to bowling." So it's just she's trying. That's a false police report right there. She said, "Hey, this guy's gonna go jump off a bridge."
Yeah. Which is a waste of police time as well. Yeah, and it's a harassment on your.
2 guys showed up. I'm not even kidding. 2 guys showed up. He's like, where you going? I was like, I'm going to bowling. I got league tonight. And they're like, oh, you're not doing anything. I was like, nope. They're like, okay, well, this person from Texas, oh, Rebecca? Yeah, she called 25 times. We're just making sure you're not doing anything. I swear to God, this is what they did. And yeah,
Hmm.
she's just way out there. She's trying so hard to put me behind bars, but there's nothing to get me on because I didn't do anything child pornography, predatory, whatever.
Yeah.
I did stuff wrong, like with the
Yeah.
esports thing and the paying for out of my pocket and calling it a sponsorship thing. Fine, I admit to that. But was the clip taking the clip and trying to report her to get banned and getting her family involved as a like a response to her getting my family involved wrong? Yes. But is it predatory? No.
It's not the claim that she's trying to frame it as. I
Right.
definitely agree with that.
Right.
Um,
Do I think it's
yeah.
wrong now? Yes. But I'm not a pedophile.
No, I
And
don't
and
believe that.
and
I don't believe that.
and this I love the I have to show you something. And I it's going to take a second of your time to read, but it's
Yeah.
very important. Have you seen her document?
No, not no. I like I
She
say,
wrote
I
like
haven't
a
had enough time to go
okay.
through all this stuff. I knew there was a document out there. Hunter had
Okay.
hold of it as well. Like I say, I've seen little bits and pieces. I haven't had enough time. I've been working myself.
Yeah.
I'm just a regular geezer. You know what I mean? Like I don't have. I was hoping to do it today. Before I started streaming, I was hoping
Oh
to do it
yeah.
today, but then you came to because I've got today and tomorrow off.
Oh,
I was going to do it today, and then I was going to stream about unrelated stuff, and then we were going to talk tomorrow. But then obviously you wanted to come on today, so we've done it this way. But so yeah,
yeah.
I just haven't had a chance, unfortunately.
Let me pull it up.
Oh man, there's an argument going on in the chat now.
I apologize.
BX is saying that I should have done some due diligence. Yeah, BX, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, at the end of the day, I have seen the DMs here in Twitter from the actual cyber crime unit or whatever they're fucking called. These are actual legitimate law enforcement officers talking about how they haven't actually found anything of substance. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like it, I understand that you've got a problem with Matt and that you've had a problem with him for a long time, but at the end of the day, um, they found nothing, and that means that like your claims aren't correct. And I understand that you're have a beef with him, but to continue claims that are not real is not helping your case. And we'll get to the Facebook Marketplace scam situation because I did hear tell of that as well, and that is seems somewhat separate to this situation. I know you're trying to use it as a claim against his character, but we will get to that later on. We're going to go over the
That's
claims
that's
with
way
you.
it's way later on. We're not even there yet.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. We'll because again, these are things that I want to make sure I'm going over with him. I'm not trying to be what's the word? I'm not trying to treat him with kid gloves here. I'm really not. I think anyone who's watching this stream should know that I'm being pretty even-handed here. And to be honest with you, BX, like I was trying to defend you before, like I was trying to say that like what you did with your kid and stuff is wrong, even though I think what you've done is wrong to him. I don't think it's right what he did in retaliation. Two rights don't make a wrong. That's the point I was trying to make. And yeah, I just honestly, you're in attack mode. You need to calm the fuck down, man. You need to just calm the fuck down. And I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult. Because there's so many touchy things going on. Family members have been involved. There's been police involved. It's blown up way more than it ever should have been blown up, in my opinion. This is if anything, it's kind of ridiculous the level it's gotten to. Really, what I'm listening to right now, it should never have ever gotten to this level. So,
Trying to get it. 1 second.
well,
It's
what
important.
BX? If you've not done any of the things that he's accusing you of, why would the cybercrime unit come into his house? I've seen the call logs. I've seen the card that was left with the number on it. I don't understand like why that would have happened if that's He's a criminal and compulsive liar.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just an assertion.
Can we just touch on that real quick? If I'm a criminal, am I talking to you from jail?
Yeah.
Let me,
It's
let me tell you something. This my house. Listen, I got goldfish here and root beer. I'm happy in prison. I'm telling you, right?
yeah.
Prison life is great. Gotta tell you, I got Oreos too. I'm real happy. I mean, if this is
So
prison, I'll
I don't
clearly
want to
go.
throw claims around like that around, because at the end of the day, BX, we could say that what you've done is criminal activity, but I'm not going down that road because I don't think that's right to do to you either. I'm trying to be even-handed here because I think there's been massive miscommunication in loads of ways, and I think also things have been involved that should just never have ever been involved, and it's obviously created a situation that is so deeply poisonous to both of you that you both can't see the reality of the situation, and you're both in an attack mode, and you're both going and going and going, and make it even worse and worse and worse for the both of you. And this needs to fucking stop. That's the fucking point here. It needs to fucking stop. I'm not saying that you've done anything criminal. That's literally what I'm saying to you. Like, I'm saying that I don't want to go down the road of saying that it's criminal, but if you were filing false police charges, that could be considered criminal. That's what I'm trying to say. If we wanted to go down that road, I'm not trying to say that though. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I don't want to make those claims because I don't think that's right. I think I'm trying to give compassion to both sides and create a situation where there can be reconciliation. Because at the end of the day, as serious as some of this shit is, and it is very serious, a lot of it, I think there's a road where there can be a path forward. Because why should this be eating away at both of you for the rest of your lives? Like, there's no need for it. And at the end of the day, BX, I think maybe there's a place for some humility here. What Raiden has done this stream has admitted to me his wrongs, right? And he's been very forthcoming with the things that he feels has done wrong, and I've held his feet to the flames. I said what you did was wrong with the clipping the kid and all that stuff. I think that was very wrong, and he's come forward and said, you know what? Yeah, I think that was wrong too. And he has recognised that he was in a situation where he was he made a very bad and poor judgment in a situation where he was really angry and incensed, and I understand why he was angry and incensed and why he did what he did. Still think it was wrong. And he's come out of the gate to actually admit that. But yet you are not showing any admission of any kind of wrongdoing. And to be quite frank, I just find that way more suspect in a lot of respects, because anyone who's willing... Raiden's trying to give his side of the story and where he's coming from. And yes, of course, he's going to try and justify where he's coming from and whatever. Everyone is going to try and do that when they're pleading their case. But if someone's actually admitting where they're going wrong and admitting things that are going wrong, to me, that's a mark of an honesty. That's an honesty that's coming out there. And BX, I'm not going to lie, you've not shown any introspection whatsoever. And when I see no mark of introspection, that's when I'm starting to notice that there's a problem. Because it shows there's not a full genuineness. There's not a full acknowledgement of what you may have been involved with there. So it's just that, like, I'm sorry, but like, unless you're willing to come to the table to recognise that maybe there's wrong on both sides, and willing to admit maybe you're part of the issue here, if you're not willing to do that, then unfortunately you're gonna be feeling the persecution. Like you on stream or on video the other day talking about Hunter, about you're always arguing all the time. I was on stream talking about it, and you on about going on. You're always fighting. You're always in conflict with petty shit and stuff like that. It tells me something about your character, BX. It tells me something about you, that you even admitted that. You don't even know you admitted it. It's like a Freudian slip. Yeah. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, you're always in conflict with people because you don't understand how to be self-reflective on what maybe you can be part of the problem at times. And if you're willing to eat that humble pie and come to the table and say, hey, maybe I did do some things wrong. Maybe I did get hot-headed. Maybe I did do this. Maybe I did do that, right? And Raiden's willing to admit the same and there's reconciliation there, then you can maybe there's a path forward. But if you can't do that, then there's no hope for this situation. That's
By the way,
the long and short of it.
American Patriot's one of her like deep followers. So
The
just
American Patriot.
yeah, just
Everything he said has been disproved.
not
I mean,
really.
I mean, I'm not going to say that everything he's saying is true exactly either. Like, but I'm just trying to say that like I'm going from my instincts. I'm a fairly good tell on a certain things. When I'm speaking to people face to face, and I'm speaking to people, and I'm getting a gauge of their body language and what they're actually saying to me, and what they're willing to show to me. I'm not getting the vibe that I'm being lied to right now. And when I'm,
Can I
go
just
on,
say
sorry,
something real quick?
go on, sorry.
Just real quick. If you had talked to me last year, this would be a different conversation because I wouldn't be prepared. I'm prepared today. I have all my shit in a row. I have it all accessible. Maybe it's on my phone. It takes me a second to grab it. But like, I sent you 2 screenshots on Twitter just now, and they're important
Okay, I'm
because
gonna have a look now. Yeah,
let me
sorry.
tell you why. It's from her document. The first one I sent you is the original document. The second one she edited after I called her out on what she literally says in her own document. In the first screenshot,
Yeah.
at the bottom it says uh, user also agrees that all information obtained and provided by the author, BXBullet, will not be used in any illegal or unethical manner, including a harassment online to the individuals named herein. 2 months later, or actually, no, it was actually pretty recent, a couple months ago. I don't know the date. I can't give you the date. But here's the updated one at the bottom. User also agrees that all information obtained and provided by the author, BXBullet, will not be used in any illegal manner to the individuals named herein. Do you notice she took out a harassment online?
Right.
She took it out because that's what she's doing.
So yeah, to avoid the counterclaim, yeah. Right, I see what you're
Like
saying.
she's editing the document to make sure that what she's doing is okay. And I
It's
caught it.
yeah. No, and that's very astute of you to be honing in on that. And I do think it does say a lot that because if I was in your shoes and I was in this situation, I'd be filing and creating all these folders as well. I can also see though why from her side of things, the constant back and forth between you two, she can then claim to be like stalking or harassment on her own in her own right. I don't know if that's actually what it is. I'm not going to say that is actually what it is, but I'm just saying it adds fuel to the fire that it is so constant with the both of you. It gives her ammo against you, if you know what I mean.
Correct. But she's so uptight about this clip. But I've told you, the clip itself was the wrong thing to do. I will say this live and you hear my voice. It is wrong to do. But what you're saying, BX, that it's predatory, you're wrong. It's the wrong thing to do. We clip something, they try and get you banned because we knew it was against TOS. But that's it. That's it.
Yeah, and I understand what your motivation was there. Like you say, your motivation was is that you were so intent on getting her banned, so intent on it just made you a convicted paedophile, mate. I don't think so. No. But anyway, like there's no well, I got distracted then by that. What was I saying just then? Fucking hell, forgot my point. Oh, I hate when that happens. I hate that. Yeah, sorry.
Also, you're in the UK, right?
Yes.
Yeah. For pedophiles, they have to register.
Yes.
I bet you won't find me in the US. I'm
sure.
not. You got to register for that here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a sex offenders register, isn't there?
Yes,
they even have an online thing where if you can go on, it's like a Google Maps type thing where if you search in your area, you can find the names of the people in your area who have a sexual record like that.
That's right.
Sexual offense record. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, that is it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to run to the toilet really quickly.
No worries.
I don't know if you want to have a quick chat with the chat or whatever, but I'm just gonna be 2 seconds.
I'll take a look. Yeah, no problem. Pedro, you're reaching, bro. You're reaching. Okay, man. You're reaching though. When I told you I was prepared, I'm not kidding. I've got every single little piece of information. I showed him stuff you guys haven't even seen. He confirmed. He confirmed. Yes. She says it in her video, Benning. In her videos about me, she says the kid wasn't naked. She'll link you to it. Oh yeah, even in the blog, yeah. So it's like I know it's she must be sweating bullets right now because of all the stuff. She's not even in here. She must be having a fit. Holy shit! She sent Patriot in here instead of her because she must be going insane. She must be going insane. But I'm not going to go too far into it. I'm trying to keep my cool.
Yeah, American Patriot. Like, I'm not gonna lie, man. I understand that BX is going through a lot of shit herself. I just don't think that means that you can use that to go after every single person all the time. That everything she does is kosher. It's just not the case.
Yeah. This guy
So
tweeted at me recently asking me if I wanted to be involved in a street fight between me and him. So you can't. I'm not kidding. You.
I mean, that's a
So
little unhinged. I'm not gonna lie,
it's
that's a
like
little unhinged.
I don't know how much you want to, yeah, even waste your time with them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really asked. Like, stay in the chat, man. Like, fucking argue with everyone. I don't care. We'll argue. But
Sure.
but anyway. So where did we leave off at? So we went. Where were we up to? Sorry, I've been so distracted by chat now. It's
I know it's hard to. I'm trying not to
yeah,
look.
because I like to include the chat because I don't get to chat with the chat that often. But yeah, it's but I also want to get back on track with what we're doing here.
Yeah.
So where did
So
we get up to?
we were talking about people registering for if you're a pedophile, you can register. You have to
Oh
register.
no, yeah. So we were we at the end of the day, you don't have a record on that level, so that's
Yeah.
by the by.
You know what's
Easily
funny too
disproved.
that I always bring this up. And do you know what the word allegedly means?
It means it could be possible. Well, it's not the literal definition, but basically means it could be possible. It's alleged.
The dictionary
It's asserted by somebody. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true or false. It's just
the
somebody says it's
dictionary
a thing.
definition is used to convey that something is claimed to be the case or may have taken place, although there is no proof.
Yes.
Okay. In all these videos that she makes, she says the word allegedly
Yes.
because there's no proof. It's
She's
just
saying
word
that.
of mouth.
She's saying that for legal reasons because she
I
doesn't want to.
understand that,
Yeah.
but it's probably the wrong word of her to say because she's basically saying allegedly I have no proof of anything I'm saying here. I just feel like this guy's a creep. Being a creep and someone being a criminal is two different things. In
Yes.
fact, if you want to call me an asshole, I'll probably gladly accept that because I'm not a nice person sometimes. You should see me when I play golf. It's terrible. But it's two different things. You're saying someone's convicted and is a criminal. That's a bold statement.
It's a very
I
bold
mean,
statement. Yeah.
we're talking about serious time and going away. Hell, that guy like I don't think that guy Mr. Girl's a pedophile, even though he made a song.
Yeah. No, I don't think he is either. No, I think he. I don't want to get too into Mr. Girl right now, but I do
No,
think.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, of course. But I was just making an example.
Yeah. No. Sure. Yeah. No, and I agree with you. Like it's one of them where he's just trying to make some very controversial points
Yeah,
and he's putting himself on the line to do that, but that
yeah,
doesn't really mean that he is actually a pedophile, and I don't
right,
believe that either.
right.
um,
So that's just an example I was thinking of. But
yeah.
yeah,
American Patriot says holding any material of anyone under the age of 18 and admitted it is a pedophile. Holding any material, like just any picture of a minor, that's not. No, that's not right. It has to be sexual material. And I will say, when it comes down to it, and like we've said a few times here, the intent behind taking that clip was to get BXBullet banned from Twitch, I imagine, and not to actually use it as any kind of material. Although I do think generally it was wrong to do that, and you've admitted that you feel it was wrong. In
I
hindsight,
do.
now
I do.
it was wrong to do it, and I would imagine that if you could, you would probably apologize for that. But
I've done that too.
okay, good. No, all right, fair enough.
I have dropped 2 public apologies, and she just says it's not sincere. It is sincere. It was sincere. But but now she's making it worse. She taxes something. She's going after my family. She has her minions go after my family. It's bad.
Which is awful, awful. It's
And
horrible that you even have to go through that.
recently.
And I assume this is why, because one of the things that I was wondering about was, this has been going on for like 2 years, like you say, and I've been wondering why it's been going on for so long. Like, why did you not just let it go and drop it at some point? It might have reached a peak, and then you just go, you know what, fuck it, just fuck it all off and not bother with it anymore. But I assumed, I mean, it seems to me now, like from what you're saying, because of the nature of what has happened, this is probably why. Because, like, it's obviously impassioned you so much because she has gone after your family, she has done these things. That's
Yeah.
why you've held on to it for so long.
It's fun. It's funny that you say that because I deleted my Twitter, the Rain Plasma one or Raiden's TCG that I tweeted you on. I've deactivated that thing multiple times for months. You have up to 3 months. I did it for like 2.5, and then I'm just curious. I asked one of my buddies and said, "Hey, go to BXBullet's channel. Is she talking about me today?" And every post is something. So it doesn't matter if I'm gone or not. She's gonna keep doing it.
Mm.
And if I don't have a platform to answer back on, where I have some kind of following, or even if I don't have a following, just something to answer back on, it's I lose with her because I don't know what she's doing. She's up and above, and she doxes me all over the place. She's posting my address everywhere. She's giving out my phone number. I changed my phone number twice.
Mm. Yeah, it's pretty
You
out
know,
of order. I just wish there was a way to reconcile this personally, because I think for both of your sakes, you could just both do without this fucking stress, man. With the both of you.
oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, I just.
But it gets even further than that. Like I just want to point something out there too. Not everybody, and this is something that they bring up, and it doesn't hurt my feelings too much, but it might hurt other people's feelings. Not everybody's skinny, right? I'm a little overweight. I'm eating Oreos on your stream right now. I'm drinking a low-fat root beer. I have goldfish. Leave me fucking alone. She called me fat, the R word. I don't use that, but
Well,
you can.
retarded.
Yeah, I personally don't use that.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, but she called me that. Then she called me a homosexual, which I'm not. But there's nothing wrong with that. So she's attacking now all these different people in the world that have nothing to do with this because she's mad over something that isn't her way. But like, you don't have to make fun of my weight. Like, what's my weight? Or I'm balding. I wear a hat a lot because I don't have good genetics and I'm balding. Who gives a shit?
Just
If
shave
I have
your
a
head,
red,
lad. Just shave your head. It
I
works.
gotta
Works
shave my head.
wonders.
My beard isn't perfect. She's like, oh, you should get sponsored by Rogan. Like, why do you gotta make fun of people, like, to just to fucking live?
I will.
Like
I
now,
will say though that I have seen you make personal attacks against her as well. I went on
oh,
your Twitter feed and I did see some, petty personal attacks like that as well.
you're
Um,
right. I'm responding.
and no, I appreciate that there's a back and forth here, but I just mean that like when you get yourself in the muck like that, it's harder then. You're basically putting yourself in a situation where she has ammo, and it's putting you in a position where it's easier to make you look like the bad guy. Like she can keep it going then, basically.
Yeah. To be honest, by the person that we discussed in the DMs, that detective, I've actually been advised to cool it. So,
I'm sure she did. Yeah, I'm sure she did
oh,
because
because they monitor it and they're like, oh, you gotta, fucking calm down.
yeah,
So
because at the end of the day, like this can be considered harassment or whatever in of itself as well if they want to make a counterclaim. So
it's
it's yeah.
yeah, it's just bashing. It's bashing that isn't needed. They said, you already got what you
And don't
what
get me
you
wrong,
what you
I've been
came
in
for.
plenty of situations in my life where I've done those kinds of things. I'm not saying I'm above it or whatever. I'm saying this as advice from somebody who's been through a lot of similar shit as well, just in my own personal life.
Yeah,
And these are just the lessons you have to learn. You have to figure out how to maintain your integrity and your dignity in the
yeah,
face of ridiculous shit.
yeah.
And when somebody is attacking you like that, it's so easy to cave in and attack back. And I've done it. I'm sure most people have done it because it's a very human reaction. And there's I'm sure there's plenty of times where BX has felt justified to attack you back and all this kind of stuff too. And I'm not trying to but like because at the end of the day, I'm still trying to find a way to at least give BX some level of compassion because I feel like if I don't do that, there's no way she's going to come to the table to reconcile this issue because it doesn't need to
You
go
think
further
that?
legally. It doesn't need to go further legally. The two of you could solve this together.
I've
If
tried. I've reached out. I said, what is it going to take?
But
But
anyway, we've kind of gone off the track of the timeline of what's been going on. So
yeah,
we got to the point with the clip. We've it was you and a few people. It was somebody else who actually took the clip, but a few of you, I don't know how many, but a few of you basically decided to try and use that as a means to take her
get her
down.
banned.
It
Yeah.
didn't get her banned. It didn't work, though, did it?
Nope.
It didn't work. But I assume that's just because it wasn't. I think they could probably see that it wasn't a particularly what's the word for it? It wasn't like an explicit thing in nature. It was something she couldn't control. The kid was just running through the room. I don't think anyone's going to really look at that clip and go, "Oh, she was trying to project child porn onto the fucking."
Correct.
I don't
Correct.
think
Yeah,
anyone's really going to look at that and say that. And you were using it in your mind because you just wanted to do anything you could to take her down. And that
I
was
was
that
in
was
I
that was
was
a
in the
very
most
poor decision to make. If I don't mind saying so, you admit that now. So where do we go from here? What happened after that?
um it's just been now she's on YouTube and she makes YouTube videos. To be honest, I don't really like I said, I'm blocked, she's blocked. We both have some kind of alt account to check on who's posting what.
Right.
But it's getting to the point where now it's like it's a little bit absurdity. Like you're blaming Benny and KRS in here, and you think they're me, and I'm like, how how can you just do that? How can you start? Now you're getting people involved, because they retweeted something, or these bigger YouTubers are blasting her because she's saying some crazy shit, and
Mm.
she's going up against people that have hundreds of thousands of viewers, and like Destiny and Hunter. She was supposed to go on Hunter's show when I was
And
pinging
didn't
you.
show up.
She
Yeah, yeah. I
she
did.
didn't
I did
show up.
take note of
But
that.
don't
Yeah.
worry, she made a video about Hunter that same day. She said she had a personal issue, but she made a video about him that same day. So she was making a video about him. That was the personal issue. She had to make a video about him. But it's just, if you go and then a couple months back, I'm not paying him. A couple months back,
BX,
Keemstar.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but BX, I'm just going to tell you right now, I've taken no money for this. I've taken no money for this. I'm literally just trying to have a situation where I just felt like it was right to give his side of the story. And to be quite frank, I was actually, and you will attest to this in the DMs, I wasn't particularly friendly. I will say that I wasn't hostile exactly, but I wasn't massively friendly with open arms. It was more of a sense of I just thought it was only fair. That's why I thought he should come on, is because I thought it was only fair. But he didn't offer me money. And I said to him, like, okay, I'm probably going to push back on you. I'm probably going to do this. Um, BX says that she believes me, but he's paying others. Yeah, no, I agree with that. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's right to try and pay people to make opinion pieces. But I understand why he's doing it, because you've got a big beef and there's very serious claims being made between the both of you. I can understand why that might drive somebody to want to do that. I'm not gonna lie. This is like, I'm trying to see it from a very human perspective, if I can, where it's possible. And I'm not gonna lie, BX. Like, I understand why you're so incensed when your kid has been involved in this, because I don't have children, but I know if my nephew, for instance, I got a baby nephew, or if I did have children, if something like that happened to me, I'd be going after. I'd be fucking scorched earth, man. It'd be fucking. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'd be going after everybody with that. And so I get it. I get why you feel the way you feel, BX. I do get it to a degree, but what is happening is that you're blinded by your anger so much that you're not seeing the reality of the situation, and it's exacerbating the issue. That's the problem.
Yeah. The other problem too, BX, is that you're doing it the wrong way with the whole legal system. You're asking people on Twitter for advice for a lawyer. Like, you're asking the wrong people. If you want to bring this to court and stuff, you're going the wrong way, and that's why people are laughing and stuff. You're just doing it for attention, almost on social media, and I'm not even fucking joking. I mean, if you want to press charges or sue someone or whatever, you gotta do your research for people near you. You can't go off Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah.
the worst place to go.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
like,
not great. Yeah. I
yeah.
will
So
say. I will say as well that, like, BX, now that you're actually still here, because she keeps dipping in and out.
no,
But
she can't help not being here. You kidding?
no, I did see that she wasn't in the chat at certain times. So, like,
Well,
I've been kind of checking
if
it.
you mute the chat, it disappears.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, anyway,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that, BX, there is an avenue here where there can be reconciliation. I just want you to consider that. Maybe you're not seeing it right now, but there is an avenue for that if you want to take it. And Raiden wants to take it. There is an open table there for you. So maybe it doesn't have to go down the legal route. Maybe it doesn't actually have to keep exacerbating and getting worse and worse and worse. I just really want you to consider that. And I don't know if you're a Christian or whatever, but please, please consider that, especially from a Christian perspective. Have some forgiveness in your heart. Maybe actually just think about it for a second. I understand maybe it's too difficult to think about it right this second, but at least just think about what I'm saying right now. Maybe just go to bed with that, sleep on it, have a think. But anyway, let's carry on here. So there was the clip situation. Then there was the cyber stuff. Oh no, that was after the clip, wasn't
That was
it?
after.
And then what happened after that then? So there was videos made.
Yeah.
Did she make videos about you in particular?
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah, all the time. I should probably got one up now.
right,
There's a there was one made a couple of days ago, I think, but the original one was made by a YouTuber called Upper Echelon,
right,
and basically they showed the Inception thing and just put her document that she wrote in a video. And it's like I said, it's a lot of the predatory things, and this guy's a pedophile, whatever, and he's a criminal. But there's no, again, they say the word allegedly,
mm,
like they're saying that, but they have no proof on it. And then now things have changed a little bit in the world of videos. There's other people taking videos of her when she's like ignoring her kid, trying to make money, like in a nurse costume. Keemstar tweeted out saying this person's trying to hustle for money, and she's ignoring her kid or something. The kid's talking in the background. And she's like, "Get the fuck out of here," basically. And Keemstar posted it, and then these other people like Cyrus, he's got 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube. He made a
right.
video about it. It's got 400,000 views. So right now, I'm feeling pretty good. My video that she posted has 55,000. A couple of these other ones got 600,000 and probably over a million total. But what's the truth of it is that you said you just watched the Batman, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The Batman and the Riddler think they're a team in some way. It's kind of like that. Like
Well, the Riddler
she,
thinks they're a team.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
that she's the Riddler, basically. She's
Right.
saying, "Hey, this is all planned out. This is all planned out, and she makes money off of it. She's got she's saying, "Oh my God," but listen, she
No,
makes a
no, no,
lot
no.
of money about it. I mean,
I'm gonna
it's
actually,
not
I'm gonna
even kidding.
actually push back a little bit on what you just said about her ignoring the kid and stuff like that because,
The
um,
video shows it, not me.
no, no. Let's face. I don't know if you've been around little kids or anything like that, but sometimes they just come in at appropriate times. You have to go, oh no, 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 go to the other room or something. To me, that's not ignoring the kid. Okay, like sometimes
Not. I
kids,
didn't say
sometimes
that.
kids are just bugging you at times when they don't need to be. You don't
Let
need to be
me
bugged. You know.
let me revisit that. One sec. Let me just redo that. The video showed that, not me. I'm not accusing her of doing
Oh
that.
no, no, no. Of course, but what I'm saying is the inference from that is that
Sure,
she routinely ignores her kid or something like that, right? That's like the inference that
sure.
people are trying to take from that. I'm saying that in one instance when she's trying to stream and normally her kid's probably playing in the other room or maybe the dad's there or something, I don't know. But like I don't know the details of her life, but
Yeah,
I'm just
sure.
but I'm just saying that like when they come in and they're interrupting you on the stream, and this is the way that you're making your money. I don't know if it is the sole way that she makes her money, but um, like to just be
Well,
like, oh, to just be like, oh no, no, you shouldn't be in here right now. To me,
that's
that's not her. Just like, oh, she just ignores her kid and stuff like that. I'm gonna say that like I don't subscribe to that point of view. I think
understood.
it's just one
I
of
I agree. It's the video. It wasn't me per se. It wasn't me per se saying that she ignored. It was the video. But I understand what you're saying. Absolutely, sure.
it's just to me that's just one instance that you can use out of context to try and make her look bad is what I'm trying to say. And I
Right.
think that there's other things that we can talk about that are going wrong here that we don't need to bring that into it really,
Sure.
personally,
I'm
like
just
that's
saying that a large creator made videos.
right, right,
And
right,
like
right,
she did to me, a large creator made a video about me allegedly making these things. Allegedly, she was ignoring her kid in this video,
right,
but she got blasted for it.
right.
So it's kind of like a little karma thing there. She made it. She got someone to make a video. Some other video was made. She kind of can feel this
Yeah.
sucks. You know,
But
that's kind of what I'm getting
this
at.
all just feels like a cycle of negativity between all of you where everyone's trying to attack each other for these little things and they get blown out into these massive things. So it's like for her to say, "Oh, you shouldn't be in here right now. I'm doing this thing." Then gets turned into she neglects her child, basically, right? And that gets
Yeah.
blown up into this thing where when you neglect your child, that can bring social services in, right, and stuff like that, right? So
Correct.
that to me is um, that's a gross misrepresentation of the situation, right? Um,
Agreed.
but
Agreed.
then obviously on the other side, she's doing the same kind of thing to you, where you've been involved in these Discord chats with young lads that are saying crazy shit, and then she's trying to use that against you to say, "Oh, you're a paedophile and grooming these guys," right? So there's to me, what I'm seeing is on both sides here, they're people are leveraging things to blow things out of proportion that should never have ever happened in the first place. And it's just it's not right. Like it's not right. It's not right when BX does it. It's not right when you guys do it either. And
No, I
I'm
know.
and what I'm trying to get through is that like unless that is recognized that that is happening, it's not going to stop. Like
No,
that's the problem.
no. Unfortunately, I've accepted that this is going to go on for a while.
Mm.
Um, with even if I say nothing for the next 3 months, there'll be a tweet about me every other day. And even
Sure.
after this conversation, even if she acknowledges in the chat, which she won't, but if hey, he's not really a pedophile, I just called him that to kind of defame him and give him a lot of shit. She's still gonna call me that.
Mm.
But nothing was done. That's what I'm saying though. She's saying the police are corrupt. I've called the FBI. I've called the my city's police. They've done nothing. That's because they know already from Samantha McCord over there. The case is under her name.
Yeah.
Anything that comes up with me about this with her, and trust me, they
Yeah.
have all her information. That's They already know what's going on. They're not going to change their mind. It's already open. There's an open case on it. So she can call 50 fucking times. It's never going to change the outcome. There's already something open on this. And
Um,
she's going to have to accept that right now.
and I do agree with that because at the end of the day, they are going to cross-examine evidence and things like that. So, she's making a couple of claims here. She's saying that you've called her a murderer on stream. Is that true?
When? No.
I don't. That to me would actually be defamation. Of course, she's not a murderer. Like,
No.
I mean, like
Show me.
we can say certain things about her, but I don't know if we could really say.
Let's stick to the stuff that we can prove.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I would imagine you didn't say that.
No.
I would
let's
like
go
to
to
think
this.
you didn't
Let's
say
go to this one down here. You bragged about taking a naked picture. You in your document and in your videos claim yourself that the child is not naked.
Yeah.
So you're wrong there. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I said the clip was wrong. It was made. I'm not going to repeat it.
Can I ask a question though? Was there taunting between you two when this clip was made? Was there taunting about we're going to get you taken down? Your daughter's been on stream, blah blah blah. Was there taunting between the two of you?
Like to get her banned?
Yeah, were you like kind of dunking on her or like
Yeah,
you know...
we said we reported the clip.
Yeah, but was it? Yeah, but you're saying like, oh, did we just report the clip? But were you like being like, your daughter was on stream, she was naked, we're gonna get you down, blah blah blah? Was it more?
No, it was more. Hey, this is against TOS. We reported it. You'll get banned. Hopefully, never happened, but that's what we said.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to clear it up because
yeah.
I just want to make sure that everything's on the table because, at the end of the day, like I don't think anyone's innocent in this situation.
No.
Although I do think that originally the what's the word for it? The original instance of why there was even a problem, I think, was minuscule. Like the whole like her trying to call you a scammer when you were trying to do the sponsor thing and stuff like that. I think that's honestly the flashpoint where she's had a black and white like psychological response to you, and then that's been like the flashpoint where she's just basically had it in for you since then.
Yeah, if I did it the different way, like I said before, we probably wouldn't be talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we move on from here? So the next claim seems to be this Facebook thing. Is there something before this Facebook scam thing that we need to know?
Hunter thing is before it.
Right. So the Hunter situation. The Hunter situation. I don't know how much we need to go over that or not because there has been videos made about it. Hunter's made a stream about it where he went over the DMs with you as well. I think people can go and see that for themselves and see what went on there. But if you do want to make a comment about it, then we can. But I just don't know if we need to go over it massively or not.
No, I like to just go over a couple points.
Yeah, all right, sure, yeah.
I just wanna put out there to the BX basically. I don't know Hunter. And the 250 that I tipped him in the beginning, here's how I did it, right? I saw they were arguing on Twitter. I said, oh, this guy hates BX too. Let me go see what he's about. Went to his YouTube channel and saw he made a video. And I reached out after him and said, okay, hey, here's a tip for basically bashing this person that's been giving me shit for 2 years. And that's when I gave him the tip. Then I reached out to him. And then, yeah.
And you offered him a bit of dosh and whatever, like to make a video and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then he surveyed it in his own way, and then it just went the way it went, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
So is there any? No, you know what? I'm a free speech platform, by the way, KRS-One. So if BX wants to be rude, she can be rude, but that's on her, you know. Yeah.
So I guess where it goes from with Hunter, the only thing, like I said, that he did a little bit wrong is that he did say that he wasn't going to take any money before looking into it, and then he ended up taking. But then half.
He did. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
He did take half.
So that is a bit of a fudge of the truth, but he did also refund it to you as well. So I think on his part, I think he thought maybe there was something there, and he was like, "Oh, it's probably a done deal." And I could probably make something of this. But then when he realized he couldn't, and it wasn't really there, That's when
Right.
he was like, well, actually, no.
There's
So,
something else though that and it came up recently.
oh,
I have a Discord, which I have a couple of channels,
right.
and my most recent one that I made for a couple of friends of mine, he got the invite for somewhere, and he was looking for something because he joined on May 5th.
Yes, you did send me something about this, about him joining your
Yeah.
Discord. Yeah, 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 yeah.
So he was looking for something, and
Do you know
we'll never
what? Like,
know.
maybe for proof of like some of
I
your
think
wrongdoing
no,
or something, or
he was looking for DMs, but it's a different account, I think.
mm,
That and I don't have it anymore because I deleted it. When I deleted my Twitter and all that stuff, I deleted my other Discord account, and everything. So I think he was looking for to see if that was the account that he had DMs with, but the DMs were the same. It was just, hey, I don't feel comfortable with this or whatever. We were supposed to talk, and then it just never worked out.
right?
But I can't assume though. I don't have that proof. But what I do have is that he joined the server looking for something, and
Mm.
that to me is a little weird. Like he almost got nervous and said, "Hey, I need to go get something or whatever." That to me is a little strange.
I mean, if I'm going to be charitable here, I do imagine that because all this stuff has blown up over the last week or two with him in particular, I think that maybe because he knows who you are and your involvement in this, he probably was just thinking like, well, maybe there's some stuff in his server that I can find that maybe implicates you in some way, or shows a different side to you that you are not presenting here. That maybe there's like some stuff that you're saying in these private discords that you're not saying elsewhere. But to be fair, doesn't seem like he's really seen or heard anything. It was
No,
probably a situation where he was just like, I just want to double check this for my own sanity, really.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably. But
Mm.
and again, I just thought it was weird, and it is him. I checked.
Right.
Yeah, like, and it happened at night. Like I was actually I went to go see the Doctor Strange movie that day, and I realized that he had joined, didn't say a fucking word, and left.
Oh, so he actually didn't just join and just like, he's just in it. He actually left it as well.
Yeah.
Right, right, okay. So yeah, he must have just
Again,
been trying to look for. Yeah, like you say, he
he
must have
was
been
looking
looking for
for
something,
something.
but he obviously
Yeah.
didn't find it. So it must have been. He was probably just trying to confirm to himself, like that he's not going mental. You know
And
what I mean?
then
Like,
he did say it on his stream when he was supposed to talk to BX that he was looking for the Discord DMs. I don't know what was in the Discord DMs. I can't remember.
I think he just want. I think Hunter's in a position where he's being given things from you, and he's also being given things from BX's videos, and he's trying to figure out what is the real truth. And I think he probably thought if he went into your Discord server, he might find the unfiltered stuff, right? That is not being screenshotted in a particular way, not being, curated or whatever. And he just wanted to know what the real deal was. And then when he scrolled through, probably realized, oh, there's actually nothing here to really go through. And
Right.
maybe his actual biases were confirmed. He probably was thinking, because to be fair, I think he's probably more against BX than he is you, really. And I think he probably just wanted to make sure that his instincts were correct.
Yeah.
Like if he comes in and he sees that there's nothing there, and he can just go home and he can sleep at night and go, oh, actually, it's fine. He's not like he's not fucking what's the word for it he's not grooming kids, he's not doing all this shit and blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? He's not doing all this stuff, I think he was just trying to confirm it to himself. That would be my prediction
Yeah.
of that situation personally.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna have a cigarette, so I'm not gonna be on the camera, but I will be here.
Yeah.
But
She's lying hard though. I mean, she's really.
why is she
It's
saying before? I don't know what she means.
she's saying the police were involved before the photo incident. They weren't.
Right. Yeah, because why would it be?
Oh my god. She really reaching.
Sending porn to kids. Okay, so that's a pretty heavy claim. I'm not gonna.
She's talking about the book. Remember the thing I was telling you about with the 16-year-olds? They were talking about the the book that they wrote.
Right. So they wrote
It's
like
in a
this
it was in a
ridiculous.
server that I couldn't control, and I was in there.
Right. So it was
So
not a server that you controlled, so you couldn't
no,
ban them or delete these
correct.
posts. You just happened to be in a Discord where young lads were saying crazy shit, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, I've been in those situations too. I've been in situations where so BX is saying she can prove this stuff, and that's fair enough. If you can prove it, you can prove it. Okay. I'm not saying you can or can't. I've not seen any of this proof at this point in time, but you are willing. I am willing to allow you to come on to try and prove it if you would like. Um, but to
I
me,
just want to. I would like to finish my side though before
oh no,
you
no,
do
100%, no. I don't mean now. I don't mean right this second. I just mean like in general. I'm willing to allow her on to try and prove her side if she wants. But to me,
that.
I've been in those situations. I know what you're talking about. I've been in those situations where I've been in chat discords or like whatever the fuck, like voice channels or whatever, where there's like teenage lads just saying the craziest shit, and like you're just like, oh, for fuck's sake, okay, I'm in here with a bunch of teenagers, fucking hell. It's just one of them situations. You just kind of roll your eyes and just go,
Bef-
oh, okay.
Before you
You
go,
know what I mean?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about taking statements from minors? Wouldn't that be considered manipulation?
I think you have to take them with a grain of salt, but I think they're just as valid as taking any statement from any person. But you have to acknowledge that, especially, my understanding is that she never made these statements public, right? So,
No,
um, but yeah,
I don't even know if they exist.
but if you're gonna take a statement from a minor, it is not the same kind of statement that you would take from a full-grown adult. You would take it with a grain of salt to know that maybe they have. Um, I don't know what the most middle of the road way to say this is, but basically they could have fudged the truth or not remember the truth very well, or maybe they want to say something the adult wants to hear. This is why minors are tried in the court of laws very, very differently to how adults are tried. It's a very different situation when you're dealing with minors. So yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. I think it's just, to me it's different. I would take generally I would try and take most testimony at face value wherever I can, and then you poke holes in it where it doesn't seem to make sense. That's just normal cross examination. But like, but since she hasn't made these statements public, it's hard to say what
Yeah,
is even really being said. So it's, yeah,
yeah.
I don't fully know exactly what to say to that one. It's yeah,
Tough subject,
I don't
huh?
know.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say there? It's like, it's just, you can't. It's like you don't hold a minor to the same standard you hold a adult to, even though you should take the testimony generally in the same way. You, I don't think you normally do. Is, I don't know, and that's not. I'm not even just talking legally there. I'm just talking like just generally as well. Like, do you always just take what a kid says in the same way that you take the way an adult says it? I don't know. I don't know. And
There's some things in this world though. I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate that when you read something, you have to think to yourself and be like, "What am I reading?"
yeah, and you also have to take into context the
Yeah,
situation. Like
yeah,
if I'm looking at a situation where there's an adult gamer or a couple adult gamers in a chat room with a bunch of teenagers, and these teenagers are the ones instigating like sexual jokes, or like or just being like get raped or blah blah blah, or whatever, saying
yeah.
stupid ridiculous crap like about each other or whatever.
There's just things that I mean, I didn't even touch on the little stuff, but like for example, and
Mm.
I dare her to deny this, but she had told me once that this person called Fatty Melon, who's like a big donator, had a fund to put. He had like a $4,000 in a fund to sue me. That she was ready to take action. What happened to that? Would you take the money and not do anything? It's been 2 years.
I mean, it sounds like a bluff.
You know,
It
like,
sounds like a bluff. It sounds like a
yeah, I
bluff.
know. Like, where did that go? How come that was never used? Like, it's just some of the stuff. Like, you don't say. It just doesn't. It sounds like we're in a fucking movie. Like this stuff,
Yeah,
and like some of the
it's a
threats
bit
that I see
dramatic. It's a bit
are
dramatic. Yeah.
really, really, really out there.
Hmm.
Like
So
this one saying, he was gonna have me kidnapped. Like, what am I gonna call Daredevil and be like, "Hey, go get her"?
he's gonna get you in the back of a van or some shit.
Yeah,
Is uh, I want to bring it back to the timeline again because I do think we need to
yeah,
get move forward a little bit here because we're getting a bit stuck in the weeds a little bit here. But
yeah.
so we had the situation with
Are you taking a
Clint.
cigarette break?
I am going to take a cigarette break. Yes.
I'm gonna
Um.
take a I gotta take a bathroom break, and I also
Oh,
have to go let
okay,
my
okay,
dog
okay,
out.
okay. Sound. That's fair
Can
enough.
we take like a 5-10 minute? I'll be right back.
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, so
All
yeah,
right,
everybody
perfect.
in the chat, if you want to take a follow, if I'm still going to be here, I'm just smoking out the window. So
Oh, okay.
I'm watching the chat. I'm watching the chat. So I'll interact with the chat for a sec while we're doing the.
All right, cool. Let me just take the dog out real quick. I'll be right back. All right.
Yeah, it's no problem, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Can you guys still hear me? Please in the chat, can you let me know if you still hear me? I think you probably do. What have you guys been saying? There's a war going on in the chat right now. I'm actually going to run to the toilet myself really quick, actually. Oh. Right, we are back. I'm looking at the chat. Looking at the chat. Can you guys hear me? By the way, I assume you can hear me. Right, let's have a look at what's being said. Okay, RS1 saying they hear me. Okay, that's right. Matt, BX is saying, hey Matt, tell them how you coerced 11, 13-year-olds to sign fraudulent contracts under duress and then threaten them with their address. You surely you can't make minors sign contracts, right? Surely that's illegal. I would imagine that not BX, I'm sure that Matt is aware of that. So, I don't know. I don't know if I fully buy that one, to be honest with you. It seems like there's a new claim every 5 seconds, in all honesty. I hope that's not true. I'm not saying it isn't true, but it's just a bit strange that every 5 minutes there's like a new claim that he's done something really shady. Um, like, how can you sign a contract as a 13-year-old? Like, what kind of contract can you even sign like that's legally binding as a 13-year-old? And if that was true, surely the parents would be involved, right? I don't know. Seems a little. I don't know if that one holds water or not. I'm not trying to say everything is definitively a lie or whatever. I'm just trying to say that like some of these claims are a bit far fetched. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying it couldn't ever happen, or that he's not done these things. Maybe he has. I'll ask him. I'll definitely ask him about it. But it's just I'm struggling to see this being a legitimate thing. I really am. Alf says, I don't understand this further to stifle his speech. Why? Everyone has the right to tell their story. No one tells a journalist to cease and desist. When he interviews serial killers, they let them speak. Yeah, whether they're telling the truth or not, you know? And they do like to twist the truth, these serial killers, when they make their little claims and say their little things, you know, because they're obviously very fame hungry, aren't they? Yeah, I don't think that's really a thing. BX is asking me to check my DMs. I will check my DMs, BX. I will. I'm just you're just gonna have to give me a moment. Right, so there were some contracts made, is what KRS is certain, but they're not legally binding contracts. If you check your DMs, I'm sending you proof. Okay. Well, I will take a look at that. I will take a look at that, and I will question him on that. No contract is legally binding unless signed by an adult. That's what I would have thought, yeah. It's weird that he would try to get them to do that, though. I do agree with that. If that is real. BX says he's done a million shady things because he's a shady criminal. Okay. He sent shit to their houses. Alf says, okay, he's shady. We already knew that. What I'm trying to figure out is like how actually real this is, but I will check my DMs to see that. There's no way you're ignoring proof in your Twitter DMs and still talking like this. I'm not doing it purposefully. I'm just having a cigarette right now. I'm not doing it purposefully. I will check them. Fuck's sake. Sorry, CJ Brown says you're about to deal with the headache of a lifetime for hosting this guy. Maybe. I don't know. I just thought it was worth giving him his side of the story, that's all. Alf says, even if you're full of shit, you still have the right to say those full of shit things on your platform. I mean, that is technically true. That is technically true. I mean, he has admitted to saying that his sponsors were not real and that they were actually backed by his own money. He has, thingy to that. Okay, let me check my Twitter DMs now. I'll check my Twitter DMs now. Okay, let me see what we've got here. Let me see what we've got. I've got it on my phone here. I've got to scroll up a little bit here. This is a criminal matter and could constitute witness tampering. Okay, let me just say, please consider this a case. A cease and desist warning. Oh, sorry, man. I've got some Twitter DMs from BXBullet, and I'm gonna have to go over them now because she's asking me to sort out these claims, right? And so I'm probably gonna have to challenge you on some stuff here in a second. But she's saying that this is a cease and desist warning in regards to Matt, yourself. He's under FBI investigation. Is defaming. Defamation is not a federal offense, right?
No.
It's a civil, right? It's a civil offense.
Civil doesn't work though because you're in the same state here.
But I just mean in terms of like if you're gonna give it anything, it's a civil offense.
Right.
And means that we're harassing and intimidating a victim witness. I mean, we're not actually directly involved in UBX. You've actually involved yourself. So we have not gone out of our way to intimidate or harass you.
Before we jump on her stuff, though, are we going off the timeline a little bit?
I'm just going to go over these because she keeps asking me to go over the DMs, and I don't... If she's sending me all this stuff, I just think I should at least go through it.
Okay.
She's saying that it's a criminal matter and could constitute witness tampering. Maybe. I don't know if we're going over particular legal matters, but okay, so she's got a screenshot from Spectre saying that BX tried to delete it, but we saved it. Naked child on the stream. That's against TOS. Tisk. Maybe BXBullet should keep her naked child in another room and not run on stream. I have the clip in the video. So there's a love story in the bio or Inception org. Is Inception org you?
No, it's not just me. We used a tweet deck.
Right.
If you go to right, so Inception, I was the owner, correct? But there were other admins, and the same ones involved with that clip had access to the Twitter. One of them, who was Shadow Danielle, had access to the Twitter.
Right. Okay.
I don't know how you're going to prove that, but
yeah,
you know.
I that's. I'm not gonna lie. That's not looking good on your end.
Yeah.
Because you are claiming that this is a naked kid, even when it's not a naked kid, as you've claimed on this stream.
We claimed. No, I think so. We're going on the wrong path of this, though, right? Because we are saying that she confirms it, and she was there saying, "Hey, the kid wasn't naked. She had underwear on." It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I say.
I guess so, but I guess in the broadest spectrum of things is what I'm trying to say is if you saying that is still you trying to push that narrative. You understand? Like, so it still doesn't look good for you to be saying that, whether it's true or not, you know?
I mean, we could say that about a lot of things, right?
I mean, yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is like we're not in legal proceedings here. We're talking about like what is morally correct, and you guys trying to play it off like she had a naked kid on stream and using that against her when it wasn't a naked kid. That's you twisting the truth to pull her down. You understand?
Sure.
So that's not a good thing. Spectre also says, "Lol, I have something saved to a nice clip." I'm assuming that's one of the people that was involved with this situation.
We don't know because Discord's hard, and here's what the hell I'll tell you. Because unless you have it saying, "Hey, it's me saying it," I'm not going to sit here and take anything. And I think this is why they didn't find anything either, because you don't know on Discord. I could change my name and take your picture right now.
Yeah, of course, but I'm just saying that that's very convenient, isn't it? Like, this is what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to be fair. It's very convenient to be like, oh, it's somebody else or somebody this. But at the end of the day, I think it's worth taking as much responsibility as possible. I think you've done a fair amount of that, but I'm seeing some things here that we haven't touched on before.
Yeah, I right. I just maybe at the time, like I said, again, you have to see it at the time of place, right? And
Yeah.
not even with those two DMs. I'm telling you that we saw when we clipped, and we, because there was more than one of us there, correct? Clipped the the scene, right, and then reported it. Our thought was like, oh, the kid's naked, we're gonna report it against TOS.
Hmm.
That's the thought. It's not, oh, it's predatory, because that she keeps bringing this up. It's not predatory.
I will say, even what I'm seeing here doesn't implicate you into this kind of like
No.
pedophilic element, but it is still very. It's still something that I consider to be morally wrong in general. But
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of morally wrong stuff going on in this whole situation.
of course, yeah, I'm looking at um, this Discord stuff where you guys are talking about essentially conspiratory. What's the word? Conspiring to dox her and stuff like that.
Is
You
it
know,
right that she doxes me to this day?
no, 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 no. But it's also not right to dox in response either. I understand why, but I'm not condoning it.
I understand that you have to be fair, and I get that 100%. And like I said, coming on here, we knew this was going to be neutral, but at the same time, it's 2 years of retaliation against each other, nonstop.
Yeah,
That's all I can tell you. I mean, if at that point, like I said, the cybercrime unit came at the whole reason why the cybercrime unit even came was because of this clip. It wasn't because of the other stuff. They were looking for this, right? So they searched, they didn't find it, and that's all.
yeah, and I do believe that side of it. Like, there's no particular criminal element to it. I think it's more that this is just more coming into the realms of, um, you know, in my mind, being just not right, just not the right thing to do. I'm not saying it's a criminal thing. I'm just saying it's just not the right thing to do. Is what I'm saying.
There's a lot of things that aren't the right thing to do. I
No,
mean,
no, of course, but that doesn't necessarily justify it. I'm just
it,
saying.
not that it justifies it though, but at the same time, I mean, even to this day, I'm probably not doing the right shit. I already got a warning from
Mm,
what do you call it, Samantha over there to back off.
yeah.
But it's like because it's been so intense and the battle's been so bad. I mean, it's you want to the both parties. Let me say that literally want to do the worst things possible to each other until something's done,
So
and
this
that's what it was.
can I just say this other one that I'm seeing here, these DMs. I'm
Sure.
assuming this is not you. This is someone else. Saying the full story, what officially made me leave. Two pro Fortnite players, Phil and Shameful, both signed contracts stating they'd received products from sponsors and had to use ICN in game and all of that, represented in tournaments and everything. Specty gave them the runaround. I don't know who Specty. I guess that's one of the people that's involved with you, uh, where their stuff was, and they brought it to me, and then they got kicked. I told Specty it's a legal issue, but then they didn't violate their contracts, and he never signed them to begin with. Just had them repping the org for free. So I guess in a way that shows that you didn't get young people to sign contracts.
No, you know what? I'll say this straight up. Yeah, the Specty is me.
Right,
The
okay.
yeah, that's why the full name was Specty Poo was the thing.
Right.
It was just a name I used in the past. Anyway, regardless, the con.
Right. So basically you had them believe that they were signed on to some kind of contract, but the contracts weren't real.
This is the same thing that I was telling you about with the affiliate codes.
Mm.
I was buying stuff and sending it to people, but it got
Oh.
expensive and sometimes it didn't work out.
You live with your parents.
I don't live with my parents. I don't know what that is.
No, this is Com Gamers. I don't know who that is. Is that another alt of yours, or
It's not an alt. It's an old name.
so that's an old name of yours? So that is you. Uh,
Depending on what the name is. What's the full name?
Com Gamers. So COMM Gamers.
On Twitter?
I don't know where this has been taken from, but it's a looks like a chat archive or something.
Hmm.
So it just says, you live with your parents, right? Perfect. You better get to that package before they do. Tisk tisk wink. The contents of the package are for adults. And then Boo Ghosts replies, still don't understand, but whatever.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know because it's not saying fully, but BX is saying that you threatened to send dildos to kids' houses and followed through on that at least one occasion.
That is terrible. So it doesn't say that, but you can't just assume the worst possible thing being sent. It doesn't say that though. They're gonna see that in court and be like, yeah, okay, so what did he send? Where is that?
Well, what did you send?
I don't know.
But you
It was a
must
long time
know.
ago. I
Like,
don't know.
if you've sent things to people, you must know the things that you've sent, right? Surely.
I've sent elephant shit to people.
Elephant shit.
Yeah, shitsenders.com. You can send elephant shit to people's houses. I think it was that. Might have been that.
Look, I mean, this is muddying the waters to some degree. Like, this is muddying the waters for me to some degree because I've been taking you on good faith to a large degree. But when you're saying things like that, obviously I do understand. Maybe it could be something else. Maybe it's like a movie that is like meant for older people or something, or it could be it could mean a myriad of different things. But I do just think that it's like it's massively muddy in the waters of like some of the stuff you've been up to. And I don't think it makes it as simple as what you've been saying to me previously. That you
We're
just
going
were involved.
backwards though. We're at
We are going.
2014 now.
So you remember that, but you don't remember what you sent. You know, that's what I'm struggling. That's what I'm struggling to
Well, I can tell you because
piece
I use
together here.
Amazon. We could check my Amazon thing. We'll go back.
Okay.
What's the date?
So the date on this, if it does have a date, let me see. It does not have a date on it, unfortunately.
It's stuff like that. I'm trying. So now I'm trying to work with you. Like not to be shitty about it, but now I said, okay, well, let's see what it is. There's no date on it.
Yeah, the Discord stuff is in the 2020s. What the actual date is it? 21st of the 7th.
On what day? On
Well, the
what day?
21st, yeah. So January,
Of
February, March,
2020?
April, May, June, July. So that would have been July of 2020, 21st of July. And then there's a July the 8th, which is when in 2020, which was the DM about Specty giving the runaround. And then these archived messages don't have a date on them, so I don't know what that is about. So, I will say, man, I think, it would be worth it to be a bit more forthcoming on some of this shit. I'm not gonna lie.
So it's not 2020. I don't see anything that would even. I mean, unless someone got something that makes 6 hard-boiled eggs, that's the worst thing on there.
All right. KRS-One saying he is being forthcoming from what I've heard so far. Generally speaking, I would agree, but obviously there's been things left out here that don't necessarily point to. It just says to me that maybe you have been embroiled in some things that are not the wisest.
I would agree. I told you that from the beginning. I said I'm not an angel.
Mm.
I've done stuff I'm not proud of, and Inception was I did some stuff that I wasn't exactly in the right mind about with the sponsorships or whatever. That's fine. But again, when it comes down to the legal stuff, they're going to ask you, when did this take place? What did you send? Where's the
Yeah.
evidence?
Yeah. Yeah.
When I'm being, I've been pretty. I think I've been pretty calm the whole conversation for the most part, and been
Yeah.
answering all your stuff. And
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Yeah.
haven't
Hundred
even,
percent. Yeah. Yeah.
a year ago I would have exploded. The things that now I'm willing to help out with, like, hey, okay, so it's usually from Amazon is when I do all that stuff. Um, if you can give me the date and stuff, I'll look back at my orders and I'll
There's
tell you
no
right then
date
and there.
on that. There's no date on that, unfortunately. So I can't say
Right.
with that package that you sent or whatever.
Then
I don't have a date for that, unfortunately.
yeah, I just that's the only thing.
This is just what BX has sent me. I've not
Well, it's not
gathered
much,
this, but
but you can't
it
do anything with
it's
that.
not. Yeah, but also I feel like there's a bit of politicking going on there, and where it's like, oh yeah, you can't do anything with that. Yeah, well, yeah, of course I can't like legally do something with that, but it does say to me that there is not everything BX is saying is completely false. Is I guess what I'm trying to get at. That
Okay.
maybe there is a level of shadiness to you. Maybe you've done some stuff where you've maybe sent a teenager some shit that maybe you shouldn't have sent. I don't know if it's like a grooming thing exactly, but it's something that would be very ill-advised to do.
Yeah, I haven't sent any sexual stuff to minors, if that's what you're implying.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, because the message in that,
I
you admitted that Spectre is you. You said that the contents of the package is for adults, and I know that could mean several things, but that's also like a political answer to make.
well,
You know.
I mean, that could be anything. It's like that means I'm not sending them a pacifier. You know.
No, I know that. I'm not saying it literally necessarily is sexual either, but you have to understand the position I'm in here. Like, when
Right.
I see something like that, when I hear something like when somebody says, usually when somebody says the contents of this thing is adult, that's usually 9 times out of 10. That's usually a sexual thing, the vast majority of the time, right? And
right.
us as adults should know that, right? Like I know that if somebody told me somebody was sending me something and they said, "Oh well, the contents of this package is adult," I would think that's a sexual thing usually,
Yeah.
the vast majority of the
But
time.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, for example, when I go to like Walmart and I buy a pre-workout, you have to make sure you're 18 plus. It could have been G Fuel or something. I don't know what it is. I don't see it
Yeah,
on my end.
I'm not saying that it literally is that. I'm saying
Yeah, 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 yeah.
it could be something that is actually a bit more innocent than that. But I'm saying
Right.
when you use that language of this is well the contents of this package is adult, that to me says sexual. You in the vast majority of cases.
Sure.
And most adults are going to respond to it in that way. Most people understand it that way. And when you
Right.
put the wink, there was a thing that says wink on it as well. Again, that could be a joke to say, oh, I'm saying this adult thing, but what I really mean is it's actually G Fuel. It's not
Right.
actually a sexual thing. But
Do you
it
have the
could
full
also be
con?
a
Do you
wink.
have
It could also be a wink to say it is a sexual thing. You know what I mean?
sure?
Like,
It could be. It could be a lot of things. Does it show just that line, or is there anything else that you have?
it's pretty much just that line. I'll read it again.
That's the problem. But that's kind of what I was saying too with the out of context stuff. Like you just taking a random line. I know there's a wink face there, but you got to see what the full conversation like. Does it say, "Oh
You
yeah, I'm
better get
sending you
to that
this"?
package before they do, meaning the parents, tisk tisk, which, again, with the parents thing, does suggest that the person is a minor. Because why would you mention parents when somebody's overage?
People could
Um,
be living at home though, right? In theory.
I mean, yes, but even an adult living at home, you wouldn't really say it in that way. To me, the implication is this is a minor. Like that,
Yeah.
let's face it, that is just literally the way the language is, and
Yeah.
I think it's a bit dishonest to say that that wouldn't be what we would infer from that.
Yeah, like I said, I understand this conversation here, and I do understand where you're coming from,
Mm.
but at the same time, just covering myself here, we don't know what's going on because I can't I can't remember every single thing, and
Do you
like
know Boo Ghost? Boo Ghost, that was the name here in this.
no.
So, she sent me one more thing here. I'm assuming I don't know what this is. This is here's the same kid saying he's 16, but we'll see if that holds up. So I've got a comment here. I don't know who is writing this. I don't know if it's you or somebody else saying this, but what I'm reading here is honestly, I really was hoping this was where it all ends. That was it. This was supposed to just be a comment, a really small one, until he started threatening one of the nicest members of the community, Magum Bob. So I'm assuming this is somebody talking about you.
Okay.
I don't know if you know who Magum Bob is.
What's the context here? That's it?
I'm just reading the first bit of this screenshot that I've been given.
Can you send me the screenshot? Is it public?
Yeah, I should be able to send it to you, I guess. How do I do that? How do I do that?
Probably screenshot it and send it as a
I'll have
picture.
to save it to my phone and then send it
Yeah.
to you.
Unless it's not public, ask her, I guess.
No, it's in my it's in my Twitter DMs, but I am going to send it to you now.
Mhm.
Right. So I've sent that over. So this is the worst bit of it all, honestly. Screw the DDoSing. Screw the personal attacks on me. Screw him sending packages of shit to our addresses. So you did admit to sending elephant shit to people.
Yep.
So I guess that matches up. So this is somebody talking about you having an issue with this Magum Bob person. At this point, you are threatening a 16-year-old because you're being exposed, and then they've sent some links. I'm assuming these links are screenshots of something. I don't know. They're just links there. Com Gamers, he didn't even sign a proper contract, and a minor under 18 is allowed to avoid a contract at any time for any reason at all. You're an esports organizer, you probably already know that. Not only are you threatening an innocent minor with all these things, while there is public documentation of you committing crimes here, attempting to DDoS and fraud. My end result with all this is the community really deserved the complete truth for once. I regret that not everything was immediately posted. I also regret not providing even more proof prior to this post. So here's the same kid saying he's 16. The complete truth about Com Gamers. This is a Reddit post here. Because I want everything to be edited. He said, she said. He had made because of the fact that he tried to call out Tybo, supposedly trash talking him in every single day. Tybo hasn't spoken to Com Gamers in over a month until the recent tournament drama, so this was almost a sucker punch. So there's obviously been some drama going on with these teenagers that you've been involved with these COD and esports things that you've been embroiled in.
Yep. That's from 2014 to 2016.
This says 6 years ago, so that would make it 2016 for this post. So he made an apology post, which they've linked to. I'll have a look at that in a second. And you guys don't even understand how happy I was that he finally was going just straight down upon his mistakes, except the post wasn't about that. The post seems fine at the start until you read it and realize 8% of it is lies and excuses. I'll let Tybo and Foda handle this because they were at the most knowledgeable regarding it. Tybo's comment, line number 1. Under the impression that Tybo had given, not raffled, one of the keys I had in stock to give away in his real life friend. This is to do with the giveaways you were doing. I guess you gave this to some of the other people involved and said you can give this stuff away, and they did that in whatever way they did it. Com Gamer specifically
They gave it to family members.
Right. Had
He gave it to
given,
his
not
brother or
raffled. So the
something.
idea was that they were meant to raffle it, but they'd given it away instead.
Correct.
Com Gamer specifically said to Pick someone who has retweeted and followed you on Twitter to win the giveaway, in which I replied with, can I pick a friend? And he said, yes, but don't let anyone find out. Line number 2. Soon after I found this, the entire Boo group had told me they were dropping from the roster without giving me advice, notice, or chance to reconcile things. So I believe what the lie is saying is that we left after he found out about me picking a friend for the knife giveaway. I'm not sure how that faintly makes sense. Regardless, we have given screenshots of conversations and him even admitting that he never intended to do the knife giveaways, so I'm not sure why he thought he even tried to lie about that. So again, this is controversy about giveaways and your brand you'd put money into. That, you know, it looks to me that you were handling this very poorly, and you were allowing people to get away with things that they really shouldn't have really been getting away with, and then
Yeah,
they
again, I have to just jump in here real quick.
yeah, go on.
I know, I know, like, 6 years, 5 years, 3 years, it doesn't really matter. You're still guilty of those. But 6 years ago, I was a different person.
I can
And
appreciate that. I can appreciate that. I'm not trying to say you are doing
yeah,
this now. Yeah.
yeah, I just need to throw that because I know this stuff. I understand this I know, but I basically gave away something for attention or clout and was getting it, and then didn't follow through when I was younger, and I got a shitload of stuff for it, and I admitted to that. I put it in the apologies. I did that.
Right. And
So
there's a lot of stuff here. I'm not going to go through this whole post, but
yeah, it's not my finest moments, but I never ever ever did it. The stuff with the adults toys. Unless you can actually prove that somewhere, I didn't. It's not in my history, and I would have ordered it from Amazon if anything. So it's like, you know, this, yeah. If we want to talk about the Raiden thing, like this is just she's digging. I mean, there's stuff.
I've got a thing of you gamers being like, I don't want to get serious. Thank God for those contracts. They put your names and addresses there. Are you going to leave me alone, or are you going to make me do this? So they're having a go at you. You're responding that you might dox them. Essentially, you're implying that you might dox them in those messages. And like you say, you didn't handle this very well. And yeah, this really doesn't look very good for you. I don't know how relevant it is to the BX situation.
Zero.
But I do think it shows a pattern of behavior where when you're trying to clip her and do all this kind of stuff, that shows a pattern of behavior of where you were doing this kind of thing as well with the people that you were involved with in these groups back then as well. And Alf is saying that he doesn't deny it. You're not denying it. I'm not saying you are denying it. What I'm trying to piece together here is that there is a pattern of behavior that does show that when you get heated, you're willing to go to lengths that are not particularly good. Let's put it that way. And
Yeah, I've gotten help on that. That's why I disappeared. I went and talked to people. I'm on some kind of medication now, and I don't. It's an anxiety issue, and I don't. I haven't had a outlash like that in a long time.
okay, well, it's a tough one because now we're dealing with the BX situation, and this is all ramped up, and it seems like this is feeding into those kinds of things as well. It's bringing out that side of you into this situation as well. Is that fair to say?
2020, yes. Anything further than that, no.
I don't know the full extent of the story here. One thing I do know is that when we were talking in DMs, he did say that everybody's fibbing in a certain way, and we have covered how hunters kind of fudge the truth. And I do think that BX is also somewhat fudging the truth here as well in terms of like the extent of what you've actually done. But I do think that these things do show a side to you that does show that you are capable of using extortative or blackmailing kind of behaviors.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it, and I could be worse, but I plan not to do that. It's just it's gotten so bad now that no one wants to deal with it. People make bad mistakes. I handled a few things absolutely wrong, and I've pretty much admitted to the stuff that I've done. But if you expect me to, again, the main thing for me is that people will call me a pedophile. It's just not true.
I,
So
I will I
I'll
will fully say that I do not believe that about you. Like, I
yeah.
honestly do not
I
believe
I
that about
told
you.
you I may be a piece of shit in the past, present, and future, but I will never ever do that to a child or anything, and that's just the fucking thing. And the police know that. So this
Right.
detective knows that. So if you're gonna say, "Oh, the police don't know anything," well then, what are you, the president? Like you
Look,
can't just say, "Oh, the one of her followers." Let me just go into this, and I also want to go into the screenshots that I have because, I was trying to talk my side today too, and you've been
yeah.
great letting me do that. Um, that like one of her followers, Allie, is someone that posts like Patriot on all her stuff. She goes, "Oh, all the police are pedophiles too."
Well, it's a very
I'm like,
based on
well,
reality take, but yeah.
that's come on, like, yeah, just because the police didn't do it or they're not taking your side. You basically called them, and now they're kind of saying, "Oh, well, there's harassment stuff here. She's in the wrong." Um,
Look,
so
and I do think that, like, for that particular claim, like, that could very well be true. I do think, though, that, like, the claims that she has that you guys have been maybe harassing or um, fucking with her in particular ways. I think this kind of stuff does say that that kind of stuff is within your behavior, right? I mean, like, it's one of them things where it's like, okay, it's not literally the smoking gun to say that lately you're doing this or that, but it does show that there's a pattern of behavior, right? And I can't completely discount that. Um, and
is there not a
it's put.
pattern to her either?
No, don't get me
She's
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying she's innocent, man. I'm really not. But what I'm trying to get at is, I think there has to be a pathway forward, right? And I think for your own sake, I think you really, really need to start reevaluating what you're doing and the paths you're taking, because at the end of the day, you're completely compromising your own integrity at this point. Because when I'm seeing stuff like that, it's making me call into question certain things that you've said in this stream. And, like, most of it I do think you've been fairly honest with, but I also do think you have somewhat lied by omission to certain degrees about the extent of your own behavior. And I do think you're doing your best to move on and try to become a better person. I do actually believe what you say about that. But I honestly do think that moving forward from this point on, you cannot keep engaging in this kind of thing. You
I
cannot. I
try
know.
not to. I try not to, but it gets to the point where, we don't want to talk about doxing. And then even today, where she openly lied in that tweet, and she deleted it so fast, and I'm glad I screenshotted it. We
But
have to go over
whatever
that.
she does, as
Yeah.
fucking horrible as it might be to you, and you want to respond, you can't keep
I
doing it.
can't. I can't. I
And then
told you
when you're when and then because it gives her ammo when she's got evidence on you from back in the day of you leveraging things against these teenagers and stuff like that and sending them fucking elephant shit in the post and stuff like that. It does put you in a certain light where you are looking like you're the type of person who will go after people when they're not, catering to whatever it is that you want from them. And that is putting you in a bad light, okay? And if you're going to be self-aware and you are trying to move forward and you're growing up like you say you are, and I do believe that you're trying to do that, you cannot keep engaging in this kind of behavior. You really can't. Like, it's harming you at this point to do that,
yeah.
because
It's
it's giving her ammo. It's making her look more justified in what she's doing, and it's making you look shady in a way where it's hard to know how much of all of this is the truth. So if you continue to carry on in this way, that is going to be the story moving forward. Okay, that's going to be the story moving forward, and you're not going to get the result that you want.
Yeah.
If everything that you say is true in the way that she has been towards you and all this stuff, you're not going to get the result that you want from this if you continue in the way that you're going about it, right?
Right. And that's why, like I said, the Detective McCord, she said, you got to calm the fuck down, basically, because you're going overboard again. You were doing really good, and then she's starting up again, try and get in your skin, and just gotta just let it go. And then, that's kind of what I gotta work on too. I mean, it's almost in a way. I mean, I think BX can almost even agree with me here. It was almost an addiction for 2 years. A
I'm
war that
sure.
you wanted to be like, we were in the light, we were getting a lot of exposure,
Mm.
and it was like an addiction. And I truly believe that that's not the right way to go for that, for sure. But like I said, I've been advised to calm down, otherwise I can't do what I have to do.
And that's what I'm advising you right now as well. And
Yeah.
honestly, I would say the same thing to BX as well. That she obviously needs to take the same kind of tact. And I think that there is room. Again, I still really do believe this. There's room to move forward here. There really is. If both parties are willing to eat some humble pie and recognize that both people have amplified this to a degree that it never ever needed to get to. Really, really didn't.
Yeah.
And people have involved things like family and children and all this kind of stuff that never ever needed to be involved whatsoever. A disagreement between you two about fucking scams on fucking esports bullshit or whatever never had to come into this situation, right? That a lot of these claims against BX and against you, I don't think are actually fully true, in all honesty. I don't think BX is trying to project child porn onto fucking Twitch, right? And I don't think that you are a pedophile or anything like that either, right? I don't think that any of that shit is really real. What it is that both of you have fallen into a situation where it's so back and forward. You're both caught in this cycle, and it's getting worse and worse and worse, and it's worse for both of you. Instead of learning from the mistakes of the past, you're recreating them over and over and over again. And it's not going to get anywhere. It's not going to get to a positive level if you continue to keep holding on to this. So either one of you has to break the chain. One of you has to. And I have you on the stream right now. I don't have BX on the stream. I have you on the stream. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't leave this be and stop tweeting about her, stop saying all this stuff, no matter how hard it is, no matter when she's saying crazy shit about you or whatever, if you don't let this go and let it play out the way it needs to play out in every way it needs, to be honest with you, it may even be helpful to just drop the cyber shit and whatever. It might even be helpful just to do that. She might recognize then that you're holding up a white flag in a way. And there's no shame in doing that, okay? There's no shame in doing that. Because at the end of the day, both of you need stability, okay? And you're both creating massive stability in both of your lives that is completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. You're saying that you've learned from the mistakes of your past. You need to put that in action. BX needs to calm the fuck down herself as well, by the way. I'm not saying that she doesn't need to not do that. But I really can't help but feel that if there's any way forward, one of you has to break the chain. I feel like maybe you can do it. And I would really love for you to do it. I don't know if, are you Christian? Are you religious in any way? Are you
Catholic?
You're a
Yep.
Catholic. Please revisit the Gospels. Revisit Christ, please. I'm a Christian myself as well. Maybe not in the most traditional way as other people. But the words of Christ are very powerful, and forgiveness is a big thing. No matter one of Christ's big things is to say, love your enemies. Okay? Very, very exceptionally difficult thing to do. Massively difficult. I don't know if most human beings can do it. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. But it's a concept that we really have to try and hold in our hearts, right, as Christians. I think it's a very, very important thing to do. And I think the only way this cycle can be broken is if you try to actually hold that in your heart as best as possible. That doesn't mean you have to be super friendly with her. You don't have to be best friends with her or anything like that. It just means breaking the cycle and not putting yourself into a situation where you're actually degrading your own integrity, you know? Like that's all I'm trying to get to. And I can see that I feel like, yes, maybe you've done some bad things and you've done some shady things. I don't think of you as a bad person, though, right? Everyone makes the mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life too, right? We're human beings, okay? This is not me trying to lord anything over you or anything like that. I'm not trying to be superior, nothing like that at all, right? So please don't think that. But I honestly do think that I honestly just think that you're sending yourself down the shitter, really.
Yeah.
By continuing this on. And I think it's worth trying to...
It's cost me a lot. I gotta let it go.
Yeah. And I think you've really got to reconnect with some of these Christian roots and really reconnect with some of these philosophies. And it's really difficult. Don't get me wrong. It's really, really difficult. That's the point of repentance. The point of repentance is to make your mistakes and come back to Christ, you know, when you make those mistakes. Even Christ had to repent. Even Christ repented in the Garden of Gethsemane. So don't ever think that, like, it's some kind of shameful thing to admit your wrongs or to whatever. I think you do have that in you, and I think you can do that. Honestly, I think it's best for you to let it go. And I think it's best to just do your best. And it's for you as well, by the way. It's not just for her. It's for you, so that your life can get better. Because like you said, you were doing well with some of this esports stuff. You were doing well with some of the stuff. You had a big Discord group and blah, blah, blah. If you set your mind to something, you can actually do well with yourself. But you need to hold your integrity in your heart better and not get devolved into these petty things. Because that's what's really dragging you down, and you're letting yourself get devolved into that.
Like I said, and whatever exactly what you said is right. And like I said, I took some time. It's not a lot of time, but I took a few months, and I saw a psychiatrist. Never done that before. That was tough.
That's a good
stuff
step.
out.
That's a good step. Yeah. 100%.
You know, hearing yourself say some stuff, and then they play it back to you, which is a crazy process. And they you know, you listen to yourself. You're like, well, you're a psycho. And then it's like, but it got to the point where, you know, I lost my fiance for a few months. She couldn't take it because people were coming to the house, and you know, they were contacting their families, and she had to leave. And I was like, okay, well, that might be gone. And we figured it out after I got some help. And now the medication has calmed me down, which is kind of nice, kind of just chilled out a little bit. And it's been good, you know.
Well, you need to do it for yourself, man. Honestly, you need to keep that going, because I honestly do believe that, like, I don't think of you as a bad person. Even these things that have happened and that I've seen here tonight, and these messages and whatever, right? Everyone has their low moments. Everyone has things that they're not proud of. The thing is what do you do moving forward? What do you do to improve yourself moving forward and to make sure that doesn't happen again? That's what repentance is. And it's not just saying sorry, it's actually putting it into action. So
like I said, I came here basically to say, I told you ahead of time. I said, listen, I was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I said
no, and you have been honest about that. No, and I will say that you have been honest about that. I'm not trying to say like, oh, this is all this big revelation, but these are obviously things I wasn't privy to before. But also,
also
no, go on.
Not,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, the child shit is just not me. Though.
No. I will say wholeheartedly, I do not believe that side of this situation. I do think that's like I think that's a massive claim that BX has made that I do think is completely unwarranted. I understand why she might be trying to make that claim, because she's in full attack mode. And I think she needs to have forgiveness in her heart as well. I also think she needs to turn to Christ and have that forgiveness in her heart, because otherwise there's no way to move forward, right? It's going to be a constant cycle of hatred otherwise.
Yeah. I
Uh,
just I just
you know,
wanna I just wanna throw out too, like I see the stuff that she's must be DMing you all kinds of shit.
I haven't checked my
Just to,
DMs for a while, but yeah, she might
yeah,
be.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanna get on the right path here, like what we were set out to do. Anything that has to do with me or my business or anything like that, like, oh, he's a scammer, make sure you get your information right too.
Mm.
Because people can be sending you stuff. You have no idea what you're talking about. And let me tell you something. If it's 40 grand, and let's say that's the number
Well,
she's using.
let's get to that claim because that's one claim we haven't fully covered here. We've covered the vast majority of it now, but this is one of the few claims that we haven't actually covered. Is this whole idea that you've scammed a Facebook group out of like 50 grand or 40 grand or whatever it is? The Facebook Marketplace, as BX is saying in all
Sure.
caps. BX, are you Christian, by the way? Can you please put that in chat? Are you Christian? I would like to know that. I think you are, but I'm not 100% on that. But anyway, can you please fill us on that? I'm gonna be still on stream. I'm just having a smoke out the window, but can you please fill me on the situation with the Facebook Marketplace, please?
Those fucking days are expensive. How much are you smoking?
I'm just
They're like $12 a pack
This
here.
is
Crazy.
rolling papers, man. Rolling papers. I
Oh,
roll my own
Jesus.
cigarettes.
Oh, okay. All right, gotcha.
Go on, go on. Can you please let me know what's going on here?
Yeah. What's gas like over there? What are you paying?
Petrol. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't drive, so I actually don't know, but it is going up.
Oh,
I do know it's going
yeah.
up. I know it's going up. Yeah. There's a whole supply and demand issue with vaccine mandates on lorry drivers and all that kind of shit. There's been strikes about it and all that kind of stuff, and it's caused the supply and demand issue to go crazy. Inflation is what it is. Mandates were never a good idea ever. That's just my point of view on it. The vaccines are
Gotcha.
fine. Make the vaccines. Get people to have the vaccines. Just don't make the mandates. That was a bad idea. Very bad
Oh,
idea.
jeez. Don't talk to her about that, please. I'll...
What is she pro mandate?
she's no, she's like anti-vax.
I mean, I'm not huge on the vax either. I only had one.
Yeah, but
I
she's
don't.
taking ivermectin to try and cure herself.
I mean, that's whatever in my opinion. Honest, I'm not gonna lie. I just think that's whatever.
Oh, okay. I don't
But
know much
like,
about it. Apparently, you're not supposed to take it.
I mean, I just don't think it's that harmful to take it. I think that's my point of view.
Okay.
But yeah, let's get to the Facebook Marketplace thing. Do you wanna fill us in on that situation?
Me or her?
I was asking you. Yeah, apparently she's making a claim against you that you've
Yeah.
defrauded this Facebook Marketplace out of like tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
I just want to know what is that about? What is that about?
Yeah, it's not a scam, that's for sure. I mean, so what I did was when I rebranded, I did, Pokemon cards for a while, and then I most recently switched to sports, and I have a distributor online that I get them wholesale, and I've been selling
Right.
boxes and
Yeah.
doing breaks and stuff, but there was a influx that I posted on Facebook Marketplace. I joined the group, and I was taking payments through um, Square. It's just like a payment processor,
Right.
and it was getting up there in value. And what they do is they hold your money, right? So I'm waiting for the payments to clear. Not
Yeah.
then they're telling me it's 21 days to clear. I'm paying for the product. I can't afford 40,000 in product and just wait to get paid for
Yeah.
21 days.
Of course. Yeah.
So what actually ended up happening is that it wasn't a scam. I just said, "Sorry guys, I can't take these payments," and refunded everybody.
Right.
So what they're saying is that I was taking almost like a loan. I took the 40,000, was using it for something else, and then refunded.
So you did refund it.
Yeah.
Right. So you didn't actually initially. So if I just understand what's going on here, you took a bunch of payments for stuff product that you didn't necessarily have, and then when you couldn't send it out, you refunded them.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But here's the other side of it. People don't have any patience, and I'm sure you can
And
appreciate
of
this.
course, they get outraged and say all the things they need to say.
No, 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 not that they say. They charge back. So what they did is they opened all these chargebacks. So some of them were refunds from me, but some of them couldn't wait, like I was at work or something, and they called the bank and they say, "Hey, I never got the stuff." They institute chargeback. Either way, they got their money back. I actually don't know why this is a thing.
Yeah, okay. So I see what you're saying there. It was just a big fuck up.
Yeah, I don't think this is. I mean, we could talk a little bit about it, but I don't want to go too much into it because
No,
everybody
we
got
don't
their
have to go.
shit
We don't have
back.
to go too hard on it. It was just another claim that's being put in the chat and stuff. I just wanted to make sure we covered it. That's
Yeah,
all.
this one's not going to go the way that she wants it because everybody got their money back. I
Well,
mean,
that's good.
if you
That's
call
good.
if you call the bank or do a refund, they all got their money back.
Okay, that's good.
So
Okay, I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom break. Sorry, I've drank some beers, and we call it in the UK breaking the seal.
yeah, there you go. We do that too.
Oh, is yeah, okay. Is that saying over there as well? So yeah, I've broken the seal a bit, so I need to, I need to nip to the toilet. I won't be very long though. I'll just literally be a second. If you want to interact with chat or whatever, like yeah, I'll leave that up to you. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Sure. I just wanna give you guys a little bit of I just want to yeah, okay. I just want to give you a little bit of information, BX, because you're wrong here. If they charge back and I'm fighting it, then it's bank fraud. I accepted the chargebacks because it was just like refunding them. So you're gonna lose this one. Sorry. And the fact that you're in here so hard, I thought you were at work. Like, aren't you? Don't you? Aren't you a scientist? Or did we prove that wrong? Uh-oh. Did you post today and then you fucking deleted it? Oh man, that post was crazy. I want to get into that though with him. I only have an hour left. Um. Oh my God, what a good post that was. What a great post that was. I loved it. I loved it. I'm so glad. Anyway, just
Sorry, what was being said there? What was
oh, I uh, BX is telling us she's a scientist.
okay. Um,
Yeah.
if
Okay.
she's a scientist, I'm Professor Oak. But
Yeah.
BX is saying she's
Scientist.
got to go to work. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Well, thanks BX for putting your input in the chat. I do appreciate it. Appreciate you sending me some stuff in the DMs there. It has given me a slightly different perspective, but I do think honestly, BX, please consider some of the things that I've said on this stream about perhaps trying to give some level of forgiveness. I think if you guys can try and meet in the middle, there can be some reconciliation here, but I think it takes both parties to do that. But because I have you on the stream and not BX, I'm kind of putting the pressure on you a little bit more, just because I think like I say, I just have you here, but also
I think I responded well.
I think you've done very well. I'm not gonna lie. I think you've done very, very well, and I honestly appreciate your candidness. I appreciate that you've been very honest, and I've had to hold your feet to the flames for things. There's been things that maybe you didn't expect me to bring up on the stream with these kinds of things, and things you've had to answer to that maybe you didn't fully anticipate.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. Maybe caught you off guard here and there, but I think it's important to do that. Because at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that I'm not being completely biased in either
You can't.
way, and I just felt like it was only fair to BX to at least admit that kind of stuff into the situation.
Right.
But you've obviously given your response, and
We have to go over those tweets though.
which tweet? Sorry.
The ones from this morning that she deleted because they're important to all this.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that before we close out. Then we'll do that. So
Okay.
let's have a look then. What was the things? Was this the stuff that you sent me in my DMs? Was it?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna scroll up here. So you sent me these screenshots of the stuff. The thing is that I don't have, obviously now, I don't have the actual tweets to click on, so I can actually see these screenshots that he's made. So they're like kind of cut off, and I can't
No,
actually
it's
read what
just
they're.
the two paragraphs though. The
Well,
one
do you want to read them or put them in context for me then, or
Sure, sure. So the first one is she's responding to KRS in here.
yeah,
He blackmailed me publicly for all to see. Then Justice January admitted to it live on Twitch. I mean, come on. Part of me thinks that you're one of his alts or his sidekicks. But anyway, I'll put this out there. And she just put a bunch of quotes. So she blames people for always being me. So
right.
everybody that tweets back at her is me, which is psychotic.
And we have obviously through this chat realized that KRS, Alf, not neither of these people are you. So yeah,
Right,
we
but
have confirmed
here's
that.
the other tweet. Actually, the tweets are out of order. The bottom one's supposed to be first. Here's the big one. So there's this thing called blackmail. It's
Mm-hmm.
when you threaten someone in order to get them to start pursuing legal action. Like when myself threatened to use a pic of a blank nude 3-year-old to get me banned off Twitch, which is my job. That's the key there, because she's continuously saying that her job is being the scientist. Now she's saying Twitch is her job. Which one is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
That's
know the
not, but
details of
she
her
always
life.
says that. She always says that. So, you know,
I mean, I'm not fully convinced that she is a scientist, but
I think she works at CBS, to be honest with you.
I
But no,
I don't want to say either way, but
yeah,
I would imagine that streaming is one of her main, revenues or whatever. That
yeah,
that that would be my guess
yeah.
personally, but I can't say any of that for sure. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Do you want to carry on? Sorry. Do you want to?
Yeah, that's like we just don't know what she's doing or whatever. What's true, what's not. I mean, it's a little bit on both sides for the older stuff. Like I just don't remember some things from 3 years ago. I really don't. Kind of like what you said for kind of moving forward.
Mm,
From those situations, I've moved forward.
mm,
I try not to think about that stuff, rather not. And that's just because it was a hassle and I don't want it to come back because that's another pain in the ass. I don't want people to come back and start saying hello.
yeah.
So I let that go, and like I said, with this whole war thing, it will be toned down. I mean, um I'm not gonna be slamming her. I mean, I was this last week, but I've got no warning now, so I can't do that anymore. Uh,
I think also just for your own benefit. I know I've said this before. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think honestly it's in your own best interest, just for your own
yeah,
sanity as well. I
yeah.
think you just really
Now,
do need to let some of this go. I really do. I
yeah.
know it's
Well,
very
and like I
hard because
said,
it's very
and the DMs that
serious,
I
but
sent you, like we're still doing that.
mm,
You know, the private stuff. But that's because there's something there now, and they saw it. They were like, okay, well, you should do this. So
yeah.
we're gonna do that.
Well, obviously the legal side of it, the criminal side of it, or whatever that you're working with, that's in your purview. If you want to do all that kind of stuff, that's up to you. I'm not saying don't do that, but
Right.
all I will say is the public kind of side of it, the tit for tat, the going back and forward, and all that kind of stuff. I really do think that it's going to be better for you, for her, mainly for you, in all honesty, to really try to rise above it. And I know it's very difficult. I know that you obviously have a past with dealing with petty things and you give into it and stuff like that. And let's face it, a lot of us have had those moments and stuff like that. But I think honestly that it's going to be better for you moving forward to let a lot of this go, because if you don't, I think it's just going to keep dragging you down and it's going to keep discrediting you over time. And I think if you're looking to move forward with a lot of all these different projects that you've got going on, I think it's going to be better for you to try and focus on being as in having the most integrity and the most dignity that you can have, and a lot of this is going completely against that.
Right. Yeah.
So
So
I think it's honestly
basically
just
just
in your
gotta
best
chill it out.
interest.
Yeah, that was my plan ahead of time. Like I said, it gets emotional with this new party's involved, and I gotta figure out what the fuck's going on with
Of
them.
course it does,
Yeah,
and I do have sympathy for that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here going like, oh, with these attacks against your family and stuff like that, that like that doesn't warrant anger and animosity. But I do think that like giving into it is ended up coming back on you, if you know what I mean.
right. And
I think
just
that's
just
just
another
that's
thing
the
too.
problem.
Like I know that she says like some of the stuff is her followers saying, and she can't be responsible. But I mean, she joined the stream today, and they followed her in, so she is responsible. She
Yeah,
could
but
tell them, "Hey, go away."
it was only like one person, I think.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well, it was the main people. That's all. You know. But yeah. So um, that's kind of where we're at. I think, like I said, this has been great for me because I can, I said my piece, and even got some stuff off my chest that was just lingering. So
yeah,
I appreciate you having me on and stuff.
no, honestly, it's no bother. Like I say, I see good sides in both of you. I honestly do. I see good sides. I know you probably don't like me saying that about BX, but I see a
Well,
good. This is
apparently I did too. I was gonna bring her into my esports org.
yeah. I suppose at one point maybe yeah.
So,
But I see good sides in both of you. I think what is happening is the worst sides of you are coming out because you're both allowing yourselves to get dragged down by these things. I think one of you has to break the cycle. I have you here. I'm asking you to do that because I have you here. Um, and I would like to hope that you will do that. And I think that will help you immensely if you do that. Um, so please give that heavy consideration. If you are, like you say, involved in Christianity, if you are a Catholic, if you do believe in Christ, please just give that an idea. I know it's very, very difficult. Don't get me wrong, it's very, very difficult. But please just give those concepts some thought, sleep on it, have a think about it, and maybe it'll do you some good. That's all
yeah,
I'm trying to
I
say.
just gotta do that. Like I said, I kind of just gotta let it play itself out. She wants to keep going craziness. Just it's best not to look at
Just
it.
let her go
Uh,
crazy. That's on her. It's you. It's almost like Marcus Aurelius. I don't know if you know who Marcus Aurelius is. He's one
I
of the
do.
Stoics.
Yep, the Roman.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The Roman emperor. He wrote all this stuff about how you have to be in control of yourself and you can't control other people, and that what they do is up to them. What you do is up to you. You can only control how you react, and just please keep that in mind. I think that will help you so much. So please try and do that. And
Yeah.
obviously, it's not easy. I'm not saying you're gonna click your fingers and it's gonna be like that overnight. But just please try and keep it in mind because I think it will really help you. It will benefit you a lot in the future.
I agree. Great.
Yeah, and it's been really good having you on. Honestly, like I wasn't quite sure how this was all gonna go. I really wasn't, but I'm honestly really glad I had you on. It's been a really interesting discussion. I think we've really hit to the heart of a lot of this stuff, and it's been nice to see other people in the chat uh, see this laid bare a little bit more and see your side of the equation. And I just appreciate you coming on and being as honest as possible. I
I
think
try.
it's been really
I
good.
really try. I mean, if there's stuff I don't remember, I can't do much about it. But the
Of course, yeah.
I really I put my all into this though today. I came on with like, hey, he's got to be neutral, so just relax, and like I said, I mean, there's videos of me from the past, and you can see I have no fucking patience in the past, and that's what kind of did me in. But no, I think I kept a level head today, and I kind of answered stuff as best I can, and gave you. I mean, I kind of gave you the stuff as much as I have with the proof I have.
No,
I
of
mean,
course,
especially at
yeah, but
the biggest thing though is that nobody saw the crime unit posts. So you're the
no.
first one to see
That
those.
that's that's one thing that I wish I could have put on the stream, but it would have just taken too much time to fuck
Yeah,
around
because
with
she
it.
doesn't believe that's true,
Yeah,
and
but I will say though that just for your own benefit, if you really have an issue with that, you obviously have those things. Please redact what you need to redact and post it yourself on your own Twitter. I think that would
yeah,
help. I think that would do yourself some justice. But I think generally speaking, though, I think it's worth, from this point moving forward, I honestly do think it's worth laying low on this, keeping to your own projects, keeping to your own, your box breaking thing, your whole Pokemon card thing, all that kind of stuff, esports or whatever it is that you're still doing at the minute. Focus on that. Keep your own shit going on, and just lift yourself up that way. Don't drag yourself down by being involved in this kind of stuff. I know it's difficult. It's very, very difficult when people are attacking you. It's a very human reaction to want to fight back and all that kind of stuff. But I think it does. I think it's harming you more than it's helping you. In all honesty.
Yeah, that was my thing too. I always felt like I had to like defend myself, so I went over and above. And especially in my line of work, that's dangerous for me to do that because it can get bad.
Yeah, 100%. So just think about yourself. Think about what's going on. Think about your fiance. Think about all these things. Put it in perspective and make your priorities right.
Yeah, like I said, I apologize ahead of time for any videos or something that comes out.
Oh, I'm not arsed. I'm honestly not arsed, man. I'm a small time YouTuber. I don't really give a fuck. Like, people will say whatever they want to say, and they have every right to say it. I don't think I've ever done anything that bad, in all honesty. I really don't. And so I'm pretty confident with that. If BX wants to come on my stream and give her side of the story, I'll do the same again. And I'll give her the same charitability that I gave you, and I will also give her the same level of challenge that I gave you as well. So there's no I've not got a horse in this race, you know what I mean? Like, for me, I think the thing that would make me feel good is if both of you can come to a place. So I'm not saying either of you have to be friends or anything like that, but if this beef can be quashed, I will feel happy about that. And I think
Yeah,
that's the only thing that would really
I
care.
asked her. I said, "Hey, listen, what can we do here? Because I'm at the point like, are you done? Am I done?" I think but she makes so much money off this. I don't know if she's gonna do it.
That
Yeah,
is a problem, isn't it? Because that is part of the incentive, and I think that was even part of the incentive for yourself as well, was it not? At certain times, so
yeah, there was cloud stuff, but for me, I was getting a lot of the negative shit because she would put in these people's mind that I was harming kids or whatever. So
yeah,
it just at one point, it was good, and then I had a following from a few other people, and I still have a somewhat of a good following in other matters, but I'm not even streaming on Twitch anymore. I stream on a different platform, so
okay.
do all my stuff.
No, that's fair enough, man. That's honestly fair enough. Now, I will say, I'm not going to lie to you, man. I've really enjoyed your company. If you ever wanted to come on my stream again, I would not be opposed to it. I don't necessarily want to talk about BX again, I'm not going to lie.
No,
But
please.
uh,
I don't think I want to talk to her ever again. No, this was good. This is good.
but I think you're a good guy. I think maybe we can move forward from here. And if you want to come on my stream again, I don't know, maybe we'll just cover a video or talk about some random shit. I don't know if you're much of a political streamer at all or not.
I am in my mind, so yeah, saying stuff would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever want to vent and whatever, like, because I'm a small time streamer, there's nothing like crazy going on here. So, like, I'm a free speech kind of person. I'm a centrist more or less, but like, I'm left wing on certain things, right wing on certain things.
Yeah.
I don't know where you fall politically or not, but it's just fun to just fucking talk things through. And if we disagree, we disagree. If we agree, we agree. It's whatever.
I don't know if I have one of those titles because I haven't really done stuff like that. But like
Mm.
my family is like all split up all over the place. So
Right.
talking with them, you get a whole
I
view of.
bet Thanksgiving is a hell of a time, you know.
Yeah. So my grandmother hates Trump, and my
Right.
her son loves Trump. So it's great watching that.
The rebellious
It's
son loves Trump. The
it's
rebellious.
amazing. It's amazing. But
I bet it's a spectacle. Yeah.
yeah. So it's definitely fun there. Yeah. Not like I said. The sports world, and I get into a lot of like Colin Kaepernick talks and stuff. So stuff
I'd
like
look. I
that.
mean,
But
honestly, I find Colin Kaepernick to be one of the most ungrateful people to ever exist.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what you think of that, but I honestly
Well,
do think he is.
did you? I don't know if you watched his Netflix thing, but his first point, and he wants to come back into the league, right? His first point, he said the NFL Combine is like slavery. I'm
Yes,
like,
no, I did see that.
Jesus
Yeah, that's
Christ.
what makes me think that about him. Yeah, and not only that, he says some shit about his adoptive parents and stuff like that as
Yeah.
well. And
Yeah, I'm like,
It
whoa.
just, to me, it just screamed of like massive ungratefulness. It's like, how can you compare being a slave, being whipped and held in bondage and all this kind of stuff,
Yeah,
and being demeaned and dehumanized, to a situation where you're earning millions and millions of dollars,
yeah,
and you have seasons where you're not even working and shit like that, and you just he has the utmost freedom above most people. If anything, he has the liberty of money, which helps him through so much legal shit and stuff like that.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
unbelievable that he would say any of that stuff. It's clearly a virtue signal. He thought
Yeah,
that was
well,
going to help him even more to say that shit, but like,
yeah, and
yeah,
Antonio Brown, the other
terrible.
crazy one, even came out and said,
I don't know this
Kaepernick was.
person, I don't think.
Oh no, he's another nutcase. But
Right.
he said Kaepernick, was trash. He took the money in the commercials over the playing. Like he'll never play again. But he took the money in the commercials, and once he did that Netflix thing, he was done. You can't come back from that.
I don't think he was planning to come back. He's trying. I
He
know.
wants
I
to
did
come
hear.
back,
I did hear the rumblings that he's trying to come back.
but he's not good.
But I think originally, I don't think his thought was that. I think he thought he was going to leave football to become like this kind of black advocate, and that's how he was going to make his money. And he got his Nike deal and all this kind of stuff. I think
Yeah,
in his head, he was like, "This is going to work out for me. I can ride the wave of like using race issues to divide people and stuff like that." I think he thought
right.
that was going to work out for him. And then when he realized that that was not going to take him the full way, that's when he's kind of coming crawling back, when he's realizing like, this is not going to take me the full way that I thought it was.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
that's how it looks to me. I'm an outsider. I don't fully know because I'm not an American football person or anything like that. But I did just think like, it's just one of them things, isn't it? It's like whenever you see like a rich person like complaining about their shit, it's just like, what the fuck are you on, mate? It's so
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Actually, my team should be your team, right? I'm a Jaguars fan. That's big over there.
Jaguars represent who?
Jacksonville, but they play two out of their 17 games now in London.
Oh, how come? Why do they play in London?
Because the owner is his wife's from London, and he owns
Oh,
a team, so they play there.
no, I have no idea about this. I honestly don't pay any attention to American football because I watch real football. No, I'm
Yeah, I
kidding.
hear you.
No, I'm kidding. I actually don't care about football in this country either.
Yeah,
My sport is UFC. My sport is UFC. Boxing and UFC is my sports. But
nice.
I don't mind. I don't mind American football. I would watch it and have some fun watching it. The same with soccer or football as we call it in this country. I do watch random teams. I'd probably support Liverpool, I suppose, because my family are Scousers. I don't know if you know what that.
Gotcha. I don't know
You
what
know
that
what
is.
Scousers mean?
No.
Oh, that's what you call people from Liverpool is a Scouser.
Okay.
But but basically, because there's a meal called scouse, which is where you mash up carrot and parsnip and potatoes.
Gotcha. I've only
And
been to two places in the UK, so I don't know.
oh, really? Where have you been? Where have you been?
Stevenage and Leeds.
Leeds! I used to live in Leeds! I used to
Oh
live in
yeah,
Leeds. Yes,
nice.
love Leeds to bits. Leeds is amazing.
Yeah,
One of the
I
best
had
cities in the country, 100%.
I had to do a networking project over there, so
Sweet,
I
sweet.
go I go all over the place.
All right, well, I tell you what, I'll let you get going then if you need to get going. But I mean, you are actually welcome to stay. I'm going to cover this Nick Fuentes stuff. If you want to stay, we can cover the Nick Fuentes stuff. But if you want to get going, you can get going. It's up to you.
Yeah,
I'll leave it to
I'm good till 4 o'clock. I got 40 minutes,
40
so
minutes. I'll
yeah, if
tell
you
you
want
what
to
then.
stay
I'll tell you
on.
what. I'll tell you what. I'll reconfigure this screen a little bit. I'll make you a little bit smaller.
Yeah,
Move you over here a little bit. I'll make myself a bit smaller so we can see this. And I'll play this a bit. And then when you need to drop out, just drop out. It's
sure.
up to you. Now, what do you know of this Nick Fuentes drama? Do you know much about Nick Fuentes? Have
No,
you?
I don't. So this is like a first time seeing it.
Right. Okay. So, have you never heard of America First and all that kind of stuff?
No,
Okay. I'll give
could be
you
a good thing.
I'll give you. It is definitely a good thing. But I'll give you a quick crash course. So, Nick Fuentes has fermented like this cult following, you could say.
Hmm.
About his he claims to be a Christian, right? I guess I don't know if he's Catholic or if he's Protestant, but he claims to be a Christian, and he claims to be America first in the sense that he wants to put America first and blah 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 blah. But what it seems to really be is a situation where he is cajoling a lot of young white men into identity politics. It's like a reaction to, like, like the woke. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the woke bullshit that goes on in America.
Yep.
And that drives a lot of people who feel alienated, by their race for being white and stuff, into the arms of these megomaniacal, egotistical people who use white identitarianism. I can't even fucking say the word. Identitarianism. It drives them into the arms of these people, and he's taken full advantage of that. And basically, there's been like a breakdown recently in his movement of he's been using and abusing people. It's very classic narcissistic shit. Very, very classic. He's been using and abusing people, throwing people under the bus, and these people that are involved in this call right now are some of the people that have been used and abused by Nick Fuentes and are now exposing and dishing the dirt on Nick Fuentes. And I just thought it was interesting to take a look at some of this stuff. Now, do you know who Mr. Metica is?
I do.
You do know Mr. Metica. Okay, sweet.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Metica is in the call. He's always there to take the piss out of these rightoids and stuff like that. And we've got Mr. Warski. I don't know if you know Adam Warski.
Maybe.
He was around on YouTube fucking ages ago. And he's kind of resurfaced with this channel. And yeah, they're just talking about the drama, basically. They're just kind of rinsing them because they're just all retards, basically.
Sure.
So yeah, if you wanna hold on, Scott, we're halfway through the stream. But basically they've just talked about a lot of the malpractice that's been going on. So,
Gotcha.
So yeah, we'll just hit it off there, and they're getting into some of the more juicy stuff now. They're getting into some of the kind of like the ways in which Nick Fuentes has abused some of these people financially and emotionally, you could say. So yeah. Actually, I need to stream this to you, don't I? In Discord, I should probably stream this to you. So if I screen share Mr. Metica, go live.
Oh, for the sound.
Yes. So if I stream that to you, can you see all that stuff?
Yeah, I can see it. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Great.
And shit, isn't it?
Can you hear that?
That he would command his people, like too many compliments, not enough. Like some.
Does it need to be? Do I need to turn it up or anything? Or
says like God.
No, I can hear it.
Is that...
I mean, he said that on his show a couple nights ago, but it was just I thought it was a funny example because he was talking about how the guy, he saw some guy in like a restaurant from his chat or something. But I mean, he does believe that to a certain extent, that he's like chosen by God to lead this movie.
This was the spicy thing that I left it off at because I found it particularly spicy. Is that they're starting to make the claim that Nick Fuentes sees himself as a Christ-like figure. Now, you as a Christian, maybe you can appreciate what I'm going to say right now. But that to me is Antichrist. That is like full-on Antichrist bullshit right there. Like any kind of guy that's trying to put himself above Christ or on the level of Christ is a megomaniacal fucking narcissist sociopath. That's what I believe anyway.
You're basically becoming a tyrant.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. It's beyond the pale, really. Like, I don't understand how you could put yourself in that position. Whether you believe in Christ or not is kind of beyond the point. Because when you put yourself on a level of like a godlike or a mythical figure, then you're kind of saying that you're above normal humanity, you know?
Right. Yeah. It's like a deranged fortune teller. Like
Yes.
they can see your future. They know all, but they don't share it with anybody.
Yeah, they're like
Like
this
you
omnipotent
have to
being.
pay them to know your future.
Yeah, and he's used these lads, this Jaden McNeil and this other guy. I can't remember his name. Is it Scott or something? Like he's used these guys to like kind of bolster his movement and stuff, and he's fucked them over massively. Now these guys still have views that I'm not fully on board with. I'm not gonna lie. They still kind of hate homosexuality and all that kind of stuff, which to me is kind of like, I don't know. I'm just not with that kind of stuff. But and it's like because Nick didn't fulfill their bigoted views, now they're kind of against him. But it's not just that, they've also attacked him. He's also attacked them, sorry, and he's also used and abused them. So I do have some sympathy for them, but I do think it's a bit of a shame that they haven't realised that he's used their bigotry to manipulate them, if that makes sense. But anyway, let's carry on with this
and whatnot. Which, I think all of us kind of thought at one point, more or less ourselves, that
I'm just I'm a little fucking blown away by this, because it sounds like the fucking plot to a movie called a Face in the Crowd with Lonesome Rhodes. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's about this little guy in the middle of nowhere who rises up through politics and goes crazy and treats everybody underneath him as pieces of shit, and then eventually implodes.
I've got to see that movie, man. That sounds amazing. That sounds awesome.
It sounds like House of Cards a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I haven't seen House of Cards though. Actually, I do really need to watch that.
Yeah, basically, I mean, the gist of it is like Kevin Spacey. He goes from like the bottom line politician all the way up to president.
Right.
But he manipulates the system.
Yeah.
He's almost a god in the politic world, because he's icing people, and then he's going up the ranks, and like all these people are getting caught with drugs. It's crazy. Yeah, and his wife is just as bad.
It sounds really, really good. Like, it's weird because obviously watching stuff with Kevin Spacey in now is a bit like weird, knowing that he's done a lot of shady shit. But but it's still, regardless of that, the merits of the show do seem pretty interesting, because it's like laying bare like the political system in a way, because that is kind of how it is. That is what people do, And Nick Fuentes is actually, like you say, it's a good comparison, because Nick Fuentes is kind of doing the same kind of thing. Like it's interesting, Anyway,
it's similar to like Ozark too. You watch Ozark?
No, I've not seen it.
No, that's on Netflix. Basically, it's like an accountant that gets involved with the cartel. The cartel runs everything. So they're literally gods in the United States, and they're just pushing money everywhere and washing it. Yeah.
So it's like an expose on corruption and all that kind of stuff.
I like that. I like those kind of shows.
Yeah, I love stuff like that. Yeah. Well, this actually goes back to our connection to Christ in a way, because Christ's whole thing is to expose the hypocrites. And that's all he did. Like when he was going around talking about the Pharisees and stuff like that, it was like, "You den of vipers," and all this stuff. Yeah. And he's like calling them all out. And like, I love shows like that, because they're kind of exposing the same kind of thing. It's got the same kind of spirit to it, where they're exposing how these people operate. And I just really appreciate that. I think it's something that a lot of people watch these shows, but I don't know if they fully embrace the actual meaning of it.
Yeah.
Because if they did, then maybe there'd be more change. But I think they watch it and then they kind of forget like what it's really about. But yeah, I don't know. That's just me rambling anyway. But
Loads in a spectacular manner publicly in front of everybody.
Well, I mean, you guys saw the last week. 2 Telegram posts, by the way.
Hey, Jaden, didn't you tell us last night that he believes that he's the reincarnation of Stalin?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. He definitely thinks that he looks at himself as Stalin. He reads like multiple books and like tries to emulate his day to day. He's talked about, Stalin did this day to day, and when I would confront him about certain things, he would be like, well, I'm like Stalin and this, and it's like, you're not Stalin. You're crying online about, me and you having a falling out as friends and whatnot and making the whole thing. I don't know.
From
that
what I
Joseph Stalin
understand,
Can I just say, do you know much about Stalin?
I do. Yeah.
I'm assuming you're not a communist or a Marxist of any kind.
No.
Which is, I commend you for that, by the way. But also, like, it's just interesting to me that someone like Nick Fuentes, who pretends to be America first, and like, would you agree with this? By the way, I want to get your opinion on this. Actually, the Constitution of America, right? It's a liberal document, right? And I don't mean liberal in the sense of left wing. I mean liberal in the sense of like the philosophical attitude of a liberal, which is not actually left wing or right wing. It's its own philosophical framework, right?
Yep.
Right. Okay. Good. You recognize that? Okay, that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's really interesting to me that someone could come out of the woodwork and pretend to be America first, but be so anti-Constitution. You know what I mean? Like, how?
Yeah, that's you're kind of double crossing yourself there.
Yeah. It seems like an oxymoron. It's like anyone, even a conservative in America, is still a liberal by default if they believe in the Constitution. It's just that they're trying to conserve the Constitution because conservatives exist in a context. So they have to exist in a situation where they're trying to conserve something. So say you live in the USSR and the USSR is collapsing and you want to preserve the USSR, then you're a conservative for the USSR, right?
Right.
So does that make sense? Am I? Because to me, conservative isn't like a blanket philosophy; it's a contextual political situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, I think he should be with the Constitution, not. He almost sounds like he agrees with it, but he wants to add stuff to it, but he has no power to do that.
No, yeah, Nick Fuentes wants to go back to monarchy and shit. Which is literally what America was against. That's what they literally escaped from.
Yeah. Let's have another tea party.
It's so bizarre. But in a way, it kind of matches...
Well, he wants another day off, that's all.
Yeah, he just wants more holidays on the calendar. Yeah. It's like... He, like, oh, what was I going to say? Oh shit! Oh, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, it's just so bizarre. I find it so strange sometimes. Like, because I have some sympathies with conservative points of view. Definitely, I think there are definitely some points that conservatives have a good point on. But when it comes to like the far right side of things, they seem to be like. To me, they're like a mirror image of the authoritarian left. Like, they're kind of like the wokists in a lot of ways. But they do it in a different way. I don't know. They come at it from a different angle, but if you substitute the words, they're almost saying the same thing. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but like, so for instance,
too traditional.
Well, how do I put it here? So like the ultra right wing people will be like, we need to go back to monarchy. We need to have traditional values where there's no sex before marriage. There's no and they use white identitarianism and all this stuff. But then the woke side of it is like the inverse of that. So they're like, everyone needs to care about race unless you're white. You know what I mean? Like, everyone needs to care about gender and sexuality unless you're a man or something.
That's a dangerous game.
Like, to me, they're like kind of the inverse of each other, but if you substituted the words, they're kind of the same. Like, in a lot of ways. Not literally every single way, but just in a lot of ways. They're very similar. And it's just interesting to me to see how they interact. And also another thing that I noticed with this shit in particular is that they call each other on the right wing, on the far right wing side of things. They really care about how tall they are. And like their masculinity, and like calling each other fags and all this kind of stuff, right? And I just think that's like such like, to me, that's like a massive insecurity thing. Like they have like a big insecurity around like their identity as men.
Yeah,
but
that's
then
a problem all over the place.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But on the
Well,
other,
I mean, we're everybody's identifying as a lamp nowadays, so you just don't know
yeah.
what's going on there.
I love lamp, but I don't know if you've seen Anchorman, but
Anchorman,
yeah. But on the woke side of it, it's like they don't understand how to even have a full identity either. Like they're insecure about not having an identity. Like they don't know how to be masculine or feminine or whatever, and trying to break it down all the time. To me, it's just interesting that they both kind of virtue signal on similar levels. Like they virtue signal about being as masculine as they can be, whereas the other side virtue signal about how feminine or breaking down masculinity or breaking down gender stereotypes they can be, and they virtue signal about that. But in a way, it's kind of the same thing. It's very strange. Like, you know, if you really had a solid view of your identity, then it wouldn't really matter to you if somebody misgendered you or tried to berate you on this kind of level, because you have a security of your identity. And that should go for either political stripe. But if somebody called me a faggot or whatever, like, it wouldn't affect me because I know, number one, I'm not gay. And even if I was gay, why should it even matter to me that you're saying it? All it's saying is that you have a prejudice.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not saying that I'm a problem. It's saying that you have a prejudice, and that's why you're saying this to me.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of on the same boat. If someone calls me something, well, as we've kind of talked about for 3 hours, uh, you know if it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
So if unless you have to defend yourself. But besides that, if you were if someone called you gay, for example, you're not gay, you just kind of laugh it off. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you take offense to it, then there's questions.
Yeah, exactly. That's when it starts to
why are you defending yourself so hard?
Yeah, then there's a chink in the armor then, isn't there? Like, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I'll play
Stalin got pussy, right? Like, Stalin was actually...
I don't know, but the fact of the matter is like, the woman thing has nothing to do with it. And that's really everyone has been going after me all week about that. And it's like,
well,
yes,
it's a little bit funny, but it's weird that like everybody we're talking to and hearing about, you all have normal relationships, married, dating, socializing and stuff. But then Nick really pushes that incel thing, and that kind of creates the catboy gay jokes.
Well,
yeah, no.
What I think
I get is from an outside. Sorry, I need to stop cutting you off.
Jaden, I cut you off.
You're good.
Yeah. All right, I'll quickly just make this point. What it seems like to me is that Nick wants to he doesn't really want a mainstream political movement anymore. He wants a hardcore cult of followers that are incels. And so him painting you, he got pussy. It's like an appeal to the base to make you the other. Like, oh, well, Jaden's with girls, guys. Like, we're in an incel death cult together, right? Like, that's to me what it is. Like, a desperate appeal to the base and to make you as the other. But it's insane to me. Like, this is like some Jonestown tier shit.
Well, I want to ask you, when did has he always been on the incel rants? Or was that
as far as I remember, yeah.
Again, I watched his content back in 2017, and like I said, I met the woman who, I married in his Discord server. Back in 2017, 2018, incel was literally an ironic thing. It was okay, what was the half Asian guy who shot up a college and killed himself or whatever?
There was a lot of.
Is he on about fucking what's his face? What's he on? He's talking about oh shit! What is his name? Oh no! Do you know who he's talking about?
Was that in the U.S.? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was in the U.S. Yeah,
I don't know. If we look up half Asian kid that killed everybody, does it pop up?
It was oh shit, why can't I think of his name? He was really famous. Oh fuck me, why can't I think of his name right now?
Elliot Rodger?
Yes, Elliot Rodger. That's who he's talking about. Yeah, it must be.
Wow, it literally came up. That's terrible.
Yeah, it must be Elliot Rodger.
I gotta delete that.
But he was a full-on incel. Yeah, he was definitely. Right. But yeah. So wait, what was the reasoning? Okay. Well, let's listen to why they're bringing.
Well, it was like the incel king guy. And there was a lot of like funny jokes about it. Like if you guys remember, like the rapper Eggy, he had a lot of like funny songs about being an incel, and it was like kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing. But like everybody wanted to have a girlfriend, and more specifically, not a girlfriend, but a wife and children. And that was a huge part of Nick's message back in 2017, 2018. You go back and watch the shows, and you'll see he's talking about the American family, the Christian, the Catholic family. How if you want to save yourself from sin, and
right. So Nick is positing himself as a Catholic. Right. Okay. I wasn't quite 100% sure of that. I thought he was, but I wasn't quite sure if he was Protestant or not. But yeah, okay, that confirms that he's a Catholic, or at least he says he's a Catholic anyway.
Closer to God, you need to be married young and have children. If white people aren't having enough children, then they're going to die out, and so on and so on and so on. To the point again, like he was, always very publicly supportive of the fact that I was getting married, and said how amazing it was that America First could bring two people together to get married and start like a Christian family. Now, over the years, though, that incel thing, I don't know where this started to change, and I don't know if maybe Jaden knows. I honestly have no idea. Started to kind of morph into like just a spiteful, hateful sort of thing, where it's like, I hate all women, I hate everybody, and it's like, yeah, okay, most women are pretty bad, you know what I mean? Like we have a problem in modern society with liberalism, feminism, etc.
I would say that goes both ways.
It turned into like a totally different issue than it originally was, and you'll notice like the talks about how you should get married and have children, and how that's like one of the best things that a Christian man can do, especially a young man, etc. have totally started to be suppressed, gone to the back burner, and then kind of pushed away. It's the point like you guys were pointing out, when Nick's talking about having a wife, he's like, oh yeah, having a child, that's a chore, I'd rather spend time with a monkey, that sort of thing. It's like,
yeah,
I could not imagine Nick of 4 years ago saying that on his show. That would have been, all of his supporters would have laughed him out of town, because
this transition with this message from have a family, get married, have relationships, into girls are gross and icky.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys, either of you, notice kind of in the organization or just the group in general, was he bringing in, I mean, is this like this perspective brought in from outside consultants? Are we talking about people coming in and changing his message?
I'm actually gonna pop out, I think. I gotta go take the dog out.
I mean, it's not remarkable. A lot of people have theorized that Milo had a big influence on this sort of stuff. Do you guys know what sort of influence Milo had on the organization?
I mean, I think now is basically all that he's all Nick has left with the MTG thing, because he's managed to burn every other political bridge or connection that he had, from the Ghost Star disavow to Homan running out of AFPAC 3.
They lost their keynote speaker, yeah. Like they talk about AFPAC 3 like it was a victory, because they got Marjorie Taylor Greene to appear on a stage and she didn't even know where the hell she was, when their keynote speaker, and it knows as a tangent, is supposed to show up, right? He's this is the guy they're hyping up or whatever. He comes into the room and it's like, oh, okay, I need to get the hell out of here, and ditches, before the show even starts. And as we all saw, the article came out, like, yeah, I didn't know what this organization was. They kind of told me it was a youth conservative thing. With AFPAC too, we didn't have to lie or deceive people about what we were doing to get people to come to it. Whatever you guys may want to say about AFPAC 2, nobody immediately disavowed after. Nobody was disavowing each other on stage. Our keynote speaker showed up in person and gave a speech.
But
yeah, go ahead.
All right. No, I mean, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I wanted to. Sorry, go ahead, PPP.
No, we gotta migrate to the other call. We're getting too many fucking dings on. So we're gonna migrate to that.
And the last guy's an asshole. Whoever you are, that was genius. He put his name as the link.
Oh, well played. Well played, sir.
That was I just DM'd Ash and I'm like, yeah, we have to move. I have the new.
Tell you what, while they move into this next stream, I'll tell you what, mate. I'll let you get going if you want.
Yep.
Because I know you need to get going. But thanks a lot for coming on to the stream. Honestly, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll do another discussion, something I can study on and talk about it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, honestly, I just covered like debates and videos and shit like that. So you know, I'll figure something out. I'll run some stuff by you and see what you think, and yeah, maybe we'll do something again in the next couple of weeks or so. But yeah, thanks a lot again, and honestly, I really, really appreciate it, man.
No problem. I know I'm leaving. I'm sure she'll say something, but she's back in your chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if she wants to come on, she can come on. I mean, we'll do it that way, but whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks a lot, man. I really, really
I
appreciate
said my
it.
piece. I really appreciate it. Really, it actually helped me out mentally too.
No, that's good.
That.
It's good to get it out, man. It really is.
Yep. Thank you so much.
No, it's all good, man. See you later, man. I'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Take it easy. Thank you.
Yeah, it's alright, man. Have a good night. Bye. So, that's all done and dusted there. Let me just get rid of that. There we go. So yeah, everyone that's still involved in the chat, don't be afraid. Get involved in the chat if you want to talk about the Fuentes stuff. I'm sure we can have a good chat about it. But yeah, I'm just gonna finish off this cigarette, and yeah, we'll carry on. We'll carry on because I want to get through as much of this as we can do. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to the Sean Last stuff tonight. It might have to be tomorrow now. I think I'm gonna have to do the Sean Last Fanatiq debate tomorrow, but hopefully I can get through basically most of this. I don't know if I need to finish it all, but I'm gonna try and get through as much of this as possible tonight because. Yeah, it's fucking weird, isn't it? All this shit, it's so fucking weird. Oh shit, that's a bit too much. Oh. Let me just. There we go. But yeah, but please don't be afraid to get involved in the chat. Get involved in the chat, you guys. I appreciate everyone that's been listening. Please give a follow. Really helps the channel out a lot. So yeah, let's carry on here. Let's carry on.
You link. I'll send it over to you
All right,
guys.
I'll be right over there in a second. Hold on.
All right, chat. They won that round. All right, we're good though. We're good. Let me delete this link right now. Just just set that up. Sorry about that, chat. Let me send this to everyone too. Here we go. I'll send it to Jim. Whoops, that wasn't supposed to happen. All right, we're getting everyone back in here. Very crazy fucking shit. Hang on. Send it to you. Okay, the next ding dongs are gonna be fucking real. So, and to you. All right. All right. There we go.
Oh, I think we're back.
We are back. We got everyone. Okay. I just sent it to Jaden too. So, all right. So,
I gotta say, guys, I'm kind of blown away. I know you've used the term cult and shit before, but like it's ticking the boxes. It really is ticking the fucking boxes.
It's really fucking insane. In fact, some of this like Simon stuff I didn't even hear about yesterday.
Well, that with his kid being sick is just fucking reprehensible.
Well, that's like, when Jaden was telling me.
Oh fuck!
Some
what have I done?
Joseph Stalin shit, isn't it?
18, and 19. I thought, and the stuff like Groiper Wars and stuff.
At something that is ostensibly a political product, Cozy TV.
You guys had to actually sit him down. You had internal discussions, and maybe had to sit him down and explain maybe a poop eater isn't the best optics for fucking crap.
Maybe a revenge pornographer isn't the most Christ is King choice. Maybe a guy who's had restraining orders against him by Adrian Blair for harassment isn't the best choice. Somebody who doxes Adrian Blair's employer tries to get her fired, talks about, ruining Gator's life, putting up posters exposing him as a white nationalist.
Well,
I mean,
Ashton, I said this yesterday when we were talking, but hearing all these stories from Jaden and how Nick actually acts behind the scenes, him and Ralph are like two sides of the same coin. Just very different presentation styles. Like, they are the fucking same, basically. And now Nick has to sit there defending shit eating to Mr. Medicare, like, on a stream on Michael Alberto's
Yeah, I
stream.
mean, I do find it interesting how he's gonna come after me as like, he talked to a girl and he's a simp, while he has Baked Alaska, who has like the whole Cassandra arc where he's like driving back and forth across the country trying to get this chick. He has Ralph, who has like 2 baby mamas or whatever, and again, I don't have I've never fought with Ralph, whatever. I know he was taking shots too, but it's just like interesting how this stuff works. Beardson, who's like going on stream constantly talking about updates with his girlfriend search or his divorce or whatever, but me, I have something totally offline. I'm talking to a female, which, by the way, has nothing to do with the fallout of all this bullshit, as you've heard. And for whatever reason, this is what he's going to use as his main attack vector against me.
But hang on. If that was the reason, that's still fucking retarded.
I agree.
Wow, you
7 days. 7 days.
Holy shit!
Well, how long do you think it's going to be, Jaden, until Ralph is posting your social security number?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean,
because that's his job now, is to do the dirty work, right?
Well, him, Max Keeble, UX, any one of his little proxies. Yeah, I mean, I anticipate that. And
I just want to let Ralph's audience know that Ralph has given more money to an African guy in Gambia than he's given to his own white son. So I just want to point that out for his audience as well, just for you guys to hear.
Well, it's to troll us.
He's decided that stream sniping is based,
No, it's to troll us. It's to troll us.
He's trolling us so well. I mean, we're making so much money.
With you two guys coming forward, because I mean, you're both front facing, right? Like you interacted with Nick. He knows who you are. He's got your information. I mean, you're kind of your ass is already in the fire.
Sure.
With the interns, how much of their information is exposed? Like, what's the level of risk they're sitting at? Is it just a name or an address? Is it a social security number? Is it a work history? What is it?
Now, I don't know everything that Nick has, to be completely frank. But everyone was supposed to give over a name, provide a photocopy of their license, if I remember correctly. I think an address. And it's a non-disclosure agreement, so there is a threat that if you talk about what happened in the internship, it's worded in such like a vague way that the scope is so broad that it's saying that Nick did.
Isn't that just like classic NDA shit? Like, they're trying to any NDA is basically to cover as many bases as possible. I think most NDAs are pretty kind of corrupt. I understand why they exist. I'm not saying that NDAs should be illegal or anything, but I think it's usually the case that when you're involved in an NDA situation, that it's usually for the complete and utter benefit of the person creating that NDA, right? The vast majority of the time.
Did X thing. Okay, well, that's technically giving away secret information for the company. Now, I'll say this, we've had people with legal experience, lawyers, etc., look at this NDA. It's complete bullshit. It wasn't even written by a real lawyer. I believe it was written by a law student. And the scope of it is too broad to actually be legally binding. Now, does Nick have everyone's doxing information if they do try and leave? He very well might at this point. I think he does. However, I mean, I'll say this, if there's anyone who's trying to leave and they're getting doxed by Nick, I know I'll be doing everything I can to support them. And do not be afraid of the legal ramifications, because there are absolutely none. And on that point, as far as Nick's legal threats against me that he made back then, I'm sure he's going to be threatening.
So as I said in the past streams that you'll see on my YouTube as well, I was saying that a lot of this stuff is a bluff. And Simon is just confirming this now. Oh, it's not Scott, is it? I thought his name was Scott. His name's Simon, isn't it? But yeah, he's basically confirming what I thought was true, is that a lot of this is just a bluff, really. He's using NDAs and all this kind of stuff and vague legal terms against these young lads who don't really know what's what. to cajole them into, you know, what's the word, compliance.
Me now, he's already said the same thing with Jaden. I'm not going to be accepting any sort of communication from Nick as a legal threat. You know, in that situation, you don't talk to the other party who is threatening you legally. So there'll be no communication there. And if anyone else is threatened legally, do the same thing.
This is Fox. This is incredible. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say good advice. It's so weird, the level of control. It just seems like he's malicious. I remember watching him in 17, 18, and 19. I thought, you know, and the stuff like Groiper Wars and stuff like that. And I thought, oh, shit, you know, this is funny. It's entertaining. I thought if somebody in kind of the online world could break off and maybe do like a television thing or a radio thing, maybe not politics, but he'd have the opportunity to. But like the last year or two, it's like somebody hit a switch.
Yeah,
and I can't figure out, is that outside influence? Did he go to a...
No, he was always this way. It's just become more apparent because he's become more prominent. That's how it looks to me anyway. Like, he's become more powerful and prominent. More people have been exposed to his nature. You know, the American first situation is devolving. And now more people are willing to speak about it because they realize the threats that he makes are, you know, paper thin. They're not really legally binding. He doesn't really have a leg to stand on. And people are realizing that his threats are just bullshit. So now they're actually able to come out of the woodwork and say what they need to say. So, you know, it is what it is. But I think he was always this way. I think someone like Nick Fuentes, you have to realize that they were probably tapped from a long time ago. I don't know what made him this way. I don't know if it was his childhood or whatever. I don't know what caused him to become this way, but I think he's been this way from the jump, to be honest with you.
A trip like Ralph did and get beat with pipes in Portugal? Like, what happened exactly?
By the way, guys, if you're still in chat and you're still watching the stream, get in the chat and let me know what you think of Nick Fuentes. I would love to have your opinions on Nick Fuentes, because he's a very strange character, very, very strange character. And I'm just so glad that he's kind of fallen apart at this point, because I wasn't sure if this was ever going to happen or not. I mean, it's one of them where it's like, it seems predictable. I expect this probably would have happened eventually. I'm just glad it's happening now before he got too far, you know. But yeah, please let me know what you think of Nick Fuentes, because I'm a base centrist. I don't know what your political affiliation is, you guys in the chat. I don't mind if you're right wing or left wing or whatever, but please let me know what you think of Nick Fuentes, because I'd be very interested to hear it.
Is he on drugs or something?
No, I don't think he's on any drugs.
Yeah,
no.
That's the thing. I've wondered the same thing. Simon and I talked about it. Like 2019, Groiper Wars 2020 with Stop the Steal and stuff. Like, it seemed like we were on the right side, and then something changed. I don't know if it was
the right side of what, though. The right side of what?
What was the internal feeling when Nick brought Catboy Cammy over to the States and streamed the date with Catboy Cammy? Was the internal feeling that was a smart move, or?
I didn't really know him all that well. I barely knew him. I was still at college. So Simon, this is.
Well, you know, at that point in time, Nick was very good towards me and towards other people. So I didn't have any reason to think that he was lying when he said that nothing weird was going on there. I mean, the guy Cowboy Cammy is a weirdo. I mean, everyone's seen that. Like, it's not a mistake. You know, you can't mistake that from a mile away. However, you know, I remember, you know, him talking about, because he went by Lolly Socks, I think, before Cowboy Cammy. This guy.
Yeah, I don't know if people know about this, but Nick had, like, I guess he's still involved with this person. I don't really know the details, but he had a run-in with this Catboy situation, which again is one of those things that makes you realize that Nick doesn't really live to his principles, because this Catboy is basically, I guess he's gay or whatever. I don't really know. Maybe he's trans or something. But it means it's like a kind of a slap in the face to these kind of Christian nationalist types.
Like, oh, well, this guy has a lot of viewers. Maybe this is a collab that could add more viewers to America First, etc. And I think it was a miscalculated move. That was what I think everybody was thinking at the time. Now, there's been a lot more, let's just say, questionable stuff in the last couple of months or years. I think that the Catboy Cammy thing is far less egregious than stuff he says on his show daily now.
Yes.
Being real.
Yes.
Well, yeah, wasn't Catboy Cammy? Didn't he get disavowed for giving like a tongue-in-cheek Hitler speech? But then Nick goes on stream and says he wants to be Hitler 2, 3, and 4.
Right, and he compares Putin to Hitler at his premier political conference. And this is what I do want to, if you guys are comfortable, kind of get into the political side of things, because a lot of people follow this guy because they think he's going to be a political force, like you mentioned, Jim. At the premier, the headline political conference of the movement, he's up there in his keynote speech talking about, oh, well, they compare Putin to Hitler, and like that's a bad thing. And he's laughing, and the crowd is cheering. It's like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. I mean, to me, it kind of comes off as the same thing, maybe not exactly the same as like the Hail Trump, Hail Our People, Hail Victory, like the Spencer moment from 2016. It's like, what are you really trying to do here? If the goal is to build a political movement, who is the political voter base? The vast majority of right-wing voters are older people, boomers. I know it's such a horrible thing. A lot of Gen Xers, millennials. I don't think Zoomers are voting nearly as much, and the Zoomers that do vote are far more on the left. So if you're trying to appeal to Republican voter base, the people who elected Trump, first of all, I don't think it's a good idea to praise Putin as like as like the savior of America. When he's a Russian politician, whether you like Putin or not, I do like a lot of his policies. That's just not something you do politically. That's not the point. Tucker Carlson's a great political leader, and he doesn't even do that. But
why would you agree, as an America First person, why would you ever agree with Putin's policies in any way, shape, or form? Like, they're so anti the Constitution. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, he has so much massive oversight over freedom of speech. That's just one principle of the Constitution that he completely runs roughshod over. There is no freedom of speech in Russia. Maybe that's what they want, but they're not America First for that. They're like Christian authoritarian first, which is obviously anti-freedom of speech, but they're not America First. That's 100%. I hate that they even say that. I wish somebody was saying that on here, but I don't know if they're going to say that.
But then to take it a step further and say, not only is Putin good, they compare Putin to Hitler, and that's a bad thing. Like, you don't want to be compared to Hitler because you do want to be compared to Hitler. And it's like, anyone with a brain can see.
You go through any
Okay, I hate this comparison between Putin and Hitler because they're not the same person. They don't have the same ideology. They are both authoritarians, of course. I will say that. I don't know why you would want to support them as an American in any particular way. Like, the goals of the American society is so well, at least the idea of it is to be so anti-authoritarianism. It's to put democracy at the center of things. That's why it's such a big republic and all that kind of stuff. It just seems so weird to even try to imagine them as being some analogous to the American system, or that it's desirable for the American system. I will say that the woke people go too far, and I don't consider them liberals. The woke people are not liberals. They are they're authoritarian in their own way. Not in the same way as Nazis and socialists are, but they're like got a postmodernist authoritarianism to them. And they just kind of switch whichever way the political wind is blowing. They don't even really give a fuck. They don't really have principles. They're just sheep, a lot of them. But a lot of sheep can be authoritarian. That's just kind of how it is.
Mainstream conservative talking point as well, and he's like the total opposite side and tries to justify it. And maybe like we know maybe it's right, but also it's like, are we trying to win here and like get normal people involved? Or, and I know you've touched on that a lot.
They're really trying to say that Putin is right on things. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Putin is so anti-American, it's unbelievable. They're literally giving up the goose here. They're pretending that they're pro-American, but they're like ridiculously anti-American. It's unbelievable.
A lot PPP in the last few months, like the free speech thing, obviously with the Medicare debate, which he was really upset that I didn't say that he won. And like I know he's anti-gun in some.
Yes.
What, you think Putin is pro-free speech? Are you a fucking moron? Are you an actual fucking low IQ moron? You're lower IQ than the people that you think are low IQ. Like, are you a fucking retard, mate? You're an absolute retard.
I've heard him say he's anti-gun.
It's very like. Go ahead.
Putin is absolutely anti-gun. I swear to God, it's illegal to have guns. Gun legality. Oh shit. Legality Russia. I could be wrong here. As of 2013, Russian citizens over 18 years of age can obtain firearms with license after attending gun safety classes and passing a federal test and background check. Firearms may be acquired for self-defense. Oh, okay, so they do have firearms. Okay, I was wrong on that one. They can get guns. It's kind of like they've got background checks like some of the Democrat states, I guess. But you can get firearms in Russia. Okay, I didn't actually know that. I thought that they'd taken firearms away from people in Russia mainly because they want to have an authoritarian government. But I guess, yeah, they do have it. I didn't realize that. I don't know how prominent it is in comparison to America. But yeah, I guess they do. That's fair enough. Yeah, I didn't actually know that. Fair enough. I was wrong. I was wrong.
He justified the Louis Theroux documentary. He said it was a good thing because it made him look like Hitler.
Nobody even knew that was happening, by the way. I heard about that the first time on the way to AFPAC. I'm like, probably not the best idea to have the BBC, like, filming people. But he's like, but think of all the exposure. And Simon can say the same thing. No one knew about that. It sounds
so attention whore too. Like when you guys are talking about stuff he does, it's exposure, numbers, views,
100%.
Networking. But I'm confused as why is this guy who I remember who would like shit on the idea of Wignats, right? Now want to be them.
Yeah.
Like it's fuck these guys and the white ethno state stuff and the Hitler stuff. That's cringe. But now he's like, I want to be Adolf. And I don't get how it's a weird thing.
Maybe it has something to do with, this is just total speculation. I don't know, that the GOP, Charlie Kirk's kind of adopted some of the old talking points. So maybe he's just trying to be a contrarian, pushing the
100% right. Well,
Master Kaufman's awesome because he's having sex with his cousin. Like, that's indefensible, but he tries to justify it in some way. That's like his political ideology at this point. I have no idea, but
because Kirk embraced,
which is actually like a lack of political ideology. If all your political ideology is that you move against just whatever random people say, and that is all the ideology you have, that is not a political ideology. I guess what do they call it? Reactionary? I guess it's reactionary. But even reactionary politics has an actual philosophy to it. It has a set of things that they believe. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that reactionaries have their own political philosophy. It seems to be that Nick is one of those people, and I don't know why we can't just acknowledge this wholesale, but he's just one of those people that manipulates the situation constantly. You know, he doesn't. He's not someone to take seriously in any way. And I hate to say this because it kind of bolsters the Christian nationalist types that are on this panel right now. It does kind of bolster them in a way because it gives them, because they're like, what's the word for it? They're still loyal to their beliefs. It makes them seem like they're more credible, but they're not. Their beliefs are still bullshit. But yeah, I don't know. It just goes to show how easily led people are, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not making a great point here. I'm getting a little bit drunk now, guys. I'm sorry about this, guy. I'm getting a little bit drunk now, guys. I'm getting a little bit drunk.
A lot of his positions.
Sure.
So now he can't distinguish himself from Charlie other than just going full Wignat, I'm Hitler, like put women, white.
Yes, I'm Hitler now, guys. That makes me cool. That makes me so pro-America somehow. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you daft bastard? Like, you're being just a daft bastard, man. Stupid. Just very, very stupid. But this is just what tells you that he doesn't have principles, really. He doesn't actually have principles that mean anything. He just wants to have the limelight in whichever way possible. And if that means comparing himself to Hitler to get some kind of fame, then that's what he's going to do.
White Sharia, put women in chains, slavery,
Right.
like...
Well, why wouldn't he have owned that either? That's what I'm confused about. Why wouldn't he have said, hey, look, I was so convincing. And what we were saying for 2 or 3 years, Charlie Kirk now is on our side. He agrees with the shit we say.
He shits on
that's exactly the thing. I mean, if you were a serious political actor who, you're taking in hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of donations from donors to the foundation, you're taking in hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations from super chats, people who want to see political goals achieved, you would think, right? Why would it be when we do get the political goals at least somewhat achieved? You have mainstream political figures saying there's a war on white people and talking about, that feminism was bad. I mean, they've been saying that for a long time, but they're going back to, oh yeah, first wave feminism.
Yeah, feminism in its current state is bad, but equal rights for women is not bad. Do you understand? Like, the ideology of feminism is bad. It doesn't mean equal rights for women is bad. Like, can you comprehend that? I don't know if they can comprehend that.
There were issues, we should do these things with the family, white people are under attack, et cetera, et cetera. That would be a huge political victory, that Tucker Carlson's going on there talking about white genocide, that Charlie Kirk talking about the war on white people. This is, what we were dreaming of back in 2017. But
and a year ago,
yes, there has been identitarian attacks against white people, but the response to that should not be identitarian attacks against minorities. Because then it just feels... It's just a fuel to the fire, man. It's fuel to the fire. You are not creating the situation that you actually want. You're making people feel more justified in their attacks against white people by acting like white people are superior or whatever. It's so fucking stupid, man. Both sides... Like, the woke people and these fucking far-right people are so fucking... retarded, man. It's unbelievable. These guys come off like so well read and so educated and like so what's the word? Oh, like they're very articulate and stuff like that. But they're not really understanding the human psychology behind this stuff. And the human psychology behind it goes beyond race. The human psychology stuff is human psychology. Human being the key word, which is beyond race. And they don't understand that if they want like a strong, if that is what they really care about, they want a strong white block of voters or whatever the fuck that they want, then they just need to get married and have more kids, and there's no need to hate other races and stuff like that. It's just you just empower your own race. There's no need to carry on with this bullshit. It literally just drags you all down. That's the big problem here. And they just carry on with it. They have no fucking idea what the fuck they're doing, man. It's so stupid. So very stupid.
Here's the thing. Sorry, Jaden, but I was
Go
going
for
to
it.
say this really quickly. No political goal is good in the eyes of Nick if it's separate from him. If Charlie Kirk doesn't come out there and say, well, Nick Fuentes convinced me there's a war on white people, then it's bullshit. Then it's like, oh, no, yeah, that's no good. You know, Charlie Kirk may say these things, but he's secretly not on our side. Secretly, he just wants to, you know, yada, yada, yada. Like you said on the Elijah Schaefer show. I mean, Elijah, I think, you know, belted him, you know, if you borrow a term for you guys, pretty well when he asked, okay, well, if you're saying that Charlie's taken up a lot of your positions, why are you so hostile to Charlie and all these other people in the conservative movement? And, you know, for the first time, I think in that interview, Nick started to stutter and go, well, you know, here's the thing, Con Inc. and just ramble on. And because there's no good answer to it. It's just an ego thing.
No, it is an ego thing. And it's that with everybody. With fucking Jake Lloyd, with Patrick Case, with everybody.
Nothing, by the way. Everyone's like, you put out that statement and you started all this. Like, I was talking to some streamers on Cozy and they're like, just so you started this. It's like, oh, that would have been made public and he would have been like, I fired Jaden, which again, not even the truth, but that's what it always is.
But he fired you from what? You weren't even being paid.
Does he even have the authority to fire you? Because is he on the foundation paperwork? Is like,
I mean, he's the president, so
he is the president.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I wasn't sure if he actually put his own name on the foundation paperwork, or if it was just you guys were totally the fall guys for it.
No, he was the president and he was handling stuff. But I mean, not an important detail, but yeah, just to clear that up, I wasn't bullshitting. This guy's like he lies about everything. By the way, just throwing this out there, Jim, because I know we brought it up in your debate. The 500K, he's had that for almost a year. Okay, he's had that back from the feds for almost a year, and he's just been using that to raise money.
So it was total bullshit. Total.
Bullshit. Yeah, it was used for a few months, and
well, it wasn't total bullshit. From what they're saying, he did have 500K seized from him, but he just got it back. And then he used that situation to make himself a victim, I guess. And all these fucking retarded white nationalist Christian people fell for it because they're so into their identitarian politics that they fall for it. It's the same thing that happens with black people and the Democrats, man. What is happening to them is the exact same thing that happens to the black people and Democrats that like literally manipulate them into voting for them and all that shit. It's basically the same fucking thing. It's so stupid, man. And they don't even see it. They think they're higher IQ than these black people. They think that they're better than those people, but they're exactly the fucking same. It's retarded, mate. It's so stupid.
He's been using that to raise money and throw like a.
It was return in the summer.
Hey, 16-year-olds, give me.
Are you
$3.
fucking serious?
No, I'm dead serious. He bought a $70,000 car right afterwards. So
whoa,
it's not like a big So
what a
car.
Yeah. You're all laughing like, oh, Nick is such a dickhead. You were the guys getting fucked over by Nick. How much of a fucking dickhead are you? You stupid cunt.
Grifting piece of shit.
Yeah,
Look at me. Exactly. I'm so oppressed. Oh my god, guys, I'm the martyr out here. They took my 500K. Oh no, I got it back. I can't use a bank. Oops, yes I can. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, and not to go, tinfoil hat here, but I hit on that point. I mean, okay, we're on the no-fly list. Now we're not. Oh, the feds took my money. Oh, now they gave it back. It's like, okay, that would be one thing, but I haven't heard about too many right-wing political dissidents who, when the feds come down on them, they just pull back and leave them alone unless certain things happen. And it's kind of interesting that, as myself and these other people started to leave in November, December, Milo Yiannopoulos started to kind of come in and become way more of a voice in Nick's ear. Somebody who's an admitted federal informant who was given express notice of January 6th. Milo warned people on January 5th what was going to happen on January 6th. A literal federal informant is now advising this guy. It's, I don't know, if I was the federal government, I wouldn't, and Nick is really trying to take down, Joe Biden and the State Department and DHS. I wouldn't give him his money back. I mean, if I have this unilateral control, I wouldn't, take him off the no-fly list if I thought he was a legit threat. But I don't know. Maybe I would if I had.
I don't even know what to say, man. Yeah, all this shit is kind of fucked and retarded and stupid. But you guys fucking fell for it. So what the fuck does that say about you? This guy's fucking Simon was doing a documentary for Nick Fuentes. He was doing a documentary for him. And in that documentary, Nick Fuentes was actually literally fully pulling this guy down and giving him shit on the documentary. And he had to do video editing on it about it. He said it. You can see it on my last stream on YouTube. He says this shit about Nick doing all this shit to him. And then he still carried on doing it anyway. What the fuck does that say about you, you fucking retard? You're a fucking mong. You got taken it because you're so blinded by your bigotry and your hatred for other people, which is not Christian, by the way. It's not a very Christian point of view. You're a fucking idiot, is what you are. It's just so stupid, man. So very stupid. I had some sympathy for them at first, because obviously they are getting played, and it's not nice. Nobody wants to be played. It's very, it's not nice what's going on with these guys, but at the same time, like, the way they go on with themselves, I'm just like, fuck me, man. Do you not have some self-awareness? Where's the repentance? You don't have any self-awareness, man, at all. Like, you don't understand why you're an idiot. You also fell for this stuff. You let Nick manipulate you, and you fell for it because you bought into the hatred that he was using to manipulate you with. And that's the point, is like, if you really followed Christ, you wouldn't have even had that hatred in your heart in the first place to be manipulated with. That's the point. You don't see that because you're so blind. Just so blind.
People
Clear
in
it
his
up
ear.
also.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know if Bake took the plea deal or not with the feds?
I have no
I don't.
idea.
Have we got any
Don't
Christians
know.
in the chat, by the way?
Yeah.
Give me a shout.
Right.
He said he would though on the Milo interview. Remember?
Yeah, because he doesn't want a bench trial because he knows, his justification is the bench trial. The judge will murder me. But to get it dropped from whatever the counts were down to a misdemeanor is a little suspect. It feels like there's a lot of suspect stuff going on. That 500K thing is kind of a big fucking bombshell. I gotta be honest with you.
Oof.
Yeah, and that's I've known that, and I didn't ever feel comfortable, and I don't know about. I've heard some rumors. I'm not gonna get into it for legal reasons of like things that he's done with that. I don't know, but yeah, I saw like when he keeps bringing it up with you on the debate, and he brought it up like a few nights ago to like when he's throwing his pity party as he always does. Oh, it's so hard. My life's so hard. Everything's so difficult. It's like half the shit is just bullshit. It's just lies. And go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Jaden. That's the thing that makes me sick and makes me want to come on this show. And this is what I want people to hear. When he's talking about Jaden or he's talking about these other people, he talks about the New York situation, some we'll go into later. He says, in 2021 was the hardest year of my life. 2021 was so difficult. I was the most persecuted man in America. I was put on the no-fly list. I had my money taken away. I got it back. And, I had, he had somebody in his family that got, his parents got sick. Somebody in his family.
And I bet you were licking his balls. I bet you were licking his fucking balls.
Family passed away, and that is incredibly sad. And I do pray for those for his family on all of that. However, he will talk about that, and then we'll say, and then I realize that I am great, and I will conquer, and I will destroy my enemies, and and then he'll say in private too, like, oh, and I had the worst year financially. I actually had to know what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck. And then on the other hand, he'll say, I'm a millionaire. I have the most money in the world. In 2021, I made less than $20,000. It was either exactly 20,000, a little above, a little bit below, working full time for this guy with a wife and 2 children, right?
And over.
Wow. Because of your hatred, you were taken in by an antichrist, and you got paid $20,000 in that year. Oh my God. I am so sorry for you. Oh my God, I can't believe that because you were so hateful to other people and you were taken in by his hateful rhetoric, you were paid $20,000 that year. Oh my God! Can you hear that? That's the sound of this world's smallest violin playing right now. Do you fucking understand? Are you even self-aware? Do you understand what repentance is? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid idiot? You can tell I've had a few beers, because I don't give a shit anymore.
Overtime, too, right?
And overtime, and paying a lot of times for my own travel.
Is America first like have you ever heard of the term black company? They use it in Japan, where they just run their employees to the ringer. It's overtime, unpaid. You're basically driven to the point of quitting or suicide. Is America First organization a black company?
It might be. I mean,
well, think of a Charlotte.
Charlotte
died on amphetamines, like working fucking 20 hours a day for Nick.
That's not like that's.
I don't know anything.
Nah, it was pretty. I saw him on D Live like a few days before
he wasn't working for Nick. That was
I don't know about that. I mean, it was very tragic when Charlotte passed away. But he was not like an employee.
He had prior health conditions before that.
Okay.
Yeah, God rest his soul. But with the year, that I had, it's like, it's the day of my son's birth. I'm working almost the entire day. I'm calling all the interns. I'm calling up everybody, trying to get this event together. And of course, the event was still a failure because it was a rush job. I mean, he literally decided to do the event 12 hours before the event was supposed to go on, and you can't do that. You know what I mean? With and expect everything to go perfectly, especially without your creative director there. And, you go through, we have the birth, and then it's Springfield, which was the Vax Watch event where he gave that speech in Springfield, Illinois, outside of the, I think the governor or the Capitol building or whatever. That was the week where I had two members of my family who were incredibly close to me die of suicide,
Oof, sorry to hear that.
At the same time. And it was the week of my birthday.
Which he made fun of. He thought that it was funny.
What?
Like, how do they commit a double suicide?
I'm not going to be a dick here, right? That is horrible. That is very, very horrible. But I do wonder what they really expected from this guy. The lesson that should be learnt here is, why are you getting involved with somebody who is so deeply hateful? You know what I mean? If you are this deeply hateful as a person, what else do you expect when something horrible happens to you? Do you think this hateful person is going to have sympathy for you and your family? And the only reason you went along with him in the first place was because you had the same kind of hate in your heart. You just didn't realize how deep it went. I think that's kind of what it is. They didn't realize how deep this hatred went. They didn't realize that the hatred went for them as well. When the hatred was turned on them, they didn't like it. But they're very happy to use that hatred against whoever they need to use it against, It's ridiculous. They have zero self-awareness. And I am sorry that this happened to him, At the end of the day, any loss in your life is a hard thing to go through. And I'm not trying to show zero compassion here, because that is horrible. Having someone like Nick fucking making jokes about close family members or friends dying and stuff like that, especially in a short space of time like that, it's fucking disgusting. It's very disgusting. But there is a part of me that's like, well, what did you expect? Like, what did you really expect when you used Nick as a conduit for your hatred? What did you actually expect from him? You think he's going to be compassionate to you? Like, come on, man. This should be the wake-up call, but they're not even seeing it as being a self-reflective thing. They're just pushing all their shit onto Nick, and they take no personal responsibility whatsoever. It's ridiculous.
does that even mean? Do they shoot each other? Do they?
Did he do this publicly or privately?
No, he just was joking.
That's still fucked.
Yeah.
That's still
like, it's
fucked.
just nothing matters to him. Nothing, dude. Like nothing cares. He doesn't think about anyone but himself. I know that that's like no shit, but it's just
no shit.
Example after example.
But can I ask this too? Because I just want to make sure, like, everybody knows this, right? Like, this isn't like something where Beardson or Baked or the others could be like, oh, I never knew Nick was like this. Like, everybody has to know that he acts like this, right?
They know certain parts.
On a certain, I mean, yeah, some level, because it's not like
if you didn't know, you should have expected
how close
it.
they are really behind the scenes, because I think Nick's kind of like a loner, and that's why he's like, Jaden was my only friend, because I was in the basement and I saw him, once every 2 to 3 weeks, maybe.
He was not your friend. He used and abused you. You were a pawn in his games. Maybe you realize that now, but he was not your friend, mate. Let's just face it.
So it was like, okay, this guy's like, we're
Is this
close
why this
now.
dude gave me so much shit about my saying that real life friends are different than
yeah,
online
I'm totally
friends?
vindicated on that, especially after all these faggots are coming after me now. When
Okay,
I had no problem with them and they didn't even know the drama. They've all been like, oh yeah, it's because he.
So you're his best friend because you see him once a month.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, because again, the last year he's been like he's been pushing me out. I was talking to Jake Lloyd about it. It's been like a constant thing. The last 6 months, I've talked to him maybe 5 times, and that was me going up there trying to squash it. It was like trying to squash it, talk like adults, and it was always, oh, I don't think you want to be my friend anymore. And it's like, dude, we got like there's problems here that we need to talk about. And he's like, you just don't like me. And it's like let's talk about this stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of examples there.
What was the truth about the no-fly list? Was he actually on the no-fly list? Do you guys know?
I mean, to my knowledge, I also know that he was. I don't think he was like trying to fly frequently, but I don't really know. I know that he filed the lawsuit, so I'm assuming it's true.
But... I assume it's true as well. I remember he was calling.
Yeah, I would have said that was true. He's, the head of a fucking retarded white nationalist Christian cult bullshit, you know what I mean? Who, flirts with violent rhetoric and stuff. I can imagine that he was on a no-fly list. I imagine that's a thing.
Me and his assistant the morning of we were supposed to do an event April 27th, 2021 for... I think it was the free speech bill in Florida, and he was supposed to come there, and that was when. Right. Yeah, no, I do remember that whole exchange. We talked to Nick that day. He was definitely under the legitimate impression he was on the no-fly list. I do believe that, at least, for his knowledge and what we know, that is correct. So
which goes to show, I don't know, Patrick Casey, he beat me to it. How did he know that both his account was frozen and the no-fly list thing was real? If that's like... I don't know.
Well, let's really quickly talk about Patrick for a second. If Patrick's watching this, which he probably is, he might remember me and him had a beef for a long time. Like, me and him would kind of go at each other, and it was silly. You know what I mean? It was stupid. And when he betrayed Nick, I sent him a mean message, which I apologize right now for. But the thing with Patrick is, whatever, if you think what he did was right or wrong or whatever, after that point, Nick tells me and Jaden after AFPAC 2, I think we were at like a McDonald's or something, and he's gloating about how he 4D chessed Patrick, how he manipulated and had like Beardson and other people, push Patrick, because he wanted him out of there for months, right? He wanted this guy out of there, and he wanted to basically have an excuse to cut him off completely from the movement. So he asked other people or encouraged other people to attack this guy. So then Patrick feels like he's pushed out, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess if I'm being pushed out of this thing, I might as well attack Nick. And then Nick kind of is able to play the card of like, oh, I'm the good guy. I had no idea that he was going to do this to me. And this is his tactic too. I mean, you look at Jaden. You had these people like UX Groiper and others on Twitter attacking Jaden for the last couple of weeks. Yeah, Nick's attacking Jaden on his like private Twitter account or whatever.
Months,
months, whatever. And then he does 7 days of streaming about Jaden. Jaden says, hey, I'm going to go on a stream to defend myself, tell my side of the story. And, Nick's like, I'm going to sue you. You're going to be $100,000 poorer. All these people on Twitter are saying, rape this guy, kill this guy, et cetera, et cetera. This is, his card,
How very Christian of them.
but it gets a little bit darker, with Patrick specifically. And I don't know if this is the first time.
Remember, guys, love your enemies. Oh, wait, unless you're a fucking retard like these guys.
Patrick is hearing this. But Nick told me and Jaden at AFPAC, too, in that McDonald's parking lot, that he had acquired video footage of Patrick. Let's just say in a situation that would not be good for him legally if that was released. And I'm not going to describe it because obviously I don't want to screw Patrick over here. And he said, "Oh, yeah."
What, was he getting some drugs or something? I don't think he was doing something so illegal that they wouldn't want it to come out. Like, let's say he was raping somebody or something, or having sex with an underage kid. I don't think they would be that bothered about letting that come out, surely. I'm sure they'd be happy for that to come out. And if they aren't happy for that to come out, they'll say something about their character that they would cover that up. But I'm assuming it's probably drugs. The guy was probably getting drugs, and that's why they don't want to bring it out, because, let's face it, it's not that serious.
If Patrick does anything against me, if he does anything else, if he wants to, whatever, wouldn't it be really funny if this got leaked, if this got put out to the public?
Maybe he got some coke or something.
Implying like, oh, if this made its way to the public and federal agents saw this, that Patrick would be
again
trouble.
With the federal. How is it this guy is crying constantly about being persecuted by the fucking federal government? No fly list. They're freezing my bitcoins. Oh, look at me, I'm the little martyr. And then he's telling Jaden, I'm going to involve the feds. He's telling you, in regards to Casey, oh, well, this would be real bad if this information gets leaked to all law enforcement. He's on a stream with me saying criminality's based. Right. I love, fuck the law. The law cucks, fuck the law. Oh, I'm Hitler 34. It's this hot topic fucking eternal teenager shit. And then this kid runs out there and he's like, I'm going to get the feds. It's literally he's a fucking hall monitor. Nick Fuentes is the eternal fucking hall monitor running to the teacher.
The eternal hall monitor. Jim, you never fail to be hilarious. I will say that. Jim, you are very astute. You're a very astute old man. I was going to say young man, but you're not really a young man anymore, Jim. But you're very astute. I will say that.
Tattle when shit gets tough. And, crying when it happens to him. It's fucking unreal.
The worst part about it is certain things that Nick says are true. We are in the most precarious situation that we've ever been in politically as far as the government is
By the way, guys, I am willing to speak with the chat. Oh, excuse me. Oh, god damn. Please, get in the chat. Have a chat with me. Come and get in the fucking chat. Get in the chat. Let me know what you're thinking of the Nick Fuentes drama, or what you think of Nick Fuentes, or America First, or the far right, or even the far left. I don't mind. I am happy to speak with you guys. I know there's a few people watching. Please do get involved. It's just more fun that way. It's more fun. Obviously I'll give my commentary. I will continue the commentary, guys. Don't you worry about that. But yeah, it's just nice to get involved with the chat. And I just want to be involved with the community that is actually watching me, because I think it's more fun. So please do get involved in the chat. I will respond 100%.
I mean, the Biden administration has waged a war on Trump supporters and on political dissidents in the last 18 months or however long since he was installed into the government. I mean, arguably, when the alt-right was doxing and snitching on people to the feds, that was a horrible thing, and that was treated as, rightfully so, as like breaking the first commandment of right-wing politics. You do not snitch on your fellow right-wing activists to the feds. But that was under Trump. That was when the government wasn't actively looking for people like this. The Biden administration's already put tons of people in jail in connection with January 6th and various other things with Stop the Steal. So then you have a guy who's running ostensibly one of the biggest right-wing political activist organizations as far as like member list, etc., who is threatened in front of multiple people who work for him to go to the federal government on people he doesn't like. I hope that we don't have to spell it out for you here, but if anyone's listening to this, please do not join this organization. Do not associate with these people politically, because the moment that you are perceived as a threat or as doing something wrong to Nick or any of these people, you know, you might be getting a knock on your door from the federal government. And
To Nick.
honestly,
to Nick. That's it. It's to
Yeah.
Nick. Like that's
Yeah.
the person.
yeah.
And he'll throw
Yeah.
any one of you under the bus. Like he doesn't.
I wanted
care.
to ask, because there are groypers that are in solitary confinement right now because of January 6th, right? What is Nick's vibe about that? Like, how does he feel about it? Is he really concerned? Has he been making an effort to try and get these guys
Oh yeah, I'm
freed
sure
or
he's
raise legal
losing
funds?
sleep over it. I'm sure he's real fucked up over it.
Well, I'll say this, you know, people,
I've never heard him mention it.
Yeah. I'll say this: if there were gripers who were there and they're, you know, they did anything bad against Nick, you know, hope that you never let any other griper know that. You know, if you ever said anything against Nick and you were there, like, just fucking disappear. By the way, I just want to give that message very clearly. If you were anywhere near the Capitol, just do not mention it to anybody, because are these people above talking about stuff like that? No, absolutely not.
So update.
Because there's
sorry
no
to cut you off.
loyalty. Because they don't actually
so
have
this
principles.
is one of the main reasons I came on.
And all
here,
this
'cause
shit
they've
is
been
hateful
threatening
anyway. It's
me and
retarded.
threatening
mate.
people close to me. They just posted Ultros, my donor. They Black Swan's retweeting Tom AF. All people close to Nick. Black Swan, actual confirmed homosexual, by the way. Who's like the #2 guy in the foundation.
Oh
He's
yeah, I
retweeting
guess it goes against
doxes
their
of people who
principles or
support me.
whatever.
So
Absolutely.
there you have it.
Not that they really have
There-
principles.
there you have
Heading
it,
to the
you know, like-
feds, doxing, fucking
Yeah, I
not
mean-
paying your people, ego trip,
He
fucking.
wants to cry. He's gonna cry and play the game. Oh, hey, I didn't do it. It was just my guy right underneath me. Hey, I disavow it. I disavow doxing. But also, here's this guy, this person, that person.
It kind of smells like Sargon, but more mask off. Isn't it?
No, I'd like to interject on that. I feel like I owe Sargon a bit of an apology.
Oh
you know,
wow!
He did a lot of cuntish things, and he ran his political thing badly.
Yes.
But he wasn't this much of an asshole.
No.
And to
No
be
way.
fair, you know, at least he had the balls to use a hard R rather than a soft A like little bitch Fuentes. Okay.
When he was against the white nationalists,
Sargon
yes.
Didn't shy away from it. Didn't need to wear a Kanye mask.
We're sorry, Sargon. We didn't know what manner of faggotry would come after you, Sargon.
Oh yes, Sargon, you've been
We
redeemed.
didn't know.
Sargon
We didn't
redeemed.
know, Sargon, we're sorry. Holy
Yeah,
fuck,
and by
man.
the way, I'll just put
Sargon
this message
is not
out there,
like you.
Alex, it
That's,
is not a good idea to dox people. Okay, and you know who you are. Okay, let's just say that I'm not going to dox anyone. No one I know is going to dox anyone. But would somebody like that you've doxed counter dox you? Maybe. I'm not going to encourage it. Please
And
don't.
this is the
but-
game you get into.
Yeah, but this is
Like,
this is
and
a
we
very
played
dangerous
this
game.
with like the
The
dissident right forever.
escalation.
So exactly,
People are playing
exactly.
People are playing swatting tag
Right.
now, doxing
Right.
tag. Like
Well,
this
here's the
is
thing.
something
And
that wasn't.
I put out 2 Telegram posts. I wanted to
Yeah.
walk away from this. I didn't want it to escalate to this point. But Nick's like, mutually assured destruction. I'll fucking kill you. I don't care if it you cut off my arm.
I want to say
and
this real
like,
quick to all the
psycho
groypers,
shit.
because I know there's a bunch of groypers who DM me all the time, who are on the fence, who have been on the fence, watched our show, still watch Nick, and are like, you're making some points there. Look, you all have to leave now at the same time. What are they gonna do? Dox everyone all at the exact same time? It's gonna be a bunch of random names. No one will care. Everyone has.
Yeah, do it because you don't have any fucking principles. You're all fucking idiots. You've all been fucking duped by an antichrist. And you all think you're so Christian, but you have hatred in your hearts, and that's why you've been manipulated by this person. You know what I mean? Stop with the fucking hatred, and maybe you will actually get somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? There's no introspection. None. Zero.
Like, if you're on the fence, like, this is the eye opener. He is a fucking Fed. Let's just be fucking frank here.
I want to ask one question from our donations. This has now been put out publicly. He asked, Simon, since you were in the Discord, do you remember Nickaboo32 / Tran Egoist Catgirl? He was the trap that Nick was friends with, even privately DM'd, whom Nick's mods used to run cover for and pretend wasn't trans. What did you think of him?
Well, so when I first ran into that guy, I assumed. So one pattern that you guys might be starting to pick up on is I give people the benefit of the doubt to a fault in a lot of situations, and I'm trying not to do that anymore. You know, so I didn't think that guy was being
Oh wow, so humble.
serious when I first saw him in the Discord, so I didn't really think much of it. You know, and I saw like some of his like joke posts on Twitter. He's like joking about gay stuff. You know, back then it's like, you know, I'm going and meeting my girlfriend and like doing all this stuff, like, you know, thinking about getting married. I'm thinking like, oh yeah, these other guys are just like that. You know, they're making jokes about this sort of thing. They're not actually, you know, interested in that sort of stuff in a serious sexual manner. And if they were or whatever, that just really wouldn't make sense. So I don't know, like I don't know the full story with that guy. I think I might have talked to him in the Discord once or twice, thinking that he was just like a troll, you know. But to the person's question, I honestly don't know if he was close with Nick or not.
Real fast update. Someone just told me that apparently when Ralph heard about the doxing, he started dancing on his stream. So he's watching.
Were all four of his tits jiggling? Yeah, were they all?
I mean, yeah, they're all as bad as each other. Like, what, is Ethan Ralph a bad guy because he was happy that these fucking horrible little dickheads are imploding on themselves? Like, I mean, I'm not the hugest fan of Ethan Ralph myself, but so? What, am I supposed to have sympathy here? Like, I don't know. Like, who gives a shit? Like, yeah. He was dancing around because you guys are fucking retards and you got completely stooged. Completely stooged. And the whole crux of it, and I keep beating this horse. This is a dead horse that I'm beating. I know I keep saying it. But it's so true. Is that the only reason that these guys even got involved in this is because they have hatred in their hearts for gays or minorities or whatever the fuck it is. And they thought Nick had the same feelings. You need to let go of the hatred and then maybe you won't be so easily manipulated. How about that? Or, you know, in the future, there'll be another guy who comes along who does the exact same thing. And you'll be crying and pissing yourself and shitting yourself and crying that you've been manipulated again by this guy. Oh no, he's gonna dox us. Oh. You're just stupid, man. You're just very, very stupid. You are not Christians in the way that you think you are. You're really not.
All just jiggling as he was doing it. I thought he maybe get excited when you started talking about the number 2 guy in the organization. You know, number 2 and Ralph, he might get hungry. I don't know.
These are the good people, though. These are the righteous Christian people that are restoring the soul of America. Ethan Ralph dancing, celebrating a doxing. Just remember, Groypers at home, you're in a fucking cult.
Yes. Ethan is the bad one. Not the, you know, I mean, I guess he's trying to say that the Groypers are also stupid, but come on, man.
You're in a fucking cult. You're
and there are
gonna
good
get
people
down
in
on
that
your
cult.
hands and knees and lick Ethan Ralph's dirty fucking gun crease for Nick Fuentes. Are you guys for fucking real? Like, you have...
So sorry, I was just going to add on to that. There are good people in this organization. I've met some of them who are normal, who have families. You know what I mean?
I'm sure there are people who have good qualities to them. I don't want to sit around saying they're all evil and stuff. Like, that's not what I'm trying to get at here. What I'm really pushing for is some self-awareness and repentance from these people. They don't seem to have it, so this cycle is gonna continue. These people are gonna get manipulated by some other people, some other entity, some other movement. It's just gonna do them the same way. And it's the same with the woke people. The woke people get fucking manipulated by these maniacal retards. It's just, you see, it's so blatant when you're an outsider like me and you're looking in. It's just so fucking obvious what's going on. So obvious.
And it's like, look, if you are like an adult, you know, somebody who is serious, please leave this thing. I mean, this is the reason I'm going on here and I'm taking a serious risk. You know, I'm not too worried about the legal stuff, to be fair, but it's going to be a shit show regardless.
Sure.
You guys have the opportunity to leave. There are good people in this thing, you know. met a lot of very, very good people at these events. You know, and that's the saddest thing. And this is why I feel so compelled to see this organization burn to the ground. Is there are good Christian men and women who have supported this thing, who've come out to these events, who've treated these people as like their close friends, who look.
How can you be a good Christian when a lot of your beliefs are based on hatred? That's not what being a Christian is. I'm not saying you can't call out hypocrisy, you can't call out sin, I guess. I just don't believe that a lot of what they believe in is really that. A lot of it is based in hatred in the vast majority of cases, and that's what I'm hearing from these guys a lot of the time.
Up to Nick as like a real leader, a Christian leader and a political leader, and they think that there's a hope and a future there, and there's not. You know, you look at every move that Nick has made in the past 5 months since I and the other key interns stepped down, he's burned every single political bridge. So if you're saying, well, maybe he's a bad guy, maybe he doxes and swats people, but he's our only political hope, who else could we go to? I have to break it to you. Nick has used the internship to try and attack Joe Kent, you know, this guy who is ostensibly the most right-wing candidate in America, you know, at the moment. And I don't know, maybe there's some fringe guy somewhere else, but most right-wing successful candidate in America. What is Nick's response to that? Oh, let's destroy him. Let's make sure he doesn't win his primary, you know, that sort of thing.
Because he doesn't kiss Nick's ring.
Right. And
he
JD
loved
Vance.
him before that. He loved him before that.
Yeah.
And then
He wanted us to work for Joe Kent.
And by the way, yeah, go on, Jim.
I was going to say, so I get this right.
You guys are not as pure as you think you are either. You know? You guys think you have the same kind of principles either? No, you don't. Ah, man, the lack of self-awareness is off the charts here.
He wants to attack Joe Kent, but Cawthorn face fucking his cousin.
That's awesome,
based as shit.
Yeah.
Fucking red pill.
With the bros. Come on.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nick is so influential. His clout is so powerful. Remember, he said he got Gosar elected, shit like this. But somehow he couldn't stop Joe Kent from winning the primary. So, you know, his
or JD Vance. JD Vance just won.
Or JD Vance.
Thing.
Yeah, JD Vance won as well. So Nick has no real power, and Gosar will be reelected despite Nick's best attempts to slander him. Like,
Gosar's saying the same thing we are. You know, he says Nick can't shut his fucking mouth, and it's killing him politically, and it's true. It's true.
Do you guys know if it's true that Beardson was the one that fucked up the Gosar thing? Is that actually true, or
I
is
don't
that
know.
just
No, I don't. I think it was just Nick. I mean, you look at this guy, and Paul Gosar, God bless him, went out on a limb for him last year. And last year there was something that looked serious. You know, there are parts of it you could poke fun of with that too. But it was visually, you know, coherent. You had like a beautiful stage. You had all of these different moving pieces. You had speakers where the speeches led into each other, and they made sense. You know, you had Steve King, who was a legitimate person, you know, who'd done real things for, you know, our interests. And you had Paul Gosar, and people loved him. They treated him with respect. You know, there was like an air of like, you know, after he got off stage, like, hey, don't say anything stupid to Paul Gosar. This guy's doing us a huge favor.
How can it be your interest? How can it be a Christian interest if it's based on hatred? I don't understand that. That seems completely inverse to the situation. Now, I'm not in the camp that I think like Christ or Christ's teachings or to follow Christ's ideals is like a socialist thing or anything. I think that's all bullshit, honestly. But I do think that a core component of this situation is compassion. I just don't think they fucking have that whatsoever. And they're pretending that they do, and that it's forwarding some kind of thing. It's mainly just based on their identity as white people or men and stuff. It's not really based on any real level of philosophy that's any deeper than that. It doesn't feel that way anyway. Not from the way that they talk about it.
This guy is risking his political career to help people like us. And, you know, how does Nick repay that sort of thing? How does Nick repay one of the most right-wing congressmen in America going out on a limb? instead of like, trying to make sure that his message is like becoming more and more like in line with like what conservatives as a base would find appealing, trying to make sure that like what Paul Gosar just associated with isn't like fucking repulsive to most like boomer conservatives. Instead, he starts like, oh, you know what? I feel like I'm going to start saying the N-word every night now. I'm just going to start saying the N-word every night. I'm going to, start counter signaling every like major mainstream conservative talking point. Like if you look at, again, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're touting this as like this huge win for the Groypers. Oh, she showed up on stage. She didn't know where the hell she was. You know what I mean? And after the Marjorie Taylor Greene appearance, the very next day, oh, I don't know who Nick Fuentes is. That's his views. Oh, I hate that. I don't want anything to do with that. And then to bring it back to Paul Gosar, at AFPAC 3, he wouldn't go there because he knew that Nick was a fuck up, that Nick couldn't keep his mouth shut. He couldn't stop himself from saying the N-word or comparing himself to Hitler, things that a serious political person would not associate with, right? You know what I mean?
Imagine being at a dinner party with this guy, you know what I mean? He like sitting down to have a steak, and he just won't shut the fuck. I'm Adolf Hitler, and I'm going to rule the world.
Well, it's actually Joseph Stalin. It's actually Joseph Stalin.
He doesn't even idolize Hitler. It's fucking Stalin.
I'm going to send the Groypers to the gulags. Okay,
I gotta ask, because we're talking about optics.
Yeah, and you guys were fucking following him for so fucking long until recently. What the fuck does that say about you, you fucking retards? You're all laughing and cajoling about it now, as if you're so much better now, but you were fucking following it, man. You were all fucking following it on minimum fucking wage and living in basements and shit. To me, you look like fucking idiots right now. You look like absolute idiots. It's unbelievable. There's a very little self-reflection going on here. It's just projection. Don't get me wrong, Nick is obviously a fucking scumbag. For everything that's being said here, Nick is obviously a massive scumbag. But there's no self-reflection here that maybe they were manipulated via their hatred for shit. And maybe they need to stop being so hateful in order to be more independent in free thinking.
We're all going to the gulag.
What was the internal feeling about Baked Alaska being made a part of the movement?
Oh, yeah.
And then Nick started like a free Yoba chant at AFPAC during the keynote address, did he not? What was the thought there?
Well, I mean, yeah, go ahead, Jade.
I mean, I personally, I know Baked probably, you already know where he's going to stand. He's going to stand against me, whatever. But unlike Beardson, I haven't seen anything where he's taken a strong stance against me. But
Hey guys, if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, please give a follow. It does really help the channel. If you don't want to follow the Twitch, there is a YouTube channel as well. You can find it in the About section on the the Twitch. Twitter. Fuck me, I'm just a fucking boomer. But yeah, you can find it all on there. Give me a subscribe on YouTube or wherever the fuck, Twitch. Either or really helps the channel out. I'm going to be streaming on Twitch generally now, I think, and then uploading the streams to YouTube. So if you're missing it now, you can go, or if you need to drop out for whatever reason, you can see it on YouTube. I'll upload it there, usually the next day, whenever I can. It just takes a bit of time sometimes to get it sorted out. But yeah, please give a follow. And like I say, honestly, the chat is dry right now. It's very, very dry right now. You know, it's like an unsatisfied vagina. Very dry. Sahara Desert levels. And that's fine. I understand it. A lot of people like to lurk. A lot of people don't like to interact. And that's fair enough. You don't necessarily need to. But it would be very interesting to have a chat with the chat right now. I really enjoy speaking with the chat. So please don't be shy. Get in the chat. Say what you think. Say what you feel about this. Because I know there's a fair few people lurking right now. And it would be interesting to see what you guys have to say. Do you agree with me? Am I off base here? You know, are these guys just unwitting victims of a megalomaniac? Or are they just hateful people manipulated by another hateful person, and they're not being introspective enough to understand that their hate is what led them to... You know, it's like the Jedi and the Sith, you know? That's what it is. It's like these are like the Sith underlings that get used and abused by the other Sith, you know? It's that's how I'm looking at it right now. It's they don't even recognize it. They're thinking they're above it, but they're actually still in that mind frame.
It's the same thing with all these people. Like, I don't have a personal thing against him per se, but it's like, what if this is a serious political thing? I mean, you could even question me in some ways, like the gaming stream. Granted, I did other things and I was political, like at one point and behind the scenes, whatever. But like him and Beardson and Ralph and like a lot of these people, it's like. In the new people, even like now we have the Minecraft VTuber. It's like, is this a serious political thing?
What?
Or is it
Minecraft
UX for
oh,
a Minecraft VTuber?
Okay,
But
okay.
it's like, you know, Baked. You know, I've been friends with him for years, but it is questionable as to what are the goals of this thing, and is this a politically effective connection to have? And
Listen, the way you reach kids is by having Catholic Minecraft sessions where you build crosses.
And you burn them.
I believe
all
that
the time.
at one point I believe that like the gaming streams could reach, and I still do to a certain extent, like not necessarily
I
agree with that.
I think he used your guys' religion as a crutch, as a prop.
No, I agree with that.
Jim coming in with the hot takes right now. Jim, God love you, Jim. God fucking love you. They're still not going to recognize the full extent of this, but you know what, Jim? God fucking love you for saying that right now, because it needed to be fucking said. That's the fucking God's honest truth. I'm going to let this play out a little bit. I'm going to run to the toilet. This time I actually need to take a number 2 if you were interested. But so it might just be a couple of minutes here. But I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to be in the chat. If anybody wants to get in the chat and give their opinion, I will reply in the chat while I'm away. But I won't. I hope I'm not going to be too long. I'm going to try not to be too long. But I don't want it to just be a paused frame. So you know how it is. Hey, I'll say this: I'm no Hasanabi. That's the thing. I do not just take other people's content for no reason. I've been stopping and starting this, giving my opinion. I'm only doing this for one bathroom break, so please don't crucify me. Excusez-moi. Okay, I'll see you guys in a sec.
And I think he drew in a lot of you guys who were actually pious or devout, or maybe just semi-religious or whatever. And that was the honey, right? For the honey trap. It's like, oh, hey, come be a part of the organization,
Sure.
Christian nationalism, whatever. And then you hang out with him and he doesn't want to do prayer circles. He laughs about it. He doesn't go to church. He's mocking religion, mocking people dying, wanting to hurt people's kids, has blackmail, talking about going to the feds, lies about his money, treats you, Jaden, like a fucking house sitter, and then throws your ass in the street after paying you a nickel. Like, what about this guy? There's nothing good. I haven't heard one good fucking thing.
I mean, yeah, he's charismatic and he brings people in because of that. But like, no, eventually you can see through the bullshit. Hopefully, ideally, like if you're if you're a real human being, you can see through the bullshit.
The problem with this is that he preys upon children, people who are underage or don't know better.
People. I was 19.
I don't really think there's anyone over the age of 25 who's fooled at this point. Which is why he's doubling down on like young incel men, the most vulnerable people, to providing them this black-pilled bullshit doomsday cult worldview. That's what this is.
That's what cults do. I mean, I know you guys have thrown that out there, but it really does tick the boxes. What do? You find a vulnerable population that feels isolated and antagonistic towards the world. You separate them from it. You make them dependent on you. And then you put the fear of God into them because you're now their God. So, hey, I took you out of this bad situation. Look how fucked up the world is. And if you turn your back on me, I'm going to fucking bury you and nobody's coming to save you.
And let's think about it, because when you join the Groypers, a lot of your family are going to turn on you. A lot of your friends are going to abandon you. So the only friends that you have, the only family that you have are the other Groypers.
The group chat.
Isolation.
Who Nick controls completely. So he has the ability, if you say something he doesn't like, to completely take away your entire social group, completely ostracize you, and break you. And he's done this to other people. Didn't he do it to, what was his name? The Groyper that got kicked out of AFPAC 3. What was his name? That was like with Ralph.
Oh,
not Lowell.
Zoomer?
what was his name? Fuck it, doesn't matter. But there's other
Something
examples of it.
Zoomer.
I mean, this week we watched Smiley got
Yeah, I
dragged
saw
up
that.
into a humiliation ritual.
For a tweet. It was a
For a
struggle
tweet.
He
session
liked the tweet.
for
Yeah.
one tweet, a 5-hour struggle session because the dude liked to tweet.
Yeah,
That's
that was
why
like
I
some
said-
Scientology shit, wasn't it? It was
Well,
like...
And if
That-
anyone knows Smiley, it's like people in AF would make fun of Smiley because of how obsessed he was with Nick. Like he was always like, "Oh, Nick, I want to be right close to you. I want to be, I want to be your best friend. I want to be, like I remember at White Boy Summer, he was like, "Oh, Simon, bring me to the Nick house, wherever Nick is. I want to go hang out with them." And I had to, tell him like, "Oh, well, Nick doesn't really want to hang out with you." I had to make up an excuse. And it's like this guy, okay, so he's obsessed with Nick. He's loyal to Nick. He wants to like move away from what he's doing with his family or whatever to go like be a part of Nick's thing through Baked Alaska. And what does he do wrong? He likes one tweet making fun of Nick. That's all it takes.
Well,
You can like
I
be
heard
obsessed with this guy for a
also.
year.
I heard also. You know how we were making that joke? We were watching the Yoba RV. Me, Medicare, and Ash.
No, first off,
I was done.
that wasn't a joke. Okay, listen, this dude, I don't know what kind of anatomical anomaly he's packing.
His giant cock.
That was
Smiley,
so funny.
Smiley,
That was so
I'm
funny.
telling you, bro.
There's
it's
a reason
ridiculous.
he's always smiling. You know what I mean? There's a reason.
He needs
for
to
that.
take that big dick energy and just go do his own thing and become fucking popular. Smiley, you can do it, bro. We have
He
faith
can.
in you.
And some of
He's
his
a great-
IRLs
he's a good
recently
yeah,
have been pretty fucking
He's a good content creator. He's funny. He's actually
like
funny.
Smiley.
unlike
And high
most people
energy,
on this
too.
thing. Yeah,
And-
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, yeah, he had seen the clip. Either of us three watching the big dick a clip, and he was laughing. And apparently, Nick went off on him like, "Why would
How
you
dare
laugh?
he?"
Why would you laugh at Keto Casino?" And what they're like, it was funny, like So yeah, Smiley's on the outs, I suppose, or maybe he's trying to get back in.
Well, and so
he apologized, right?
Wuza's been thrown out of the Yoba mansion too.
Wait.
Wuza's out on his fucking ass too. 'cause
Wuza said he
watched
was
our show.
anti-Jaden gang because of all this. I don't know. I guess that wasn't enough. I guess that wasn't enough.
It
The-
wasn't enough. I'm
That's what
telling you,
people need to learn. I was saying this. Nick was saying this on the Sweat, and it is true. Like I was always like, those aren't my friends. Like these are your friends. These people, the ones that constantly are sucking your dick, not my friends. Don't associate. Because I always said, if it ever came down to, hey, fuck Jaden, disavow Jaden, I knew that the knives would be out. And I said the same thing about Beardson. And I hope I'm wrong, but I'm probably the same thing with Baked. That it's already confirmed with Beardson. The second Nick says, fuck him, knives are out. Same thing with the group chats. Like it goes all the way up the rank of AF.
Well, if
you
I could
speak out, you're
elaborate
done. Your
on that,
friends
yeah.
hate you.
Yeah, your friends hate you. That's exactly what it is. From
Friends.
the wedding that I had in 2019, I think there's only two friends that I invited to it who I'm still friends with today. I won't name them because they'll get fucking destroyed apparently. But like everyone else, it was all like AF people who were at that, who I invited to my wedding. It was Nick. It was people like Black Swan. He was, for all this stuff that he's doing now, he was a close friend back then. You know what I mean? It was, hiding. A lot of these people who are now part of the Sussy Squad intelligence crew, we were all like, this close back in 2019. And those people, and this is exactly what will happen to you as well. When I said that I didn't like what Nick was doing, they were in their group chats with Nick. They were saying all these things, and they never once reached out to me and were like, "Hey, Simon, I want to hear your side of the story. I want to know what's really going on." How many people reached out to you from Nick's circle who said they were your friends, Jaden, and wanted to hear your side of the story?
One, and I'm not, well, two technically, but I'm obviously not going to say who that is. But yeah, I was actually kind of surprised with the people who did and the people who didn't, because it shows who has character.
I actually have one of the members of the Sussy Squad, Black Swan himself, pictured in front of a pride flag. Have you guys seen this picture? Do you want to just pull that up on screen, Andy? This is Black Swan of the Sussy Squad in front of a gay pride flag. This is Nick's right-hand hatchet man in the Sussy Squad.
Yeah, Ashton, I think you're kind of right about the Scientology comparison, because it sounds like you're declared like an SP once you're thrown out.
Yes.
And like, if anybody that was associated with you can't ever talk to you again, or they're SPs. Oh, you got to be fucking kidding me!
Look at this guy.
Off. Fuck
look
off.
at this guy, Jim. Look at him. Look at his stash. Like, look at how fucking like feeble it is. Like he's trying to grow the pedo.
Is that even real, Simon?
That's
that looks. I don't want to dox him. I don't know if that's him or not. I'll give him an out on that because I don't.
It's him. It's him.
Well, I'm not saying that.
It's him. I'm saying it is. That's Black Squad. That is the Sussy Squad.
Don't worry, guys. I've been watching the stream
Is he
while I
huffing?
was
What am I
taking a
looking-
dump.
Is it
Right, wait.
like aerosol cleaners or what?
Is that still on the thing?
Well,
That's fucking amazing. That guy is fucked.
Is that
Go
even
back
real?
This guy's got a knife. He is very soy infused, this guy, isn't he? But he's just another one of these guys. He's another one that's going to get used and abused for his point of view. He's just another one of... He's literally the Jaden replacement. That's what it is. And they don't realize it. They're laughing and joking as if like they're better or whatever. You were this person not long ago. Do you even understand that? Do you have the self-awareness to understand that? Nah, my Twitch is going all fucked up. Oh, let me find my internet here. There we go. Are we back on? I hope we're not disconnected. No, we're alright. We're okay. KRS1, you're still in the chat. Rain Plasma still in the chat. That's Raiden, I think. Yeah, get involved, man. Get involved. If you're still watching, get involved. Let me know what you think about what's going on. This is all kind of ridiculous shit, isn't it, really? It's very ridiculous. But yeah, let me know what you're thinking, guys, because, yeah, there's a lot of weirdo shit going on, isn't there? There's a lot of weirdo shit. But yeah, in my mind, this guy is literally just the next Jaden, right? He's going to get used and abused just like Jaden was. Jaden thinks he's better than this guy, but he's literally the same person. That's the problem. He just doesn't even realize it.
that looks. I don't want to dox him. I don't know if that's him or not. I'll give him an out on that because I don't.
It's him. It's him.
Well, I'm not saying that.
It's him. I'm saying it is. That's Black Squad. That is the Sussy Squad in action. Holy fuck, man.
Does he huff paint? What am I looking at? Is like aerosol cleaners or what?
Yeah. Well,
that's fucking amazing. That guy is fucked. I really want to see the other members of this fucking Sussy Squad. I really do.
I'll just say I disavow bringing up.
It's a bit rich for PP to be as lard ass as he is. To be judging and looking down on people, this guy's literally made of jello. But here we go.
Up any of their pictures, even though they're doxing everyone we know, it's just like I don't want the argument
public,
to go both
it's
ways.
public now. This is
it's
been public for a
I'll dirty my
while.
hands with it.
Yeah.
It's been public for a while. It's
Fuck
like
you, Sussy Squad.
yeah, it's been public for a while. It's like whatever. It's all over the place. I know what you're saying, but like come on.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they're gonna dox people and try and get them reported to the feds, it's like okay, well that.
And it's public now too, so whatever. Yeah. It's not like we hacked into his phone.
The physiognomy.
It's out.
Well, I was just
it's all over Twitter and everything. Yeah.
So why does Nick complain about?
Fuck.
Like I've heard him talk about toxicity, right? Like people are being toxic and all this shit. Why is it? Sounds like he's the one with the issue. Going after people, life ruination shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to find a new meeting now. When I opened it up, it showed the link for a second. It went into the middle of the screen. Fuck. God damn it! All right, guys, give me a second there. Shit.
Warski with the amazing admin skills.
All right, we'll be back in a sec.
Oh.
All right. Fuck. Sorry, yo. I shrunk the screen. I did everything I
You
could.
guhave pink and whites in the
my
USA?
best. Now I'm just gonna delete the entire screen. It's gonna be black. It's gonna be blackness. While I hate Google. Like, meats suck. Yeah, put the link right there. Why? Retarded. All right, let me send this to everyone. Fuck. Oh yeah, by the way, everyone, I'm going to thank you everyone for the super chats. We promise we will be reading all the super chats soon. I really don't want to interrupt or whatever. I know people will lose their mind, but we really, really, really fucking appreciate it. Where's that? There it is.
Hopefully this ends soon. I don't know if I can be asked covering this anymore.
Hello?
Yeah, Nick is a fucking asshole. He used and abused all these people. They don't even realize the extent of their own bullshit. You know, maybe we should just fuck it off. At the end of the day, America First is crumbling. I think that's a win. That's a huge win. These guys, throughout this entire stream, have proven themselves to be ridiculously idiotic in every way, shape, and form. I don't know if we need to keep going through this stream. I don't know. Do we need to keep going through this stream? Oh, God. Whoever's in the chat who is willing to actually say something, if you want to keep watching the stream, say something now. I'll give it like a minute. I'll give it till the end of me eating this marshmallow wafer. I'll give you like a minute, right, to let your stance be known. If you don't want to watch this anymore, don't say anything. I will go on to the Sean Last and Fanatiq debate, and we'll probably go on to tomorrow to watching that as well, because we're probably not going to get through all that tonight. But yeah, I feel like switching it up, because it just feels like we're on repeat. Oh yeah, Nick did something horrible to me. Oh no, it's getting to the point where I'm just like, oh fucking hell, who really cares? What am I really learning here, other than that Nick's a fucking cunt? You know what I mean? I'm not really learning anything that new. And you guys were stupid enough to go along with it because you're fucking retards. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I feel like I'm learning right now. I'm not learning anything that impressive or that important. So yeah, I'm going to eat this. Once I finish this, we're moving on. If I get one person in the chat saying they want to watch this, we'll watch it. If not, I'm going on to Sean Last, because fuck this. It's getting very tedious at this point. I like Jim. Jim's very funny. But there's not enough of the funny. Not enough to justify this entire stream. We've gotten through nearly 3 hours of this. Do I really want to keep going? I don't know. I don't think so. We're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Yeah, I think we'll go with Sean Last. Fanatiq. Sean Last. It is on YouTube. Interesting. It is on YouTube. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. Alright, sweet. I think we're going to go for this one, because getting fucking tired of Nick Fuentes shit. I really don't care. Well, I wouldn't say I don't care. I do care about his influence and stuff. I'm not going to pretend like I don't care. I think what I really mean is that there's only so far you can really go with Nick Fuentes blowing up on himself, imploding himself, you know? Like, what are you supposed to... What else are we supposed to glean from this? Yeah, he's a fucking dickhead. He's a fucking cunt. Like, what else are we gleaning from this? We're not getting anything else out of it. It's not helping anyone. So yeah, KRS1, Rain Plasma, please get in the chat. It's just more fun, isn't it? It's more fun in the chat. Although I appreciate if you're playing video games or something like that. But if you want to drop in, then please drop in. It does mean a lot to the channel. But yeah, we'll get rid of him. All this whole entire stream, it hasn't been cut off like the last stream, so this whole entire stream will get uploaded to YouTube. Yeah, look out for that one. I'll see if I can split it up or something. I don't know if I can split it up into segments and stuff. I don't know if that's possible, but I don't know. I'll see what I can do with it. But if I can't do it, then the whole stream will be in there. Just skip along. Skip along if you need to. Oh! What up, nigga? Oh! Yeah! Oh! Yeah! What is this trap beat, boy? It's this Big Papa Fascist, right? Big Papa Fash! Take it up the ass! Motherfuckers know I don't really have to ask! Oh, man. This is fucking banging, man. This is banging. I'm gonna skip this along a bit. Sorry.
So that's the best place to find me if you're inclined to release, different types of music. I'm not a rapper.
I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper. Did he just really come out with the what's his name? What's that meme guy's name? I'm not a rapper. Oh shit, I can't remember his name. He's got a really funny name as well. I wish I could remember that.
For joining us. All right, next up, let's bring
Thank
on
you
Mr.
for
Sean
joining
Last. How are
us.
you? Welcome back.
Oh, welcome.
I'm doing all right.
So I don't think
This
most
is
of-
Big Papa Fash's wife, right? Brittany. That's Big Papa Fash's wife, right? He's punching above his weight, is he not? Am I wrong here? He's punching above his weight a fair amount. But fair play, you know what I mean?
Our audience needs an introduction, but maybe for Fanatiq's audience, if you want to introduce yourself.
So name's Sean Last. Politically, I have some right-wing and some left-wing opinions, but in the context of these debates on race, I'm just going to be defending very far right-wing opinions. And you can find me easiest on Twitter under the name Sean Last.
As far as I'm aware, this guy's pretty far right. I'm not a rapper, though. See, I'm looking at the chat. I'm not a rapper, though. They picked up on the same meme. Yeah, Fanatiq's probably looking at this chat. I'm disappointed as well. They're bringing out the Floyds. Oh, man. Sean Last... I don't even really know what to think of this guy. This guy's like a far rightoid, as far as I'm aware. He's saying he's got some left-wing views. I don't know about that. Maybe he just doesn't want drugs to be illegal. But I don't know if he's really that left-wing in any particular way. Maybe he is. I've just not seen anything about it. I think he's just kind of saying that to play the field. Fanatiq's definitely more on the left-wing spectrum. More on the woke side of things, 100%. I don't think he's a completely shit guy. I actually kind of like Fanatiq to a certain degree, but I do think he's a bit bitch-made in certain respects. And I don't like his complete and utter victim complex when it comes to the black community. I think he... oh, shit. I keep going off screen. I need to center myself on the screen, don't I? Where am I? Let me see. Where am I? Okay. I need to center myself. Okay. Here we go. I'm in the middle now. I don't always know where I am on the screen. Okay. Yeah, Fanatiq, I actually kind of like him. I don't think he's a bad guy. I actually kind of like Fanatiq just on like a human level. Like I think Fanatiq's a good guy. He's got the right intentions, but I think he's just really bought into the black victim narrative. And I think that colors a lot of his politics, and that makes me disagree with him on a lot of things when it comes to racial issues. But other than that, I actually think he's a good guy. I actually kind of like Fanatiq. I don't think he's the worst person ever. And I actually give him some level of respect for coming on a debate like this, because Sean Last is definitely a far-right kind of guy. Politically Provoked is a more right-wing debate panel, more so than the Dylan Burns, Hippy Dippy, or the Prime K's, or Destiny shit. This is probably one of the only right-wing debate panels that exists on Twitch and YouTube. So I'll give them some credit for that. They've worked it in somehow, and I'll give some respect for Fanatiq for coming on here, because a lot of the left-wingy types wouldn't really do that. So I give him some respect for that, because at the end of the day, it's a tough crowd, very tough crowd. He knows he's coming in here with a lot of people probably hating on him from the get-go, just probably because he's black. A lot of them probably don't even know who he is. And so he's facing that in a weird way, and it is going to play a role. So, well, let's see how this all goes
other
down.
sites too, but I'll link to all those through Twitter over time, so that's the best place to find me if you're inclined to do so.
Okay, great. All right, so since this is your first debate with us, what we do here is we'll have each person can give an opening statement, can be as little as 1 minute, no longer than 5, about the topic and your stance. After that, we open up the floor. The debates are usually about an hour, then we'll go into Q&A. So for those watching, if you have questions, you can either tag Politically Provoked.
JQ&A. Oh! Sorry. I just thought of that joke, and I thought, fucking go. I have nothing against Jews, by the way. I really don't, but I just couldn't help myself. I really couldn't help myself.
Or you can send a super chat at
Lev, if you're gonna watch this at some point or another, I'm sorry, Lev. I didn't mean to do that to you, but I just couldn't help it.
powerchat.live/politicallyprovoked, and we will read those at the end. After Q&A is when we will do closing statements and final thoughts. So, Fanatiq, why don't you give us your position?
By the way, I know a couple of extra viewers have jumped in the chat in the last couple of minutes. Jump in the chat, guys! I'm happy to get your thoughts on the situation. I will happily speak with you guys. Don't be shy.
On this, since this is your sort of topic.
Sure. I mean, I guess in a nutshell, it's really simple. I think systemic oppression is real. I think it always has been real. I think getting away from the...
Okay, I'm going to have to pause him right there. Systemic racism has been real in the past. I don't know if it's still real now. In the past few decades, I think there has been a legacy of it that still is playing out to a degree. I just don't know if this systemic racism that they're talking about exists in the way that they try to play it out to be. I honestly don't. I think a lot of freedoms and stuff has been given to black people. I think that it's partly... It falls to that community to then fulfill what they're going to do. And if there's still a disparity after that, yes, I would give some level of an idea that, yes, there's a legacy of that means that it's not like they're going to suddenly be on par with other racial groups or anything like that. But the pathway has been given to them to reach those levels. And I don't think anyone's really holding them back at this point. I think it's on the black community to deal with their own issues at this point in time. I don't know. That's definitely not true, in the 50s and stuff like that. Obviously, I 100% agree that Jim Crow was a massive oppression on black people and all that stuff. And I do believe that, obviously, in today's day and age, part of the reason why there's big racial disparities in wealth and all that kind of stuff is the legacy of that. But I just don't think that there is significant institutional oppression coming against black people at this point that holds them back in this way. I think black people have got to reckon with the situation that they've been given this freedom now. The oppression has generally been lifted, and I think they've got to deal with their own issues in their own way. And I think holding on to this victim narrative is one of the... It's not the only thing, but it's one of the things that's holding them back. And I think white leftoids in the USA keep trying to push this, and especially the elite leftoids. The elite leftoids want the racial divide to keep going. They don't want to encourage black people to do better, or to think of themselves as free, or to think of themselves as having the freedom to better themselves. They don't want that to really happen, because then how are they going to grift off them after that? They're not going to be able to grift off them, make money off them, use them for votes. I think they want them to carry on believing this stuff for as long as possible so that they can have those benefits. And I think Fanatiq is just not fully realizing that that is the situation that a lot of black people are in. But a lot of black people are waking up to that these days. A lot of black people are not necessarily... A lot of black people are turning to republicanism. Oh, we've got Fuentes. Yo. Oh, yo, man. How's it going? Stay in the chat, man. We'll have a good chat. I want to get your point of view on this. But let me know where if you think I'm going wrong here. But these are just my points of view here. But the right-wing people want to grift off black people by using them as tokens in a certain kind of way. But the Republican people don't necessarily have black people's value at heart. However, the Republican side of things is just trying to make businesses good and stuff like that. So if black people want to start businesses, Republicans can actually be good for them in a certain way, and you could see that under Trump. They did do quite well under Trump, mainly just because he freed it up, so it made it easier for them to start businesses and stuff like that. So it was less a racial thing. It was more that they were just trying to repeal regulation, and it just so happened that it made it easier for black people to be more autonomous and start their own businesses. But I don't think the Democrats really have that in mind. I think the Democrats want to keep them as dependents, generally speaking. And whether they're conscious of that, I don't know. I don't think a lot of Democrat voters are conscious of this, but I do think the Democrat politicians are. And I don't know if Fanatiq is really cognizant of that or not, but he seems to think that systemic racism is still like a big thing against black people. I just don't think it is. I think there has to be some level of realization eventually that black people have to do it for themselves, and they can do it for themselves. I believe in black people. I believe they can do it for themselves. They can reach great heights in America. I think they can do very well for themselves. I don't know if systemic racism holding them back in 2022. I do believe in the past it did, but I just don't think it's actually the case anymore, and that's where I disagree with Fanatiq. That's my point of view. I don't disagree with him historically that it was the case, but I do disagree with him in 2022 that it's the case. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Overt forms of systemic oppression to the more...
Fuyuk, please let me know. What do you think? Am I right here? Are black people being held back in 2022, or is it a figment of their imagination? Are they holding on to the past? I don't know. Maybe I'm just out of touch, but I honestly don't think that's the case. I think a lot of black people, if they really want to, they can go places if they really want to. I see that all the time. There's plenty of successful black people that are not living in squalor and ghettos. They don't have to. They can move up in the world. I don't think people are holding them back in the way that they used to in decades prior. That's my point of view.
Covert forms of systemic oppression. I think we can kind of see what's leading to certain outcomes that we're seeing within the African American community, the Latin American.
Fuyuk says, I somewhat agree. There's obviously a special case of black people in the United States. Yeah, it's like I say, there is a legacy of it, so I'm not expecting black people to literally be on par with like with white people or whatever. I'm not expecting them to suddenly jump into the same category and have the same kind of wealth distribution and all that stuff. It's a journey. Everyone has it. Even if you break down white demographics into Irish, French, German, Scottish, all this stuff, Irish, whatever, you will see that there is disparities between them too. It's not a systemic issue in every single sense. It's that different peoples have different journeys and they have to build themselves up over time. I think the tools have been given to black people to build themselves up. It's just on them at this point to do that. Although I do think that it definitely was a case, up to about the 70s, mid-70s to 80s, I do think there was a very, very strong case that there was a systemic issue against them that was holding them back. I just don't think that after the 90s and into the 2022s, as we are at now, I just don't think that is the case anymore. And I think people need to start letting this go. I do see that trend happening, though. I will say, I do see that Fanatiq's one of those people that's still holding on to it. He's like in the 50-50 bracket where there's like a bunch of black people still holding on to it. A bunch of black people are kind of coming out of it. They're not. Some of them are turning Republican. Some of them are just turning against Democrats. They're not necessarily turning Republican. But they're starting to see the wood through the trees. You know, they're starting to see that they're not necessarily being held back in the way that they used to be thought, and that they're starting to see that some of these myths, although they maybe used to be true, are now myths in 2022, and they're starting to see that, and they're starting to realize that. I see that on YouTube, and they're getting very good views as well. I think they're starting to see that there's more discussion in the black community of this kind of thing, and I think in the next 5 to 10 years we're going to see a very big shift in perception around this kind of stuff. I think a lot of black people are starting to realize that white people are not to blame for everything that happens to them, and it's starting to become a bit old hat. I think it's becoming a bit old hat for people to keep blaming white people in this way. And Fanatiq is a little bit antiquated in that way. I think Fanatiq is still kind of holding on to that in his little woke way. Like I say, I still actually kind of like Fanatiq, I'm not going to lie. Although I completely disagree with him on this subject, I still think he's a good guy. I just think he hasn't... I think he's just been... I don't want to say brainwashed, because I feel like that's dismissing him as a person or his point of view. I don't think it's brainwashed. It's more that he's buying into the propaganda. And to be honest with you, it'd be hard not to. In his situation, it'd be hard not to buy into it. You know? Right, let's see what Fuyuk's saying. He says there's a special case of black people in the United States, i.e. a special cultural role was put upon them. Yeah, I do agree with that. There was a special role put upon them, but I just don't believe that it exists anymore. That's more what I'm trying to say. During the slavery era, oh well, of course, the special role being a slave. I think about it in some ways of the English relationship with Indian or Irish people. I mean, to be honest with you, there was an English underclass of indentured servitude, which was very similar. The working class went through a great deal of oppression. Even in America, the white working class went through a great deal of oppression. There was, when the New Deal was coming in and stuff like that, there was, now I'm not a Marxist or a socialist or anything like that, but there was worker movements under the New Deal that were violently suppressed. Like hundreds of people were killed by police and military and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that's literally comparable 1-to-1 or anything like that, but what I'm getting at is that many different demographics have faced various versions of oppression and systemic oppressions that I don't know if you can keep using as a tool to say this is why this, I think that's more what I'm getting at. And I think in 2022, I think we're getting to a point now with the black community that I think there has to be a realization where, yes, at one time you could say that these racial oppressions were happening, but at this point in time, I don't know if you can keep using that as the excuse for everything. I think there has to be some internal introspection on the situation, and just be open to saying, yeah, there's abuse in the black community. Maybe we need to deal with that. Yes, there's bad attitudes. Yes, there's things, and maybe there is a legacy that comes from the racial oppression that has caused some of this. But it can't always be the responsibility of white people to clean this problem up. I just don't know if that's really the answer to the situation. And to be honest with you, I want to encourage black people to do it for themselves because I believe they can do it for themselves. I think black people are hardy, resilient people. I have a lot of respect for black people. I think they can really do it for themselves, and I think they're doing themselves a disservice when they think that everything is beyond their control and that they can't do it. What else is Fuyuk saying? There's going to be bad blood for years. It's not just an economic issue, though that exists too. Yeah, there could be bad blood, but I think it's on both parts. I think there has to be forgiveness on both sides, and if there isn't forgiveness on either side for sins past, which either party are not responsible for, by the way. It's not like all black people are responsible for the rampant crime that has not only affected black people the most, but has also spilled out and affected white people. But white people of today are also not responsible for the crimes of white people in the past, or the hate crimes that even go on today. As a group, white people are just not responsible for that. These are individual actions that happen, and they're tragic. They're very tragic. It's fucking ridiculous, this kind of shit. But I think trying to think in these group think kind of ways is what keeps it going. And I think the elites know this and use that to their advantage. And unfortunately, Fanatiq buys into that, is my point of view on this. I will say this, the current cultural discourse just doesn't help the slightest. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. There needs to be more empathy on both sides. I do have empathy for the black people. Don't get me wrong. I don't say the things that I'm saying because I hate black people or I need to put them down or want to minimize their struggles. I'm saying it because there has to be encouragement for the future. There has to be a line drawn in the sand at some point or another where I can have empathy for the past, but I have to be able to give encouragement for the future. And it can't be done where everything is just a victim narrative. It can't be done that way. It's just not going to work. It's the same with feminism. It's the same with even Marxism. It's the same with a lot of things. Even with the white identitarianism, where a lot of these white people are trying to use white victimhood as a way to, be superior and stuff like that. I just don't think the whole situation is kind of similar to me. They're all buying into a poisonous way of looking at the world, and it's very easy to fall into it. It's very tempting to go that way because it means you can absolve yourself of any responsibility of the situation or just the group that you identify with. It absolves them of responsibility. But I just don't think that's the right way to go, and I think the people that are trying to fight against that as much as possible is the right way to go. I think we need to encourage black people to feel empowered to do what they need to do, to start businesses, to rise up and have good communities that are not completely ransacked by violence and bigotry and all kinds of things. I think we need to encourage black people to realize they can self-actualize themselves and not everything is the white people's fault. Fuyuk says, I'm from Northern Ireland. Oh, well, welcome, my Northern Ireland brother. I'm a Northern geezer myself from Northern England. Grew up in Northern England, then moved to Wales, North Wales. So I'm Wenglish, you could say. Maybe I'm just a colonizer, I don't know. But I honestly think, to be quite frank, I wish Northern Ireland had more autonomy than they do, in all honesty. But the only way past hate between in-groups was reconciliation and putting it behind us. Yeah, I do believe that. And I do think, despite all the things that have gone on between England and Ireland over the years, whether it be Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland, there does seem to be a kinship where a lot of the more recent generations, although there can be banter between two, and I'm sure there's still fights and I'm sure there's still animosity in places, it seems like a lot of the times that people do put it behind them. And I think there's a lot of realization that the English of today are not the English of yesterday. And I think a lot of the English who do recognize this history do feel somewhat shame for it, although they don't want to feel... I don't think they want to feel responsible for it, but I also do feel like they don't like the history of it. So, I think that, you know, at least giving some compassion that people are realizing these things can go a long way. And I do think that it's interesting that with the Irish population, that these things can move forward in a positive way. And I think they have done largely. Like, in my lifetime, I know that when I was a kid, the animosity between the Irish and the English was very hot when I was a kid. Very, very hot. And then as I've gotten older, it seems like a lot of that has fallen out of favour. A lot of people don't even really bring it up as much. It's not as big of a deal. I'm sure there still are people who do it, and I'm sure there is people who are still hanging on to it, but it's just not as big of an issue as it was when I was like 10, and I'm 31. So, you know, it's definitely changed over time. I don't know what you would say to that, Fuyuk, but like I believe that to be true. I do honestly believe that a lot of the times, a lot of people are just kind of whatever about it. I think it's one of them situations where it's like, it's out of our control. Why are we hating each other over something we can't control, you know? That's how it comes off to me. I've always really got on with Irish people. They've never held it against me where I'm from. I've never held it against them. And yeah, we've had some banter sometimes about being English or Irish or whatever. You know what British people are fucking like. We fucking love to take the piss. But it's never been in bad faith. It's always been a good laugh. You know what I mean? Good crack, you might say. But yeah. Anyway, let's carry
on. And so on and so forth. I think it's really ridiculous. I think to say like, I guess the idea that the 1968 Civil Rights Act ended all systemic oppression when we recognize that, like, goodness, there's been so many more like things that the government has continued to do, such as the 1986 Sentencing Reform Act, which was specifically to address another way the system was absolutely oppressing Black people. They literally said it. I think reparations are probably a good idea, I think, to offset some of the harms caused by the systems that have been used to oppress Black people. I guess those are typically the people that I focus on because I'm Black.
I don't know if reparations is a good idea personally. I do think if you were going to go down the reparations route, it can't just be you're going to willy-nilly give money to people, because I don't think that's really going to solve anything. But I do, let's say, for instance, we did try to find like a middle ground of a reparation. It would probably look like giving better schools, giving better utilities, better... you know when they do like... What's the word for it? Like neighborhood rejuvenation and stuff like that? And they... fucking cheat. Like, the chat in this is ridiculous. He's a black king. He is our black nigger. Like, oh, come on, man, guy. You're just being ridiculous, you guys. But like, yeah, fucking... I do think there are ways to do reparations that could really benefit Black people for the long run. I just don't think that giving random amounts of money to people in general, it's not even about Black people, it's just people in general. I just don't know if that's really actually going to solve any kind of poverty or wealth issue or anything like that. I don't think it's going to help Black people to accrue wealth in the long run. I think if you teach a lot of Black people to have skills like that are like transferable, or like or what's the word for it, just practical skills like mechanics, electricians, plumbers, PC programmers, I guess you could say, you know, just very, very practical stuff. This is the bedrock of the transference of working class people to the middle class. That is literally the pathway through. And I think if there was more focus on creating education that was centered on that kind of stuff for these marginalized groups, you would see like a huge shift with the Black community over the next 10 to 15 years. You would see like a huge shift. And I think that's the way to go. If you're going to do reparations, it should go into things like that, rather than just randomly giving a load of Black people some money, because a lot of it will probably just get squandered, and it's not really going to go anywhere. And you might do it, and then the white people can pat themselves on the back and go, we gave the reparations. And it's not actually going to benefit the black people in a long-term perspective. That's just my point of view on that.
But I think, overall, it obviously exists. I don't know how anyone could ever argue otherwise.
Okay. All right, Sean.
But yeah, Fuyuk, let me know what you think of that.
So I agree that a degree of racial oppression exists in society, but I would tend to characterize that as oppression of white people rather than black people. So pretty much
okay. Look, there is like a mainstream prejudice against white people. But I don't know if I would call it an oppression. I think the prejudice is fucking ridiculous. It should not happen. It should not be tolerated. I don't know if I would call it an oppression, though. That's not the same thing. And to me, what's happening with black people these days, I don't know if it's an oppression either, what's happening with black people. Although I think if you went back 20, 30 years, it definitely was. But I don't think any race in particular at this point in time is being oppressed in that way. But I do think there is a unadulterated prejudice, or just a racism. You could just call it a racism. There is a racism that is mainstream in the media, especially against white people. It just is tolerated, that I think is so counterproductive to any kind of racial harmony. And they do it purposefully, I think. They want to divide and conquer people, and at the minute it's more politically expedient to do it against white people, but 20, 30 years ago it was politically expedient to do it to black people. You know, they're just picking and choosing when it's good to do it, and they're doing it because it keeps them in power, keeps their shit going. And I think anyone that buys into it is the idiot, and unfortunately Sean Last is buying into it, and so is Fanatiq, and that's a problem. They're both buying into this problem.
The exact.
Fuyuk says, my personal opinion is that reparations have been paid many times over in terms of programs, and I agree, programs of education and community support is definitely the way to go, not cash handouts which are unfair and unworkable. Yeah, 100% Fuyuk. I completely appreciate that point of view. I think this is the thing, is that, like, you know, if there was like a specific program that was like, okay, we're going to use this as the reparation program, just to placate people, and they say this is the reparation program, but we're doing it to put it into education, we're doing it to put it in this, and we're not just giving out money, that could be very beneficial. But I don't know if that's what people are really talking about when they say they want reparations. I honestly don't think that's what they're saying. And it's just unfortunate that Fanatiq is kind of buying into this thing. I just don't think he's always thinking very practically. I think he's a bit emotionally driven by the situation. I don't completely blame him for that, because that's been pushed on him by the mainstream to think that way. So I don't completely blame him for that. I just find it a bit of a shame, I think.
Opposite view. Broadly speaking, I think that the left in America has been captured by a kind of anti-white ideology. This has negative effects for these leftists themselves, because thinking that your group is the cause of other people's harms negatively relates to mental health. At the same time, for more moderate white people, it has a negative effect in terms of...
Yeah, but all these things are also true of the negative things that are bandied about black people as well. I don't think that means that you should never be realistic about the issues that are going on. But I do think there's plenty of people that use, like, say, the crime rates of black people as a way to have a go at all black people, and I just don't think that's right. Like, I don't see the black crime rate as a reflection on all black people. I just see it as an issue that is within the black community that needs to be addressed. I don't think it's something that I don't look at every black person and go, well, you must be part of the criminal element. But there are people that do that, and I think that is wrong. And I think it's wrong when people use things against, like, the past or history against white people and use that as a weapon. I don't think that's right, and I don't think it's right to use the crime rates against black people as some kind of weapon either. I think that's all just toddler logic. I call it toddler logic because it's very black and white. It's very 2D. it doesn't really take into account the full picture of the situation. And I just don't think it's right. We're not getting anywhere with it. And Sean Last is taking a very, very white-centric thing. I do agree with him. There's a mainstream attack on white people, but it's not it's the mainstream media that are doing it, really. And I said this earlier on. There's an issue here where the right wing want white people to hate the minorities, and the left wing want the minorities to hate the white people, and they're both working together to create that division. And the sooner we realize that both of these sides are trying to get each other to hate each other, the sooner we can get to a situation where we can ignore them. But unfortunately, Sean Last is embroiled in his ideological point of view, and so is Fanatiq, and that's just what we're going to deal with in this debate. Oh, wait, Fuyuk. Fuyuk says, I'll declare a bias here. I think Fanatiq is pretty stupid and a few steps from a race grifter. Maybe he's different now, not sure. Hey, I mean, this is a tough one because I don't completely disagree. I just don't think of him as grifter. I think he actually believes what he says. And the reason I think that is because he can get quite impassioned about it, and more so than a way... He's not indignant. He's impassioned, and there's a difference. And when I see race grifters, like, say, for instance, what's his name, Al Sharpton, or who's that Muslim girl? What was her name? Linda Sarsour and all that kind of stuff. These people are indignant. Like, they are trying to push an agenda, and they don't even really believe what they're saying. They're doing it because they know they can profit off it. Whereas Fanatiq, I think he actually does buy into this stuff, and I think he believes what he's saying. So that's why I don't think of him as a grifter. I think he does have a pure heart, actually. I think he does have a good heart. But the problem with it is that he has been suckered in. He's been manipulated by this situation. Sean Last, I don't know if he's in the same... I don't know if he is manipulated by this stuff. I think he does have a bit of an agenda when it comes to the right-wing, white identitarian stuff. I think he does have an agenda there, personally. Fanatiq, though, I don't think he does. I just think he buys into the bullshit. And that's a shame. It's a massive shame. It's a huge, huge shame. And it's disappointing. And I will always disagree with him. I'm not going to fucking... just because that is the case, I'm not going to not disagree with him or treat him with kid gloves. But I'm not going to call him a grifter because I just don't believe that about him. That's just my point of view on that.
Lack of ethnic identity, and that also having negative impacts on mental health. And it's led to the perpetuation of a series of mythologies concerning the causes of inequality in society. If you compare... if we look at studies that control for a sufficient number of variables so as to fairly compare black and white people, what you ended up finding is that there's a pro-black bias in society with respect to things like income or educational attainment or the likelihood of being sentenced to death in the courts.
What? He better be able to back this up, because I don't think any of that is true. I don't think there's a black bias. Maybe he's talking per capita or some shit like that, but the per capita explanation is just that there's a higher white population, so that is going to throw the averages off to some degree. But even that, I don't know if that's really true. He's just coming out of the gate saying this shit. I don't know if he can really back this up. That's a very suspect thing to say. And if anything, with the volume of black crime and the per capita volume of that kind of stuff, I would seriously say that there is definitely I wouldn't call it a bias, but I would say that in the statistics, you can see that black people face that kind of thing more. I'm not going to say it's unwarranted, because the crime rates in the volume of crime per capita is much higher than in white communities. So it makes sense that that is the case. I would like to bring that down by encouraging black people to have better communities and all that kind of stuff. But it's not a bias. It's not a bias, though. I don't know. I don't like that claim. I think that's a bad claim that Sean Last is making.
Etc. And so yeah, that problem.
Oh, sorry. Fuyuk is saying, remember half of all this stuff is explained by white people skewing much older on average. Yeah, sure. The age average is definitely a huge issue, which is an easy way to explain both crime and income. The income side of it with the age side of it is, that is a big way to explain some of this. But I do also think, though, that the legacy of racial oppression does create some of these wealth imbalances. But what I'm trying to say is that in 2022, there will be a racial imbalance just because of that legacy. However, that legacy is not necessarily holding you back in 2022. If black people want to rise up and do better in business and start their own businesses, have their own communities, do better, bring the crime down, blah, 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 that is possible for them. There's no institutional thing holding them back. They just need to get past their own biases at this point. I'd say in the 70s it was true, or before the 70s it was true, but in 2022, I don't believe it to be true anymore, is what I believe.
Probably, I mean, I'll stop there because I think at this point we can see that we're diametrically opposed on this issue. So,
finally,
I'm not sure how much of this debate I'm going to be able to get through, unfortunately. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, guys. So, by the way, if you guys are tuning in today, I'm going to be streaming from around UK time. I'm going to be streaming from around 12 to 2 p.m. I don't know exactly what time because I've got some stuff I need to do in the morning, so I can't give you an exact time. I will on my Twitter. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can find it on my Twitch page. You can go on my about. You can find my Twitter on there. I will be putting up when I'm going live. I'll put up about 15-20 minutes before I'm going live. You will see a post on there about that. But I will be going live tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow. I'll be covering the rest of this. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get through all of this just because it's getting pretty late. It's 11 o'clock now. My housemate's coming back at about 12, half 12. So I've got about an hour and a half. So I'm not going straight away. I will be here for a bit. But I just don't think I'm going to be able to get through the whole load of it. But I do want to cover this whole thing because I like this debate. It's interesting to see two people who buy into the identitarian philosophy go against each other. It's going to be interesting to see what they have to say.
All right, so we can open up the floor then.
All right, so I guess we'll just start with the basics. You don't believe that there's any systemic oppression that exists nowadays?
Well, like I said, I think
I'm sorry. For black people specifically?
So I think that in general, black people are treated fairly by society. The reason why I want to answer it that way is because some people will define depression in terms of a disparate impact. And it is, of course, true that there are ways in which, for instance, the law and murder disparately impacts black people, but I don't think that's an unfair kind of disparate impact. I think that by and large, black people are treated fairly or better than fairly, whereas white people in the various ways that I indicated are not.
Okay, so let's start with definition then, because you're going into something different. What is systemic?
It's Sitch's Law, guys. I don't know if anyone's a Sitch and Adam fan, but it's Sitch's Law all over right now. We're debating the definitions.
Pressure.
Yeah, like I said, what I'm mostly concerned with is the degree to which groups are treated fairly. The degree to which a disparate impact is caused by fair differential treatment is not concerning to me.
Well, I think that there's unfairness on both sides. I think generally white and black people are treated pretty fairly in Western society, generally speaking, but there is unfairness in different ways. So in the mainstream media, it's very easy to have a go at white people and blame them for everything. That's kind of an unfair stereotype to put on white people. However, there is also unfair stereotypes given to black people, and they do have to deal with law enforcement and police a bit more. That is a byproduct of the crime rates, which is not anyone else's fault other than just the criminals. And unfortunately, innocent black people have to suffer the consequences of that. But I would still see that as like somewhat unfair. Like if I was in their situation, I would see it as unfair. So, it's you got to use some compassion here. Come on, guys, let's use some compassion here, guys.
why that would be.
Okay. What is systemic oppression?
Like I said, the way that I'm defining it, the way that I tend to use the word, is an unfair treatment of a group because of their members of that group.
So then a random person on the streets that decides to call me the N-word, that's a systemic oppression?
Well, that's a kind of racism. Normally, obviously, when we're talking about systemic oppression,
Right. That's what I
talking
wasn't
about
asking you. I was
a
asking you, what's the
systemic-
definition of systemic oppression? What is that?
Yeah, so it's a kind of racism that takes place on an institutional level. Is how we normally talk about it.
Okay, that's incredibly broad. Do you feel like you could elucidate on that a little bit better?
Yeah, so it's the kind of institutions that I was referencing before. So when I say something like that, if you properly control for things, there's a pro-black bias in educational attainment or income or the likelihood of receiving the death penalty. What I'm referring to is that these systems, when you actually have black and white people that are fundamentally the same, treat the black people better. And so that's an example of what I mean by systemic oppression.
I'm not asking you whether or not you think it's an effect. I'm just trying to get a working definition so that we can move forward in the conversation, because I don't want us to be arguing.
I've given you both a definition and examples.
You have not given a good definition, at least it didn't appear so to me. But here, I'll try a definition. You tell me if this works for you, okay? Because I've tried to give you the opportunity multiple times now. I would say systemic oppression is a system that by covert or overt means is designed in such a way that it'll definitely have, or that it'll likely have, disparate outcomes for different people, for different groups.
I'm sorry, this is something that doesn't quite work, because unless it's codified in the law that there is a actual bias in the law, if there is just a disparate outcome of the law, that doesn't mean that the law itself is systemically racist in some way. And the murder thing that he brought up was a good way of looking at this in a certain respect. If black people commit more murders, it's not that the law of murder is systemically racist. It's that there's going to be a disparate outcome because of the actions of the group, right? So that's not the law being racist. That's just the outcome of reality. So you can't use that as to me, that's not a good definition of what he's talking about, personally.
So you can have a system that is designed that'll have disparate outcomes on homosexuals. Say, for instance, you say, we're not allowing homosexuals to get married, yet we're going to provide tax relief or tax brackets for married people. Then that would be systemic oppression towards homosexuals. Do you agree with that thus far?
That's actual stigmatization. So
you defined it as I from what I heard, you just defined it in terms of disparate impact, and I already explained why I don't agree with that.
So I'm sorry. So in the example that I gave you, if they were to say,
I was referring to the definition.
The law specifically prohibits
a system
marriage
that is designed through that will be covertly
measure.
or overtly causing disparate outcomes for individual groups.
Right. So that seemingly the law on murder
like what
would
laws?
Be an example of systemic oppression.
I like that for black people. I don't
know it wouldn't, because this isn't designed to cause disparate and disparate. The law of the law against murder is designed with neutrality in mind, and it's not. It wouldn't be the law on murder that's disparately racist towards black people. It would be probably some of the other economic factors that are causing them to have it. But since we're struggling, I'm gonna go ahead and just do what I do and hit the Merriam-Webster.
No. We're gonna push back on this. Economic measures do not cause people to fucking murder people. Okay, like that is fucking ridiculous to even say that. I'm a poor person. Everything I have right now, I literally have to buy it off my own back. Right? I'm a working class person. I've never needed to murder somebody, right? And most of the people I know are working class, dragging themselves up out of the mud. They have never felt the need to murder people, right? Most working class people do not do these things, okay? That is not a good excuse for what is going on. Economic problems is not what causes people to murder people. Is the poor man poor because he beats his wife? Okay, maybe this isn't right. The way I should say it is the man poor because he beats his wife? No, wait. What is the way I say this? Sorry, I've had a few beers and I've forgotten my own saying. does he beat his wife because he's poor, or is he poor because he beats his wife? That's the question. And I think he's poor because he beats his wife. He's got a problem with authority. He's got a problem with... he's an antisocial person. That is what causes the poverty. It's not that he was poor first and then he decided to beat his wife, right? That's where I'm looking at it from. But Fanatiq is thinking that poverty is the thing that causes people to be violent or murder people or whatever. That's not the case. I don't believe that for a second.
Can go ahead and get that definition from there, and let's work through that. Okay, I think that would probably work better.
So, I think that my assumption is that we're going to have a lot of just factual disagreements about the reality of the world around us. That it would be more productive to focus on that than a kind of semantic debate.
It's not about a semantic debate. It's just that if we're going to have a conversation about systemic oppression and you can't define it or refuse to adhere to my definition, then we're going to be talking past each other almost the entire time. And I refuse to do that. Does that make sense?
It could make sense, but like I don't think that's actually going to be true.
Wait. Well, if we're already not agreeing on the definition, then it already is true. We're not going to be talking about the same thing, right?
Like I said, I think that we're going to have factual disagreements, and the factual disagreements are not going to be contingent on how we define systemic oppression.
Well, before we could even try to figure out which facts we disagree on, we'd probably need those facts to be flowing downstream from a definition that we're trying to prove exists or not, right? Because otherwise, if we can just argue about facts and figures and statistics, but that doesn't mean anything if we don't at least understand what the base word means that we're trying to argue about. If the topic is supposed to be about systemic oppression, but you think systemic oppression just means soda pop, how the freak are we having a conversation at this point?
What's Fuyuk saying here? Remember, half of all this stuff is explained by white people skewing much older. Oh no, we read that. Fuyuk says, which is an easy way to explain both. Oh no, sorry. The next one is, I don't think racist can be applied to systems at all. That's a personification applied to something abstract. Racism is a personal failing. Disparate outcome isn't acceptable as a measure. No, I do think laws can be racist or prejudice in their way if they are codified that way. So the example of not allowing gay marriage is essentially an oppression against gay people, essentially. And also like excluding people on the basis of race or sexuality or whatever on a particular law is not a universal law. It is codified into the law. However, I just don't think. In fact, I think it's just a fact that these laws just don't exist anymore. So you can't really use that as a basis anymore. Is my point of contention here. Fuyuk says, I think those are good arguments against my position. What I said, or what was being said in here? I don't know. Yeah, what I said. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I think like I say, like it's if there is a thing that's codified in the law, then yes, it is. A law can be racist or sexist or whatever. I just don't think there is any laws at this point in time that are bent that way. I just don't think that is the case anymore. And that's why I just don't think this argument about systemic racism exists in the way it did, fucking 20, 30 years ago.
Point, right? I don't. What facts can I give you to like address what you're talking about? We need to at least have a basic consensus of what exactly we're talking about. If this is going to be.
By the way, Fuyuk, if you're drinking tonight, what are you drinking?
If our definitions were as different as your definition and the word soda pop, I would agree. But because
that's
our
obviously an extreme. But
yeah, I know. But so what I'm saying is that I am pretty sure that we're going to end up having disagreements about, for instance, the causes of racial differences in something like sentencing or income, and that the factual causes of those differences, which we can discuss, are not going to depend upon how we define systemic oppression. And I think it's unlikely.
Fuyuk says he ain't drinking, work tomorrow at 7:30. Oh, fucking hell, man. It's getting a bit late, isn't it? It's getting a bit late. But I appreciate you tuning in. I really appreciate it. Please give a follow and stuff. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. We'll be covering more of this because I don't know how much of this I'm actually going to get through tonight. My housemate's coming back fairly soonish, so I'm gonna be logging off when she gets back and hanging out with her because I'm a little bit pissed at this point, and I think I just need to chill out for the rest of the night. But I'm just chilling until she gets back. But yeah, I respect not drinking on a school night. Fair play to you. I'm actually off work tomorrow, so I've got an excuse.
Likely that we're going to end up having a consensus on how to find that.
Oh,
term.
good. So you're right. We won't. It probably won't happen here. So I'll just read this definition. You tell me if you agree with it, right? It is systemic oppression is oppression of a racial group through a system to the social, economic, and political advantage of another.
So I would need to hear the definition of the word oppression in that context.
Okay.
If we really,
this is getting really nitpicky. It would have been so much easier to just say laws that are codified with a racial bias are racist laws. Anything that isn't that is not a racist law. That you know what I mean? Like that would just be the easiest way to deal with this, right?
we want to do this, which I don't think is a productive use of time.
Okay. Unjust or cruel exercise of authority or power.
Yes. So in that case, I agree that because the thing again that I'm trying to insert into the definition is an aspect of unfairness. So as soon as we added the word unjust, then I'm going to agree.
Okay. So
that was the main difference I think between our.
So here, let's try this. That's okay. The unjust exploitation of a racial group to the social, economic, and political advantage of another.
Sure.
Okay. So, would you say then, given the fact, if they were to create a law that said homosexuals can't get married, while also providing benefits specifically to married couples, that would be oppressive to homosexuals?
Yeah, I think that would be.
Okay. And so if such a law was in existence right now, then you would say that would be systemically oppressive.
Of gay people, yeah.
Okay, good. So then we at least understand what the definition is and how to apply it. So then let's start.
But those laws don't exist on a racial or a sexuality basis or anything anymore. I will say that the sexuality basis thing was more recent than the racial stuff. But yeah, none of them exist anymore. And homosexuals are not banging on. Since they got the marriage stuff, they're not banging on about the historical impact that's had on them as a group anymore. They're just like, yeah, we got it now. You know, fuck it. You know. So, like, it's a bit weird because like black people are still banging on about this shit that it doesn't apply to them anymore, but they're still banging on about it, whereas the homosexuals aren't banging on about it anymore. You know what I mean? Some of them are because they just want to have that, you know, victim complex, but generally speaking, it's just not a big thing. Most of them are just happy that they can marry now and they can have those perks, and it's kind of whatever.
Applying this towards niggas because that's what I like to focus on. Okay, so
my niggas.
Yeah. So if you look at something like for example, within our criminal justice system, we see that there's some obvious disparities between blacks and whites when it comes to sentencing. And even if we control for similarly situated blacks and whites, we find that blacks are sentenced longer for the same crimes, right? Like,
yes, potentially, but this is the thing: is the devil's in the details here. I'm not going to say that this is not completely untrue. The devil in the details I'm going to get to is that there's an issue with courtroom decorum. If you show a callousness in the courtroom, you'll probably get a longer sentence. That goes beyond race. I do think there's a more propensity for black people to be more callous in the courtroom, mainly because they see it as a white oppressive thing and all that kind of stuff. I think that myth, well, not the myth, but like that story, that narrative is very pervasive with black people, especially people that are involved in courtrooms. and that probably bleeds into the sentencing situation. I do also think as well that like there is also a severity issue. So you could have an assault charge or a murder charge or a theft, robbery, whatever. You could have various different charges, but these charges are on a spectrum. So if you have an assault charge, that could just be you punch somebody once outside of a bar and that's an assault charge, right? Or you could have battered somebody's face in, given them orbital bone fractures and all kinds of things and done some real damage. And that's also an assault charge, but it's obviously worse, right? So you're going to get a longer sentence for that kind of thing. So you have to take into account the actual severity of the crime. And now, I don't know what studies have been done. Maybe there is still a disparity. I don't know. But I'm just saying that these things have to be taken into account. And I will say that when it comes to violent crime in the black community, that some of them can be pretty harsh, some of these crimes. And a lot of them are inflicted on other black people too. And these other black people are trying to get justice for themselves. And, you know, these harsher sentences are given because they've been, you know, attacking and their spouses and other stuff in really horrendous ways. And I just think that you can't completely discount the idea that maybe there is just maybe, there's just on proportional levels more severe crimes going on. And maybe that's just something that needs to be dealt with.
Really similarly situated. That means if we control
Right,
for
I don't agree with
priors,
that statement.
okay. If we control for priors, if we whatever, and when we're seeing them do the same crimes, we're seeing that there's like at least a 19% premium that seems like
yeah, because it's the same crime on paper, but you don't know the actual extent of the detail of the crime. That's kind of the issue here, and that could be the devil in the detail that explains the disparity. I'm not saying it actually does. I'm just saying that this is a counterpoint that should be brought to light, is that maybe it's the severity of the actual crime that is causing the disparity.
That seems pretty irrevocable. You disagree with that?
Correct. I disagree with that statement.
Okay, let me find you a study really quick.
There are many
we're bringing out the studies, boys and girls. We're getting the studies out now.
reasons why I think a good place to start, because it's important to say that on sentencing, there have been a lot of studies done, and because there have been a lot of studies done, you can find a study supporting different points of view. The place I don't normally like to start with this, and I'll link this in the private chat for StreamYard, is this meta-analysis, which is a combination of many studies. It's a combination of 44 studies. And what it finds, in fact, is that after controlling for priors and offense severity, race is not significantly related to sentence length.
Okay. I don't know what your meta study is, but all I can give you is an individual study.
Wait, did he just say why we're saying so? I'm going to have to pull out.
Is this meta-analysis, which is a combination of many studies. It's a combination of 44 studies. And what it finds, in fact, is that after controlling for priors and offense severity, race is not significantly related to sentence length.
Okay, so he's talking about meta-analysis, saying that the severity of the crime and also prior convictions obviously add to these longer sentences. I don't know what study or meta-analysis he's actually using, but I will take that at face value because, to be quite frank, I do think that is probably the case. I think it's usually that the severity of the crime is what causes the longer sentencing. Theok says the Twitch debate meta is to fling unread studies at each other. Back in the creationist day, it was called the Texas Sharpshooter. The Texas Sharpshooter. Oh god. But meta-analysis are considered to be far superior. Yeah, no, I do agree that like any meta-analysis that's using like multiple studies to come to their conclusions is obviously a superior thing than just one particular study. I do agree with that. I tend to gravitate towards meta-analysis studies. Sorry, I can't fucking speak. I've had like 4 pint cans and a couple of Budweisers. But yeah, I do agree with that. I think that is generally the case. If Sean Last can provide those meta-analysis, then I would agree with that. it does seem to match on to what I already suspect as well. It's just unfortunate Fanatiq may not be quite aware of that.
Okay, I don't know what your meta study is, but
yeah, the meta of debates is just throw some studies at each other that they can't read on stream, and just hope that they are just going to believe whatever the fuck you say about that study.
I can give you an individual study, and I say
I linked
individual study
in the
private
chat.
I hear your meta study, but I'm going to point you out to an individual study that absolutely controls for it and finds it, and that I think that's just kind of it.
Fanatiq, that's kind of a poor response because, yes, one singular study may find a particular thing, but if that study may even be part of the meta-analysis study that still comes out the other end saying something against what that study found. So it's not really the smoking gun that you may think it is, you know? Fiuk says, by the way, dude, I literally followed you after reading your YouTube comments. Oh, okay. I guarantee you've read mine too under a different pseudonym. Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. I don't know what your YouTube name is, but yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for giving us the follows. I'll be uploading these streams to YouTube as well. I think I'm going to try and stream to Twitch and then upload them to YouTube after. Just because it gives me a dual thing. I'm going to try and see if I can stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I just need a bit of time to actually figure out how to actually do that. I just haven't done it lately. I've been working a bunch and just haven't really had the time to actually figure that out. I might try and figure it out tomorrow, actually. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, thanks a lot. Honestly, I really appreciate the follows. And thank you for coming over to Twitch to have a look at the stream. Really appreciate it, man.
So how would one study which does this be methodologically superior to 44 studies?
Well, because I think if you start looking at 44 studies and you're just looking at a broad topic, right, then I don't know what the specific things that they're controlling for or whatever are, right? So then it's like, for me, when I'm looking at a study, I want to know, okay, did they control for priors? Did they control for like where the crime was committed? Did they control for like I want to know what the controls are.
I mean, that's a fair point, but if you're using 44 studies where many of them did do that, or even if the meta study took all those studies and then controlled for it afterwards, if you know what I mean, like they compiled the data and then controlled for those things on the back end. Oh, I don't know what you call it, the back end. I don't know, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is a good point that Fanatiq is making. Really, I don't know. I honestly just think that a large meta-analysis is usually better in the vast majority of cases. But it's not completely a moot point, though. It's not a complete moot point.
When you're looking at a meta study, it's more taking like a distant look at a bunch of studies and trying to come to conclusions while not actually scrutinizing each individual study. And I think meta studies are good just in general to get general ideas of what the consensus is for something. But I don't think meta studies are good if you're trying to make an individual point about like an individual occurrence of something.
Like I said, what this meta-analysis is specifically doing is combining 44 studies that controlled for criminal record and offense severity. Those are the two major.
Oh, so they already looked for studies that controlled for that in the first place to make this meta-analysis. If that's true, what Sean last said, I'm not fucking looking at these studies right now. I'm going to take it at face value. I'm taking what Fanatiq's saying at face value too. I'm not trying to be one way or the other here. But if what Sean Lass is actually saying is true, then I don't know. Fanatiq doesn't really have much of a leg to stand on there in that case.
Controls that it is meta-analyzing the effect of.
Okay, so you didn't. I feel like you didn't contend with what I just said at all. Did you feel like you did?
Yeah, because you said you didn't know what they were controlling for, and so therefore I told you what they were controlling for.
Okay, but do you think that those are the only two factors that need to be controlled for?
No, we can control.
No, but aren't they like the important ones that you were like pointing towards a minute ago? I don't know, Fanatiq. You're kind of squirming here. You're kind of squirming on this one, you know.
And the only two factors that need to be controlled for in order to reduce the racial gap to statistical insignificance. We can add even more controls if you want and talk about other research. But even just adding these two is sufficient to reduce the gap so that it is no longer significant.
Okay, so let me find this really quick. Hold on.
If you want, we can talk about. I mean, the variable that I think a lot of these studies leave out that they don't control for is intelligence level. Now, you might think that intelligence.
Oh, come on. What is the point of that? Why? I mean, okay. Yes, usually criminals in general skew lower on the IQ spectrum, but that's true of any race. I don't understand, like, what the point of bringing that into the discussion is, unless you've just got some fucking IQ fucking thing to say. It's just that's Sean Last was doing okay there, and then when he brought that in, it kind of weakened his argument there. It just makes him sound like an idiot. Fayuk says, thing is, I can't stand Sean Last, but he's a data scientist like me. It's a bad idea to play the study trumps with him. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Like, to be honest with you, anyone that's bringing meta-analysis in, metadata analysis or whatever, what you want to call it, meta-study, I'm just... I'm a bit pissed, all right? But anyway, right? You know what I'm trying to say. When you're bringing those kinds of things in, they're usually very superior to just an individual study in the vast majority of cases. And there's only very few times that it could be credible the other way. So I think Fanatiq didn't quite realize that Sean Last was going to bring this in, and he's a bit floundering here. I think I'm going to have to go in the next 5 or 10 minutes, not going to lie. So I don't know if I should push on with this now, because this actually feels like a good place to leave it, actually, where they're bringing in these studies, they're talking about the meta versus the singular study and the merits of either. It might be a good place to leave it here, actually. I don't know if it's worth carrying on for another 5-10 minutes while I'm waiting for my housemate to come back. So, what's Fayuk say? Lol, it's all good, mate. It's just interesting to me how people play study trumps, and that basically gives the entire argument to it. Oh, yeah, it does. To be honest with you, I think Fanatiq would do a lot better here to... Actually, I don't know. I'm trying to think now, and I'm starting to think I don't know what he could really do better here. I think he'd probably do better to argue about the legacy of racism and the effects it's having now. Even though I don't necessarily subscribe to that myself, I think it just might help his argument more than trying to, like you say, do... like trying to bring these stats and studies in that he isn't quite prepared for. I think that's I think he's having a, what's the word for it? A rude awakening. I don't know if he knew who Sean Last was before doing this debate, because I don't think he's debated him before. I don't know if he knows who Sean Last is, but maybe he's done a little bit of research just before getting into this debate, just gone, oh, he's done this, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think he really knows what he was coming up against here. There are things that Sean Last is saying that I don't fully agree with, but like when it comes down to the actual study side of it, then yeah, he is kind of beasting it. But I think some of the little extra things that he's bringing in about white oppression and stuff like that, I think is a bit far-fetched. Fuyuk says he could keep it to the moral argument. Yeah, I guess that's more what I meant, is that it would benefit Fanatiq more to maybe focus a bit more in on that. But yeah, I just don't think he knew who he was getting involved with in this. I think it's thrown him for a loop even in this first 15 minutes. I don't think he quite realised that he was dealing... I think he maybe thought he was dealing with some low-hanging fruit kind of rightoid bullshit. By the way, Fuyuk, I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you falling on the political spectrum? Are you a centrist like moi, or are you more on the right wing spectrum, or are you on the left wing spectrum? You're a centrist too. Oh, fucking praise to the enlightened centrists. Like, amazing. You know what? I think I might have to actually leave the stream there, because I know that my housemate's literally going to be back in the next couple of minutes, so I don't think it's worth me carrying on here. But I'll say to you, and I'll say to everyone else that's lurking in the stream, I will be going live again tomorrow with this stream. Oh, all right, brilliant. Thanks very much. Good night to yourself as well. But yes, I will be going live again tomorrow, roughly around 12 to 2 p.m. I can't give a definite time because I wake up a little late. I'm not going to lie. I wake up a little late. I've got some things to do. I don't know the exact time, but I will put a post on Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, you can find it on there. I will put a post on there before I go live. And I will be carrying on with this stream. And if you can't catch it tomorrow, I will be posting it to YouTube as well, so you can also catch it there. So please go sub on YouTube as well, so you can find it there if you can't catch it tomorrow live. But yeah, it's been a really, really great stream. I've been loving this stream. I've had a lot of people to interact with in the chat, and honestly, I love interacting with the chat. I really do. It really enhances the stream, in my opinion. I love getting the feedback from what people have to say, whether they're centrist, right, left, whatever. I really enjoy being able to just have a good back and forth. And I'm going to try and bring as much interesting stuff as I can bring. If you guys have some suggestions for me as well, like if there's debates or videos in particular that you think would be interesting to get a based centrist opinion about, then shoot them my way. I've got my Twitter DMs should be open generally. If they're not, then follow me, I'll follow you back, and I should be able to do it, unless I can open them on the settings. I should really take a look at that, actually. But, yeah. Get a hold of me, send me some stuff, tweet me, whatever. I will take a look at things, and I'll bring them on stream, 100%. I want to do some more fun stuff as well. I don't know if you guys know Channel 5. You know, it used to be All Gas No Breaks and stuff like that. I'm gonna look at some of their stuff for a bit of fun. They did a Satanist thing the other day, which I think looks hilarious. I'm gonna be trying to. I'll even bring some media stuff in. I might do some movie reviews here and there and stuff like that. So I'm gonna try and keep it varied for you guys. I don't want it to all just be doom and gloom, political, overbearing shit all the time, constantly. But there is things that I do care about, and the race relation thing is something that I do definitely care about. The gender thing I definitely care about. There's a bunch of things that I care about that I'm definitely going to always bring to the channel because they just interest me individually. But I want to make it a little different. I want to talk about men and women. I want to talk about relationships and stuff like that as well. So we're going to bring some of that in soon as well. I'll do a stream where we're talking about a bunch of stuff like that, bring in some videos and whatnot that we can review. But yeah, anyway, I'm just rambling now. So anyway, I'll leave it there for now. But thank you very much to everyone that tuned in. It's been a great stream tonight. Probably one of the best streams I've fucking done, to be quite honest with you. And I really appreciate it a lot. It does a lot for the channel. So thank you. Base centrism to the moon! God bless and good night.